Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Underground Research Institute and Alliance Mission. 9 o'clock in the evening. So we still need to work hard. In the single room of the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, they said to Blaziken with a smile. Next. Blaziken nodded. Just now, it heard and saw the whole process of RC's guidance and the Pokéball. It must be said that it benefited a lot. Come on, little guys, we are going to have a hard training now. It won't be as easy as during the trip. After instructing the three old friends, they looked at Green Ivy Snake and to GP. Of course, there is also the pink egg placed in the incubator. Chakodava, two little ones, responded with full energy, looking very impatient. The Pokémon egg also trembled slightly. Green Vine Snake, your first goal is still to evolve into a monarch snake. After all, no matter how skilled you are in using the Vine Whip now, you still need to quickly adapt to the way of snakes without hands and feet. Secondly, it is the mastery of strengthening skills. For Sword Dance, Flame Chicken, you can guide it. I will find a few teachers to teach you the other skills. We will learn the attack skills step by step. The first thing to practice tomorrow is the power of nature. The principle of this skill is similar to the grace of nature, but one uses the residual fruit energy in your body, and the other uses the attribute energy of the surrounding field. According to the energy path simulation, you have to do this first, then that, and then we can use the formula to derive. Green Vine Snake widened its eyes and listened carefully. Dad, I'm just an elf. I don't understand the formula. Can you tell me how to do it directly? It was very helpless. Its three predecessors hid aside and laughed. A long time ago, they also came this way. But since the start of the journey, ZHE rarely taught them these things hand in hand, and most of the time was boring basic training. GP wanted to escape. It felt a little dizzy before it was its turn. This is not something that Pokémon should listen to. They taught carefully. For ordinary Pokémon, they only need to release skills based on instinct. However, as the number of times they are used increases, and they become more and more proficient, the power will naturally increase. Most trainers can only fine-tune the details according to their habits. But Zay is different. Researchers and doctors in this world have used scientific means to understand and simulate the state of Pokémon when using skills. They have even summarized various formulas related to energy to explain the release of skills, and provided a simple learning method for it. Of course, it is just what they think is simple. At least the current mainstream learning method is to let a Pokémon who knows a certain skill teach another Pokémon. This is enough to prove that this method is not simple. It has particularly high requirements for trainers, and then Pokémon. Because this method is equivalent to treating the trainer as a Pokémon who can master all skills, and teaching his partner. But people and Pokémon are different. At least people cannot release skills such as spitting fire and spitting water. All the skills they master are theoretical. Only by having a profound understanding and exploration of these formulas can one guide elves. If one has this ability, it is better to become a doctor or a trainer. This is the consensus of many people. It just so happens that ZHE can do this with his own ability and the help of Zero. The benefit of guiding elves to master skills in this way is not only that they can master them faster, but also that the tacit understanding between elves and trainers will be improved in the process. It is also more conducive to improving skills in the future and learning by analogy. Green Ivy Snake studied hard. Outside the window, the moon was hanging high. In the room, ZHE was also teaching the elves with a notebook. The elf egg that was trembling just now was no longer moving. At the same time, in a certain forest, the sound of the helicopter propeller turning broke the original silence. The elves who travel at night are not so easy to talk to. What's more, many of them were woken up from their dreams, which made them even more angry. The shouts came one after another and approached here. Swish, swish, swish. A figure that was so fast that it could not be seen shuttled through the forest. As it moved, the cries disappeared, and the elves farther away seemed to have sensed the oppressive atmosphere and stopped howling. The helicopter slowly descended and stopped on a clearing. What, are you full? A magnetic male voice sounded, which seemed very young, but with the steadiness of a middle-aged man. He slowly walked out of the helicopter. Hiss the elf that had disappeared just now came to the man and revealed its appearance under the moonlight. It was a giant beeper that can be seen everywhere in the evergreen forest. However, unlike ordinary giant bees, this one was surprisingly large, not only in size. The 2 needles on its hands were 1 or 2 circles larger than those of its same species that were enlarged in the same proportion. The tip of the poisonous needle at the tail flashed with a cold light, and it was obvious that it was extremely poisonous. The wings used for flying were extremely powerful, and the high-frequency flapping sound was barely detectable. There was still a trace of blood on the mouth. Don't eat too much dessert. The man said so, and came to a seemingly ordinary rock that could be seen everywhere. He found a spot and put his palm on it. The red light swept over, and a sound of mechanical rotation was heard. The intact rock suddenly scattered and sank, revealing a staircase leading to the underground. The man in a suit and Beedrill walked in, and the rock behind them slowly returned to normal. In the passage, the lights on both sides of the wall emitted light, illuminating the passage. The end of the passage was not a secret base as imagined, but a platform with a huge red R in the middle. Beedrill consciously came to the red button next to it and pressed it. There was a sound of transmission, and the platform slowly opened, revealing an elevator. The man stood on it. The red light appeared again, and then turned green. "Welcome, boss." The mechanical computer synthesized voice sounded. The bottom floor research room. Keller the elevator quickly descended towards the underground. After 3 or 4 minutes, it finally stopped. Da-da-da. The leather shoes walked on the smooth steel floor, and the crisp sound rang out. The researchers, wearing silver-white research uniforms with red R marks on their chests, were waiting in line. "Leader." A uniformed voice resounded through the underground. The man nodded slightly, and his face, which had not been exposed to the light, was revealed. It was Sakaki, the gym leader of Tokiwa City and the boss behind Team Rocket. "Where is Fuji?" Sakaki asked as he walked in. Drive Fuji is further observing the target of the experiment in laboratory number 1. A researcher with a beard, who did not look like a normal researcher, answered. Sakaki said nothing more, waved his hand to let them disperse, and then passed through a series of silver-white steel doors and came to a huge research room. In the room, dozens of sophisticated instruments kept flashing and making sounds, and on a bunch of super large display screens on the left, a string of unknown symbols and data numbers were densely crossed. Continue to inject 100 milliliters of number 3 medicine and observe the target's energy line fluctuations. A man wearing round-rimmed glasses and a crescent-shaped white beard on his chin gave the order. The researchers immediately became busy without stopping. Drive Fuji, how is the progress? Sakaki walked up to him and asked. Very good. Among the 42 experimental subjects, the number 2 experimental subject is the most successful. If nothing goes wrong, it will have a preliminary consciousness in 2 or 3 months. The man called Dr. Fuji answered without turning his head, not at all respectful to Sakaki like ordinary researchers. Good, very good. Sakaki's voice was full of excitement. His eyes were on the culture tank filled with green nutrient solution on the screen. Inside was a silver-gray biological embryo with a little purple, and there were metal wires on it, monitoring its various conditions. The current situation is stable enough. My suggestion is to move the laboratory to another place. Otherwise, judging from the expected energy consumption and fluctuations, it will inevitably attract the attention of the Alliance. Dr. Fuji turned his head and said to Sakaki, well, let's move to the new island. The preliminary preparations have been completed. Sakaki nodded. Of course, he had already made arrangements. How long will it take? 3 days. Okay, then I'll go back and prepare. I'll be away for a year. Hearing Dr. Fuji's words, Sakaki's mouth curled up into a smile. Who would have thought that the old man Fuji, who was loved by the people in Shinetown, is now working for Team Rocket for his own purpose. Don't worry, if there is no problem with the development of Mutuo, your idea about your daughter will definitely succeed. Sakaki patted Dr. Fuji on the shoulder and said, I hope so. Dr. Fuji, or rather old man Fuji, turned his cold eyes to the screen again, but his tone had a very obvious fluctuation. Beep beep. At this moment, an instrument suddenly beeped wildly. Load the neutralizing agent, 38 milliliters. Load the number 8 agent, 40 milliliters. Increase the bioelectric current to level 2. Dr. Fuji directed in an orderly manner. After so many years of research, there is already a reasonable response plan for this kind of thing. Doctor, the consciousness monitor shows abnormality. No, it's back to normal. A researcher stared at the screen in front of him and shouted. Record, the 8th abnormality has appeared. Dr. Fuji was very happy. The interval is shorter and shorter. We will succeed soon. Although he didn't like Sakaki, for the sake of his daughter, Dr. Fuji explained to him. Let's take action tonight. Recently, except for Nibi and Hualun, the remaining gyms are all entangled in things. This is the best time. Sakaki immediately gave the order. Dr. Fuji frowned. Don't worry, I didn't send people to cause trouble to your old friend. Sakaki certainly knew what the other party was thinking. The active volcano over there suddenly showed signs of eruption. He has no time to focus on you for at least 3 or 4 years. Dr. Fuji's face was full of indifference, as if he didn't listen at all, staring at the data on the screen in front of him. Sakaki didn't care about his reaction, and also looked at the big screen, but it was just the embryo. How long has it been? I haven't had this kind of excitement and joy for a long time. He thought so in his heart. Hiss, the giant bee following behind him like an assassin felt his inner fluctuations and came up. Sakaki smiled. Yes, it seemed that he had this feeling when he first subdued this child. However, this is a man-made mythical beast, and his scorching eyes seemed to want to rub the embryo into his body. And without anyone knowing. Who am I? The fluctuations of the soul echoed inside the embryo, full of confusion. For some reason, it used its innate talents and abilities to unconsciously block the fluctuations. In the dark night, deep underground, people were busy frantically. The cry of the night owl sounded, and its eyes looked straight in the direction of a certain tree forest. Really, the result is sharp eyes instead of sleeplessness. Green vine snake, vine whip, green grass mixer. A slightly helpless young voice sounded. Dad, a rather pleasant elf cry sounded, and 2 green vine whips suddenly tied to the night owl resting on the branch in a parallel way. The well-prepared and extremely alert night owl spread its wings and dodged. But the next moment, it was suddenly attacked by a group of wildly spinning sharp blades on its predetermined flight path. Squeak. The blade mixer trapped the entire night owl in the skill range, and the sharp blades scraped across its body one after another. Gah. It screamed in pain. It was hard for it to understand why the grass type skill that usually did not hurt it so much this time caused it such serious injuries. When it was about to fight back the next moment, the useless vine whip below rushed up again and tied up one of its feet and one of its wings. It immediately lost its balance. How could it fly with one wing? It had never tried it before. This was not over yet. The vine whip tied it up and kept tightening it inwards, making it feel the pain of being tied up, and then smashed it to the ground with force. Bang! The night owl only felt that its head hurt. Quick and decisive magic leaf. As the familiar and hated human voice sounded, the blue-purple leaves flew out and hit the night owl, making it lose its fighting ability. Before fainting, the night owl had only one thought, my poor feathers. They walked out with the green vine snake with a smile and began to collect the feathers of the night owl. Oh, I'm lucky, it should be newly grown, he said to himself, waving it, feeling the quality of the material. The night owl has excellent eyes that can see even in dim light, and soft feathers that do not make wing flapping sounds. The former is naturally not allowed to be dug, it's too cruel, but the latter is a very good renewable material, and many rich people have purchased it. Beep! At this time, the watch sent a message. Alliance mission recruitment location, Area 14 of the Evergreen Forest. 4K first, I'm not feeling well, and I have to sort out the plot before the start of the conference. I will try my best to write a little more in the afternoon, but it's probably not going to work. Thanks to Luamodi and King TQ for the reward of 100 Kidian coins. Thanks to Kunshin 527 for the reward of 233 Kidian coins for the character Sharona. Chapter 202 Mission Preparation. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had been called up for such a regional mission, after becoming a direct trainer. Responsibilities, obligations, and rights are three things that no one can avoid. Since direct trainers enjoy rights, they must bear corresponding responsibilities and obligations. The Alliance only charges you 5 million, not to let you get the 3 starters and become stronger, and then watch the show. ZHE clicked the accept button of the mission without much thought. Yes, this kind of mission can be rejected. Even more exaggerated, you can choose not to accept every mission. If you have a good reason to explain that you really have no other choice at the time, the Alliance is still very approachable. Basically, you can make up a reasonable reason, such as your Pokémon is sick, you just finished a battle, and need to go back for treatment. These are all fine. The Alliance does not force you to participate in every mission. It's just that, if you use too many reasons, those who understand will understand. According to the summary of the old hands on the Pokémon forum, basically participating once every 2 or 3 months will not be criticized, and there will be no impact. But if you simply don't want to do it, the Alliance also has many ways to let you know what responsibilities and obligations are. The prosecutors were not there to eat for nothing, not to mention that there were Junsha and Joey to back him up. It was not that he was not thoughtful enough to accept the task so directly, but generally speaking, the assignment of such tasks was related to strength. As a registered elite trainer, the league would not let him participate in the battle with the champion for no reason. That was not a task, that was suicide. And it was extremely detrimental to the development of the league. According to the experience on the Pokémon forum, it was probably a riot of the Pokémon race. Such things are common in the Evergreen Forest. The city of Evergreen is also hit hard every year, because his original villa was destroyed and rebuilt after being rushed out of the Evergreen Forest by the Pokémons. Fortunately, the league covered all the losses. But even so, the original owner of the villa hurriedly sold the house and moved to the city center. In his words, he didn't want to be scared to death again. If not, ZHE would not have been able to buy it at a price 50,000 below the market price. He smiled casually. Why did he suddenly think of this? Now, let alone 50,000, he would not care, even if it was 5B or 500,000, and the house had already been sold. ZHE also shook his head, collected his wild thoughts, put the feather into his backpack, and began to read the specific content of the task. He exclaimed softly. It was not to deal with the Pokémon riot, but to destroy Rocket Team base. Before accepting it, the information he could see was nothing more than the general area for concealment. Otherwise, the Dark Organization would get the news in advance and ambush a retreat, which would not be good. It's not that the Alliance doesn't want to hide the information completely, but it's more likely to cause trouble. There have been lessons learned before, which attracted many people's protests. So later it was changed to put some information in the open. Besides, if the direct trainer is really so easy to be infiltrated like a sieve, there is no need to do any review. Not to mention that the delivery of the task is clearly recorded. Once the information is leaked, it is easy to catch the hidden player, and it is hard to say who loses and who gains. For those real big operations, such as the previous sweep of the black market, the Alliance will also do a good job of keeping it secret, and will not simply assign tasks. Turning on the positioning system of the watch, and checking the distance between himself and the gathering point, Tetsuya took back the vine snake, released the flame chicken and started running. While shuttling through the woods, Tetsuya was still thinking about a question: the mission to destroy the Rocket Team base in the Viridian Forest. No matter how he heard this, it was just one word to him: outrageous. Viridian Forest, where? Sakaki's back garden. If Sakaki wanted to hide the base in this place, would anyone be able to find it? Tetsuya had sufficient reason to believe that this base was just a cover, and the Rocket Team must have other actions. But his belief was useless, and no one would believe it, even if he said it, and the reason was not valid. But it was okay this way, he thought. Anyway, it was a cover, so the danger was not that great. At least there was no need to worry about some people fighting for their lives. Some Dheads were probably evacuated long ago. The Rocket Team is in urgent need of talents now, and it is not yet to the point of being the only one in the future. I just don't know who the leader sent by the Alliance this time is. Sakaki definitely didn't need to think about it. Putting aside the question of beating himself and whether it was necessary to be so grand, Tetsuya didn't see the opening of the Tokiwa gym in the past 3 days. It was probably not there again. Soon, he came to the bushes near the gathering point. The trainers gathered here were extremely alert and looked at him in unison. Tetsuya walked out with Flame Chicken without changing his expression. Number 24. He stated simply. This was automatically assigned by the system when accepting the task, which means that he is the 24th direct trainer in the Tokiwa forest to accept this task. It is also very exaggerated for a temporary task. Maybe this number only appears in the Tokiwa forest. The leading man wearing a tan windbreaker and a green suit looked at him. Hello, I'm the person in charge of this operation. Interpol. Codename Looker. If you like, you can call me 836 or Handsome Guy. Saying this means that he has recognized Tetsuya's identity. Everyone lowered their vigilance. Tetsuya walked silently to the side of an empty tree and observed. The other people who were guarding on the side were basically not the 3 starter Pokémons. This was normal. The 3 starter Pokémons from the Kanto region were relatively large. They were okay for fighting in the jungle, but not suitable for gatherings like this. Pokémons were crowded together and couldn't find such a large open space. Fortunately, Blaziken was close to human form, and Tetsuya subconsciously patted its shoulder. Blaziken tilted its head. Tetsuya with Blaziken undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. The 3 starter Pokémons in Hoenn were not very common. There was silence in the forest as trainers arrived one after another. 15 minutes later, the handsome guy looked at his watch and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. The mission gathering time has arrived, and all 32 trainers who have accepted the mission have arrived. Now, the mission officially begins. The handsome guy paused. Regarding the mission target this time, the information given by the Alliance is very clear. A trainer from Rocket Group discovered a base of Team Rocket during the exploration. According to previous investigations, the enemy forces inside are not very strong, and there are only 2 Quasi Kings leading them. There are about 30 elite trainers and dozens of ordinary trainers left. I will be responsible for the leader, and you only need to deal with the remaining forces of the opponent. If there are no problems, just go directly. It was unexpectedly brief, and there was not even a tactical arrangement. But the people around did not object at all, and ZHE had no opinion either. The reason is that this strength is too weak. The trainers of the Dark Organization are usually much weaker than those of the same level, especially compared with the direct trainers present. These are all elites in the Alliance. It is no exaggeration to say that 1 against 2 is not a big problem. Even if there was no handsome guy leading the way to deal with the 2 Quasi Kings, the direct trainers present had every reason to believe that they could deal with the other side by themselves. It was just that it might be a little more tragic. Seeing that everyone was silent, the handsome guy assumed that they had no objection and turned around to lead the way. The group marched in the forest in a mighty manner. The elves along the way sensed such a large group of people and also fled in all directions. Fortunately, the distance was not particularly far, otherwise the other party would have discovered and evacuated long ago. Frogger, blast it away. The handsome guy released his own elves and gave the order. It was a elf from the Sinnoh region. Frogger, a dark blue Pokémon similar to the poison dart frog, with white stripes around the chest, like a bandage. But everyone was a little surprised. This is because Frogger has another evolution, Poison Skull Frog. Can the strength of Frogger without evolution really deal with 2 Quasi Kings? Some people began to feel a little unconfident. They felt that the Interpol leading the way seemed a little unreliable. But the next moment they changed their minds. The frog appeared in front of a huge rock and put 3 fingers on it. Boom. As it exerted force, a part of the huge rock broke into several pieces, revealing a passage leading to the underground. The trainers present believed that their own Pokémon could do this, but it was far less easy and fast than the frog. The most important thing was that they could see that the frog was holding back. Otherwise, if it hit too hard, the broken stones would cover the traces of the passage on the ground. Let's go. The handsome guy led a group of people in a line. What a trouble. He thought so. He was rarely responsible for such violent actions. Most of the time, he was still doing things like infiltrating the enemy like an agent. It was mainly this kind of clearing mission. Considering some problems such as information, many methods could not be used, which was equivalent to restricting him. Really, what can we gain from such a small base? Wouldn't it be better to solve it directly with an earthquake? A trainer was also muttering, while walking in the middle of the team. Although it was called muttering, because it was in the passage, everyone could basically hear it clearly. Well, isn't that how the league treats Team Rocket? I'm also surprised. Can Team Rocket's technology be stronger than the league's? Another trainer said. After hearing the other party's information, they were not so nervous. It's also good to relax a little before the battle. Don't say that. What if Team Rocket finds some shocking technology from the historical relics? Don't we have to be prepared? Someone started this conversation, and everyone naturally started to communicate. The handsome guy didn't stop them. Everyone is not a soldier, so it's impossible to be completely quiet. Besides, he didn't take this task seriously. If he hadn't come to Kanto to find Dr. Yamanashi temporarily, this task would never have been his turn. Thank you 20200430174036589 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Chassel for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you I'm incompatible with drug gambling for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Meowed111 for the reward of 100 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Mission in Progress. The group soon arrived in front of a platform. Let me do it. A gentleman with glasses stood up. Porygon, invade here, open it. He threw a Pokeball. Out of it came a blue-red Pokémon with very sharp edges and corners. Porygon, also known as 3D Dragon. It turned into a data stream and merged into the control computer hidden in the steel wall. This is the unique ability of Porygon as an artificial Pokémon and virtual Pokémon. Because its body is composed of programs, it can move in electronic space and can perform many more advanced operations than human hackers. Considering many factors, Porygon only exists in the hands of very few people. Kelala not long after, the platform was opened, and the elevator appeared. The handsome guy frowned. The load-bearing capacity is not enough. If it is a giant Pokémon, 7 or 8 is the limit, but the space is okay. The trainer of Porygon took out the computer, looked at the parameters and said, "How far is it from here to the bottom?" The handsome guy asked. At the fixed speed of the elevator, it takes about 7 minutes to go back and forth, and it takes 4 minutes to reach the maximum load. TSK, then the old rules? The handsome guy looked at the trainers. The old rules? Tetsuya and several young-looking trainers were a little confused. Just follow it. The other said. This kind of thing, you will learn it by watching. Leaving 6 people to stay on top, the remaining 27 people including Tetsuya stood on the elevator and began to descend. However, the speed was extremely slow and Porygon was controlling it. 5 minutes later, when the rocket team members of the Underground Research Institute had already lined up and released their Pokémon in front, the defense on full alert was even wondering why the enemy was coming so slowly. Bang! There was a loud sound of steel hitting the ground. The next moment, Boskta smashed them. With a loud roar, the elevator door was broken open by a huge steel monster with white light, leaving only a hole more than 2 meters high behind it. Charizard, Steel Wing, Nidoking, Horn Slam, Rumble Rock, Round, and Roll. Following closely behind, there were 3 slightly smaller Pokémons, but with equally fierce momentum. They charged at the enemy from 3 different heights. 3 Golduck / Butterfree / Dreamcatcher / Yagdgera * 2, Telekinesis Assist. Further back, 7 Pokémons advanced, their eyes glowing with blue-purple light that represented superpowers. Vulp / Snaker, use Green Grassfield. Green waves began to sweep out from the elevator and stopped behind the area where Boskort was fighting in the front. Team 1, use skills such as Harden, Protect, and Quicksand Hell to weaken the opponent's impact. Team 3, water-based skills to block. Team 2, free attack. The rocket team's commanders also reacted very quickly. This was not the first time they had fought against the Alliance, so they naturally knew that their own underground research institute was easy to defend, but difficult to attack, and that the opponent could only use those methods. They had already made preparations. Unlike the Alliance, which fought on its own and only occasionally provided assistance, the members of Team Rocket were divided into different teams. The command has issued orders in an orderly manner. The dozen or so Pokémons at the front line were arranged into rows. Some of them flashed with light and were fixed in place. A few of them held up a green protective shield. Several ground type and grass type Pokémons began to deploy skills such as quicksand hell and vine binding. In other words, skills such as protection and grass knots that can effectively resist impacts are not something that ordinary Pokémons can naturally master, otherwise it would not be so easy for the Alliance to charge. Behind them, there were a dozen water-type Pokémons who were gathering energy to prepare for the attack. Most of the heavy Pokémons that could charge in Kanto could not escape the fate of being completely suppressed by the water-type. And the water-type happened to be a type that was not so difficult to see. So every time they attacked, the headache was to face such a restrained attack. The third batch was a variety of messy Pokémons, including Beedrill, Arbok, Vash, Rattata, Gulp, and so on. The air and ground of the passage were filled with elves. Boscadora and the 3 elves behind him rushed to the front of the enemy camp. Given the difference in strength, those skills that bound and restricted them were better than nothing. The conspicuous green gradually faded. The 4 elves were trapped in the encirclement. Fortunately, due to the limitation of space, they did not face too many elves at the same time. Even if the enemy elves in the back attacked them, they were not isolated. BLICE3/Vulpecula/Flameep, Sunny Day, Blazing Chicken/Sandless/Mosquito Repellent/Strength/Spin Shell. Watch out for the attack. Dazzling balls of light floated in the air. The dark feeling inside the underground was dispelled all at once, and the body was warm. At the same time, the power of water skills was greatly weakened. After a series of confrontations such as telekinesis and skill offset, the damage caused by the water skills hitting the 4 heavy elves in front has been reduced to the minimum. The entire passage of the Research Institute was in chaos. Nearly 70 or 80 Pokémons were attacking each other, and the skills and energy fluctuations of different colors were dazzling. "Spread out and solve it," the handsome guy said, and then took out a piece of cloth from his pocket. International Police Treasure Item Number 2. Invisible Cloth. As his catchphrase sounded, his figure disappeared in the passage. Everyone ignored him and commanded their Pokémons to attack continuously. Time passed slowly and under their intentional control. Whether it was their own side or the opponent's Pokémon, they were separated into small rooms. Finally I can go without burden. A trainer said what they thought. Compared with the bastards of Team Rocket who didn't have to care about their teammates, they were very tired. When everyone was commanding their Pokémon, they had to think about whether it would affect others, and they were also scared when the Pokémon released skills. They were afraid that their fire skills would hit their own grass Pokémon, which would be terrible. Of course, thanks to this, they were able to make the move to divide the battlefield in a small space where the number was almost 1 against 2. Many of the elves on the opposite side were not even knocked down by their partners, but fell into the hands of their own people. Everyone, then good luck to each other, a strong man said with a grin that could not be seen directly, and then his agile figure quickly shuttled and ran into the small room where his own elves were fighting. The rest of the people hurriedly set off. This was to be judged after the merits, not the time to be modest. ZHE also released the giant rock monster and let the green vine snake ride on it. It was not that the giant rock monster could not charge before, but its strength was still a little weaker than the other 4, and it took up more space, so there was no need to let it play. But when it came to the time to fight on its own, it was a good protector. As soon as the giant rock monster appeared, it rolled up sand and dust around its body. ZHE also put on the mask leisurely. The people outside were blocked by the dense sand and dust, and could not see the people and elves inside at all. Large-scale attacks can certainly achieve the goal, but the charging time is too long. In the chaotic battlefield, all elves have their own opponents. Once you want to accumulate power, you will be a sitting duck. Just like that, they walked into a small room in a manner that ordinary people could not imagine. There are only 4 types of elves with the Yangsha characteristic: the quasi-god Bangara, the giant rock monster, and the sand hippo and its evolved form Hippomon. Without exception, it is not easy to get elves. The first one is a quasi-god, so the difficulty is self-evident. The second one's characteristic in the stone ball and mantle rock period is not necessarily the broken armor, so it cannot become Yangsha in the giant rock monster period. Zay has learned that stone balls with the broken armor characteristic are rare. After all, this characteristic is completely inconsistent with its own hard body characteristics. Although it is a secondary characteristic, the probability of its occurrence is comparable to that of a hidden characteristic. Among most elves with hard armor or appearance, broken armor does exist as a hidden characteristic. It can be said that the Stone Ball series is a big exception. Note 1, the third one is even rarer because they live in the harsh desert environment. And they have a bad temper and are not easy to mess with. Not only are they strong, but there are also many neighbors who are even more difficult to mess with. The desert is a forbidden area that many people are reluctant to set foot in. When I have Banjara, I will be as carefree as him, a trainer from the Alliance muttered to himself. His companions who had not left yet cast strange eyes at him. What a dream. Early in the morning. According to statistics from the Alliance, the proportion of trainers who now have quasi-god Pokémon is pitifully low compared to the population. Even if it is only compared with the number of registered trainers, it is unbearable to look at. Even among the few king level trainers, most of them do not have quasi-gods in their teams. Elite level. Thinking about peach fruit? ZHE didn't care what the people outside were thinking. He didn't have time at all. The moment he walked into the room, the 2 members of Team Rocket who had been prepared inside held back their surprise and immediately attacked him and the giant monster. As for the flame chicken responsible for pulling, it was entangled by the other 4 Pokémon. Fortunately, the giant monster is always in front of him. Ding, a crisp sound. The giant rock monster used the iron wall to block the 2 poison needles and the impact of the venom. The green vine snake on its back had a serious face, and the green light was pulsating, and it quickly made up for the physical strength lost by the giant rock monster. Blazer, launch a charged flame attack on the gas bomb. The sand and dust stopped, and ZHE saw the situation clearly in an instant, and commanded Blaziken to launch a counterattack. The 2 people on Team Rocket changed their faces. Is the direct trainer of the Alliance so crazy? He played with self-destruction right away. They dared not bet whether the gas of the gas bomb would explode when hit by the flame. Although they didn't know how the opponent would respond, their lives would definitely be gone. One of them quickly took back his gas bomb. But without the restraint of the gas bomb, Blaziken also let go. It didn't dare to attack hard just now, because it had no help, and was afraid that it would be seriously injured after burning the opponent. Now that its own backup has come, it has no scruples. Its body was covered with flames, and its right leg kicked back slightly. Sure, the next moment, it hit the Pirasta next to it. Of course, you should pick the soft fruits, and the same applies to your opponents. Perist, who is 4 times or even 5 times stronger than the fire type, is the best target. Bang, Perist was caught off guard, and was knocked back, and hit the wall. A trace of flames floated across his body and he fell into a burning state. He didn't even scream, and lost his ability to fight. Ah. At the same time, a strange elf screamed outside. Note 1, the shattered armor feature exists as a hidden feature except for Galasun Coral, Dust Mountain, Labicha, Busike, Demon Coral and Stone Bull Mantle Rock. The first few don't look hard at all from the outside. Ordinary corals are okay, but ghost corals look brittle. Not to mention teacups and teapots. The first feature of Dust Mountain is the stench, which is more in line with its characteristics, and the shell formed by garbage shouldn't be that hard. There are a lot of garbage bags. Chapter 204, Dark Elves, and more. Tetsua's face became a little solemn. The cry of this Pokémon sounded abnormally crazy. His intuition told him that this was not a good thing for the Alliance, and it sounded vaguely like many Pokémon were calling. Blazer, move at high speed, and then split the tiles, and fight quickly. Giant rock monster, gravity layout. Following Tetsua's command, the 2 Pokémon began their respective actions. After using the charged flame attack, Flame Chicken, which fell into a short period of stiffness, quickly became active. After a light cry, a light flashed on the hair of its body. Then it came to the two Rocket Team Pokémon that had not fallen down yet at nearly twice the speed as before. Flame Chicken mercilessly chopped its claws with white light on their bodies. After two dull screams, the Rocket Team members looked very ugly. They secretly complained that they had encountered a tough guy. The direct trainers of the Alliance also have different strengths. Why are they so unlucky to meet a strong one? But this is not a change of their will. With the help of Pang Yan's gravity skill, the two elves cooperated very well and knocked down the remaining 5 elves on the field, who were still able to fight. Surrender and lose half. The two people pulled ugly smiles at Zay and the 3 elves who surrounded them. Zay snapped his fingers, and the green vine snake consciously tied them up with a vine whip, and also made a ball with grass leaves, and stuffed it into their mouths. He hated to listen to these people's nagging the most. If you have anything to say, go and talk to Junsha. He is only responsible for fighting. Boom, a huge sound came, and the ground of the underground research institute also shook violently. Zay's face changed. Which idiot caused an earthquake underground? It was that weird cry again, and the madness in it was even stronger. The rubble gradually fell. Zay poked his head out of the room, and was shocked to find that cracks had appeared on the steel walls around the research institute. He could no longer remain calm. No way. The Rocket Team's underground research institute is still a shoddy project? Of course, this was just his idea of trying to have fun in the midst of suffering. It was probably that something unexpected had happened in the battle between the handsome guy and the Turquoise-seeking trainers of Team Rocket. At this time, the watch popped up a mandatory message: retreat. It was simple, and one could imagine how hurried the person who sent the message was at the time. Tetsuya quickly took back the green ivy snake and asked Flame Chicken to pull the two Team Rocket members tied by the vine whip and follow the giant rock monster out of the room. Crackle. Gravel and soil kept falling from the cracks in the steel wall, and Tetsuya dodged them nimbly. Flame Chicken dragged the two Team Rocket captives on the ground. It wasn't painful, because they were knocked unconscious by the rocks when they went out. Dangoro. The dull voice of the giant rock monster echoed in the passage. When they came to the elevator, where they came from, next to the big hole hit by Boscadora, a big upward red arrow marked the next destination. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes and released Pidgeot. Without hesitation, he immediately sat on its back. Beep. Pidgeot let out a long cry and flew up to the ground. Blaziken grabbed Pidgeot's claw with one claw and was taken up together. Fortunately, the space of the elevator is large enough, otherwise it would be difficult for Pidgeot to fly with its wings spread. Soon, ZHE saw the sky above. Wait, the sky? He was stunned. The place they came down from was obviously underground, although the passage was not deep. Before he had enough time to think, with a whoosh, Pidgeot brought them to the ground, and the next moment he was flying high in the sky. ZHE also quickly scanned the battlefield below, his eyes slightly condensed. Including the handsome guy, more than a dozen trainers have returned to the ground. Frog was leading their respective starter ace and auxiliary Pokémon to fight against more than a dozen enemy Pokémon. The field was barely able to hold on with 3-on-1 or even 4-on-1 cooperation. This scene was really wrong, as if the identities had been swapped. Usually, the Rockets would fight the Alliance with 3-on-1. Without exception, the enemy Pokémons all have darker skin tones, and their expressions are extremely ferocious. They patted Pidgeot, and they quickly landed in a safe rear position. Blazing Chicken, Spray Flames, Pidgeot, Green Ivy Snake, you come out too, to maintain the green grass field. There is no need to explain too much, and you can know what is going on by looking at this. They decisively commanded Blaziken and Pidgeot to start long-range attacks. As for Ashley intervening, it may destroy the original tacit understanding and defensive rhythm, which is not good. They watched silently. The appearance of these Pokémons looks very wrong, and he was thoughtful. If I remember correctly, a top cadre of the Rocket Team named Bixius has a Pokéball called Dark Ball. This Pokéball is different from the function of the Dark Ball developed by the League, that can increase the probability of capture in the dark. Its function is to forcibly subdue Pokémons, including wild and owned ones. Then it will make the Pokémons become extremely vicious, just like now. At the same time, the abilities of the Pokémons captured by Bixius's Dark Ball will be forcibly increased to the maximum for a period of time. The price is vitality. These Pokémons are overdrawing their lives in the battle, and they don't even have any other feelings in the process, only the desire to destroy. No wonder the Alliance needs 3-1 and 4-1 to barely fight back. Not to mention the increased strength. After being controlled by the Dark Ball, normal Pokémons can't beat the fearless and painless Madman. As the Alliance trainers came to the surface from underground, after receiving information one after another, the situation was also initially under control. Except for one place. It was a dark-skinned Bulbasaur. It was surrounded by colorful powder, and the ground was covered with dense and thick vines. Baina. The call of Bulbasaur completely lost the gentle feeling of its kind, and there was only tyranny and madness. Bulbasaur, calm down. A league trainer risked being attacked to death, and came to the front of Bulbasaur under the protection of a Brawlhalla. He shouted anxiously. This was exactly his Bulbasaur, who was controlled by Team Rocket the moment he came out. Baina. Bulbasaur screamed crazily, and looked at his former trainer with eyes full of destructive desire. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of leaves flying through the air rang out, and Bulbasaur attacked the trainer brazenly. Fortunately, young Jira was well prepared, and after using telekinesis to break the leaf blade, he flew out of the battlefield with his trainer. As for why he didn't use teleportation, he had to wait until he evolved into Alakazam before he could be sure to teleport with people. Otherwise, if it was interfered by some external factors, it was very likely that it would be fine, but the consequences for his trainer would be more tragic. For example, half of the body stayed in place and the other half followed it to the destination. Damn it. Bulbasaur's trainer hammered on the tree trunk beside him with an angry look on his face. Has anyone seen this before? My Bulbasaur was only a quasi-king, but now, judging by the power of its skills, it can be considered a king. I have a bad feeling. His face was gloomy, and he looked at the nearby trainers for help. I've confirmed it before, and there has never been a Pokémon in this state. Judging from the energy fluctuation curve and the information you provided me, the price of increasing strength is probably potential, and even vitality. The Porygon trainer answered his question with a portable computer in his hand. Really, damn it. Another trainer said what everyone was thinking. Judging from Bulbasaur's action logic and behavior pattern, it is now extremely painful. As a Pokémon trainer, this is something no one wants to see. Tetsuya frowned and looked at the battlefield. On the other side, two members of Team Rocket blushed as they looked at the scene in front of them. Master Bixius is really amazing. With this Dark Ball, our Team Rocket can definitely conquer the world. They were extremely enthusiastic. Before this operation, they had already received a notice from their superiors. When they learned that they were abandoned, they were not unprepared. As ordinary people with no future, they had expected this day when they joined Team Rocket. Anyway, Team Rocket would properly place their family members and descendants, and even if they performed well, their children would have a good development space. But on the second day of the evacuation, Bixius, the highest ranking cadre of Team Rocket, found their two leaders. This is my latest Dark Ball, which is used to forcibly increase the strength of the elves. When the Alliance launches an attack, you can use it to make your elves stronger. If you are lucky, you will even have a chance to escape. When Bixius said this to them, it was like handing a straw to a person who could not swim and sank in the water. Although it was weak, it was better than nothing. Lord Bixius is indeed as rumored, a complete villain. The two sighed, then looked at each other, and laughed at the same time. For the members of the Dark Organization, isn't this the highest evaluation? If there are more of these Dark Balls, we can distribute them to the people below, and let the League see that Team Rocket is not a pushover. One of them snorted. Newly developed models will always have some problems. It's good to have 20 samples. Another person responded. They are now unusually relaxed, because the battle on the field has become more complicated and confusing. As time goes by, the control of the Dark Balls over the elves seems to be deeper, and their strength has increased again. The trainers of the League were somewhat disrupted by this sudden accident. Fortunately, they were prepared, and soon resisted with difficulty. Is this thing endless? Who can tell me when the other party will stop? Someone on the Alliance side shouted. Although they knew that this kind of overdrawn strength could not last long, they were unsure and were also very anxious. According to the analysis, there are at least 7 minutes left. Several people who are good at data gathered together and frantically calculated and gave a rough number. This is consistent with the data analysis results given by Zare and Zero. 7 minutes. Fortunately, these elves are the kind of pseudo-kings, otherwise we can't hold on at all. Someone in the team complained. There are still 16 dark elves on the battlefield in front of them. Each of them is basically surrounded by at least 7 or 8 elves, and there are several elves in the distance who are consuming them remotely. It's not that they don't want more. With their strength, it's not a big problem to send 1 or 2 more elves to each battle area. But the space is so small. If there are more, they can't fight. They will only tie their hands and feet. This is not without benefits. At least when a elf is seriously injured and tired, another one can take over. There are still a few elves who can heal in the back. Gan, the unlucky trainer of Dark Bulbasaur, was brought back by his own brotherhood. Both the man and the elf were out of breath. This can't remember how many times they have tried. Everyone looked at them and showed sympathy, but they really didn't know how to help them. No matter how the trainer called, the Bulbasaur didn't respond at all. Even if Yanjara wanted to communicate with it with immature telepathy, he was rejected by the tyrannical thought. Judging from the fate of the only 2 dark elves that were knocked down, the price of this strength is vitality. They are already in a dying state, not like normal elves at all. Bang! There was a loud noise, and a dark elf was put down by the bad frog again. Its body was full of scars, and some parts were even ulcerated, which was caused by the toxins of the bad frog. Even so, the dark elf still struggled to get up and attacked the bad frog again. The bad frog had to take over again. Would this enemy not fall down? Whoever says that Interpol has no combat power, I want him to come and see. This bad frog is so strong. What else do you want? A trainer complained. It's mainly that, handsome guy, there is only this one elf. You say it's not strong. At least the elf is a king level. You say he is strong, but it's not. The trainers called him like this, and this code name always feels like being taken advantage of. They are also more relaxed like Team Rocket. They didn't think that the other party could do anything. Speaking of which, aren't they running? The trainers frowned and looked at the only 2 remaining members of Team Rocket who were looking around in the distance. I don't know. Maybe they think that if they run away directly, they will be easily caught by us, so they don't want to be too far away from those Pokémons. Everyone was also puzzled. On the other side, a quarrel was taking place. Are you stupid? You put all your Pokémons into the Dark Ball, so how can we escape from the Evergreen Forest? How dare you say that to me? You obviously did the same stupid thing yourself. Asshole, my level is half a level higher than yours, okay? How do you talk to your boss? The 2 angrily accused each other. From the conversation, we can draw a conclusion that they are 2 idiots. Then, the 2 looked at each other helplessly. This opportunity to escape that was delivered to their door was ruined by their own hands. Gan, since the 2 of us can't escape, don't let them have an easy time. A person's eyes revealed a sinister look. Use the last 2 dark balls and keep an eye on the powerful starter Pokémons. Forget about the feral Pokémon. It's too strong, and we probably can't get close to it, he said to his partner. Okay. The other person's face trembled, and he gritted his teeth and agreed to the suggestion. Originally, according to their plan, the 2 dark balls had other uses. Unexpectedly, due to the negligence of the 2 people, the idea became an illusion. What are those 2 people going to do? The trainers of the Alliance looked at the rocket team who rushed to the edge of the battlefield under the attack. Stop them. They still have that device in their hands. A trainer with a better angle shouted. Device? What device? Everyone was stunned for a second, and then went crazy. Especially those trainers whose own Pokémons were extremely close to the opponent. It has been more than 10 minutes, and they all thought that the opponent's 18 Pokémons were the limit, but they didn't expect that there were still more. I really can't understand their brain circuits. When there are not many trainers of the Alliance on the ground, if a few more dark Pokémon are added, it will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Not to say that their side will be defeated, but it is definitely not that easy to achieve the balance like now. What are these 2 thinking? Young Jirah, stop them for me. The Dark Venusaur's trainer shouted with red eyes. Another trainer with young Jirah also commanded his Pokémon to rush over to stop them. Psychic Pokémon that can teleport have a unique advantage in this regard. Of course, rarity is still rarity. Even among this group of direct trainers, there are not many such Pokémon. Moreover, the telekinesis of psychic Pokémon can effectively prevent themselves from being controlled by the device. At most, they can just get rid of it remotely. The two rocket team's only seedlings, each holding a black spherical object, came to the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the excited look of the Alliance trainer not far away, a grim smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Go, Dark Ball. When they shouted this sentence at the same time, the body of a person closer to the battlefield suddenly froze, and his eyes also emitted a blue-purple light. A young Jirah appeared in front of him, and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead in a thrilling way, carefully took the two black spheres in his hand, and put them in the box he carried with him. Then, he brought the man back to the Alliance team. It's not that he didn't want to catch the other person, but the remaining UG was a step slower, and the other person's Dark Ball had already been thrown to a Charizard and collected it. The Charizard appeared in the same place in the next second, and began to destroy crazily. It was just an elite, and it would probably die if it was hit by a Charizard in this state. Bang. Asshole, tell me how to restore my Bulbasaur to normal. The trainer of Dark Bulbasaur came up and punched the rocket team that was captured. Everyone glanced to the side and pretended not to see it. The Alliance has regulations. After catching us, no violent means can be used, otherwise it will be unfair law enforcement. The man from Team Rocket shouted anxiously. Special regulations during wartime. If there are special circumstances that endanger the lives of humans or elves, they can be handled at their discretion. Zay added slowly. Well, the supplementary funds are written in the second item of the third paragraph of Article 732 of the Regulations on Foreign Warfare. Facing the curious eyes of the crowd, he explained. Everyone, we don't want to know where the regulations are, but we are curious about why you would remember such things. ZHE also didn't remember these things at the beginning, mainly because he learned all the regulations after coming out of the hunting zone last time. The little leader of Team Rocket turned pale. So, do you want to tell me, or not? The trainer of Dark Bulbasaur looked extremely bad. I don't know. I really don't know. Lord Bixius didn't tell me how to remove this thing at that time. The little boss was about to cry. He probably knew the trainer on the opposite side. The opponent's Pokémon were about to be killed by him, and he didn't think the opponent's means would be much better. Roar. As Charizard in the distance was like crazy, another trainer also moved his hands and walked over. Thanks to book friend 151,224,081,531,999 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to book friend 2021060618394938 for the reward of 233 starting coins for the character Serona. 2-in-1. Chasing drama plus scoring 9. Mainly because of the drama, I'm ahead of everything, and I will finish reading it for him today. Recommended book. This immortal ancestor is a strong man of the oxygen sect reason. Women's clothing change chapter recommendation. I can't stand it. Chapter 205 ending and backup guarantee. At the same time, after hearing the words of the rocket team's leader, everyone around them looked serious. Bixius, as a member of the Alliance, naturally knew this name. Evil, false, and completely self-centered. This is the evaluation of Bixius by all those who have fought with him. If the general rocket team is not so unforgivable, it can only be said that it is related to darkness. Then Bixius is a complete villain, and it is also one of his major characteristics that he never takes the lives of elves seriously. This device really looks like his handwriting. The only good thing is that he himself did not participate in the battle. Otherwise, as one of the most senior cadres of the rocket team, he is not an object that the people present can solve and resist. Search him first and take away his things. Tetsuya said, standing aside. The two trainers of Dark Bulbasaur and Dark Charizard nodded tacitly, one on the left and one on the right. The rocket team's leader was stripped naked. This guy actually has so many devices? Everyone was shocked when they saw the things searched out of him. Apart from other things, he had more than a dozen dark balls on him. Fake. All fake. Just in case. The little leader smiled awkwardly. At that time, he was mainly thinking that he could scare the opponent when he ran away. So the 2 devices you just threw out were also fake. The trainer of Yanjira asked, holding the box with 2 balls just seized by his Pokémon. There is a real one. I should have held it in my right hand at that time. As for now, I'm not sure. The little leader confessed everything in a flash. Yanjira silently took out one. It was a psychic Pokémon. It was not possible to remember it wrong. Then it seems that one of the 2 in the other person's hand is also fake. I was wondering, how come only one dark Pokémon came out of the 2 balls? A trainer said, and was glared at by the trainer of the dark Charizard. He quickly retreated to the back of the team. It would be better not to light the explosive barrel at this time. Although there was no malice for that person, there was always a feeling of gloating. I feel that these balls may not all be fake. Not only ZHE had this idea, someone immediately took the instrument to test. The energy fluctuations of 6 balls are different from the other 9. If we go by the number, there should be 9 balls. Soon, the results came out. You are very professional, but you are still pretending when you are caught and going to jail. Don't you know that confession will lead to leniency? A trainer squatted in front of the little leader who was tied up and said speechlessly, what should we do with these things? Everyone was a little undecided for a while. If these things control the Pokémon, just smash them directly. Someone said carelessly. They have tried it. This device, which looks like a Pokéball, has no function of recovering Pokémon at all. It seems that its existence is just to make Pokémon go crazy and destroy. No, what if it goes completely berserk after being smashed? Someone immediately frowned and refuted him. Many people also nodded. This is also what they are most worried about. The situation on the field can still be controlled now, but if there is another outburst of strength, it will be hard to say. Of course, it is not that there is no way. For example, just go find a green caterpillar nearby and try it, and you will know the result. Anyway, there is still one that has not been used, and the green caterpillar can go so far. But this is not a very good idea. Kyu, give me the ball. The Dark Bulbasaur's trainer came to the side of the trainer of Brawlhalla. From what he said, the 2 should be very familiar with each other. After all, they are the only 2 trainers with Brawlhalla in the field. The trainer called Kyu smiled bitterly, holding the dark ball firmly behind his back. He couldn't let his friend do that, even if he could understand the pain in his heart. But understanding does not mean agreement. Brawlhalla. The Dark Bulbasaur's trainer looked at his friend with red eyes and uttered 3 words that surprised others. Hey, calm down. The trainers were all shocked. Commanding Pokémon to attack humans is strictly prohibited. Brawlhalla of the Dark Bulbasaur trainer flashed behind Kyu and snatched the dark ball from Kyu's hand. He and Yanjira sat on the back of his flying elf armored bird, looked around and said, thank you. Then he flew up. Hey, stop him, stop him. Several people said this, but they did not move at all. Kyu stood there with a changing expression. His Yanjira stood quietly behind him. What should we do? Someone asked at an inappropriate time, and was quickly retorted. What else can we do? Wait for him to come back. The good news is that the device will be destroyed, but the bad news is that it will go berserk. Okay, send a few Blastoises over to that dark Charizard. Someone began to give orders. Everything began to proceed in an orderly manner again. A Raiden on the number 1 dark side is seriously injured. Take turns to prepare. Can Bulbasaur still hold on the number 3 dark Raiden battlefield? If not, try to move the battlefield to our side so that the range of the green grass field can be covered. Hasn't Boscourt finished restraining the dark Beedrill yet? Hurry up. Although they didn't know where the handsome guy in charge had gone, the trainers were still fighting in an orderly manner under the organization of experienced people. And that frog was still there and had already faced the 3rd dark Pokémon, which was extremely strong. This was also one of the reasons why they did not panic at all after the appearance of Dark Charizard, as the number of the opponents increased and decreased, and the change was not big. Although Dark Charizard was strong, it was also limited. In this area of the forest, only the roar and collision of skills and the voices of trainers' commands could be heard. Although Tetsuya's Pidgeot and Blaziken were definitely the strongest among the elites, they were still not as strong as the Quasi Kings. Not to mention when facing these Dark Kings level Pokémon. So they can only play the role of harassment on the sidelines. However, even so, the ability of these two Pokémons, which is obviously higher than that of other elite Pokémons around, has attracted the attention of many people. Not to mention the green ivy snake on the sidelines. As one of the few cute little nurses, it is in an absolutely safe area in the back. While maintaining the green grass field with several Bell and Bulbasaur, it also took the time to use some attack skills to support the battlefield. 5 dull minutes passed. The trainer riding the armored bird quickly returned to the battlefield. Just destroy the ball. The corners of his mouth pulled out a little arc. Pa pa pa. The sound of shattering sounded, and the people who had been prepared heard this, and immediately let the prepared Pokémons destroy the dark ball. Looking at the battlefield, the 8 dark Pokémons that were still fighting suddenly stood still. The black on their bodies gradually faded, and then they fell to the ground with a bang. The Pokémons fighting with them were also panting, and there were many scars on their bodies. Not good. The faces of the remaining Rocket Team members hiding aside changed. In his heart, he cursed his former weak boss. Not only was he caught, but he was also tested to find a way to get the dark Pokémon out of control. I caught you, you bastard. A male voice sounded. The Rocket Team members watched helplessly as a man in a windbreaker walked out of the rock they were leaning on. The next second, they found themselves subdued. This is the International Police Treasure item number 3. Hidden Rock. A gleam of light flashed in the handsome guy's eyes. It turns out that we only need to destroy the ball. That's really a big help. He said so. He skillfully took out the rope and tied up the Rocket Team members. The handsome guy searched for more than a dozen dark balls from his body, observed them, and used some method to distinguish the difference, and picked out the real 10 of them. However, completely different from the trainers on the other side, he directly put the dark ball on the ground and smashed it with one hand. A trace of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the Rocket Team members. Although I don't know what material this dark ball of Master Bixius is made of, it is definitely not something that ordinary humans can do. A sound of overwhelm came from the place where the fist and the dark ball touched. The Rocket Team members swallowed back the words they wanted to mock, looked at the man in the windbreaker, and swallowed hard. It's quite hard. The handsome guy sighed, but his hand speed did not slow down at all. He smashed down with a single fist quickly, and for a while, the sound of shattering was endless. As his destruction work continued, the dark elves in the battlefield also returned to normal one after another. It's really not easy. The handsome guy took out a bandage without changing his expression, and tied it on his bleeding fist. While bandaging, he looked around, and saw that it was already a mess. Tall trees that had broken from the lower half of the trunk fell crookedly on the ground, surrounded by scattered rocks. The trainers were in good condition, but their own elves were also seriously injured. He dragged the Rocket Team members back to the team with one hand. Did those two go back first? He asked. Well, we need to check that Venusaur and Charizard carefully. They look like they are not doing well. Everyone replied. At the same time, they looked at the 19 Pokémons that had returned to normal from the dark state and fell on the battlefield. They looked very old, and it felt like their lives had come to an end. A trace of pity flashed in their eyes. My battle recorder has recorded everything. I will report to the league. The handsome guy no longer had the interest to say his catchphrase. He stepped on the ground. As for the research institute, I see that you guys have left your Pokémons there. His eyes locked on several trainers. My Onix is protecting it down there. Mine too. And my Raiden. My Grunt is there too. 4 people stood up, including Tetsuya. Not bad. I want to see what Team Rocket is researching down there. The handsome guy's eyes were filled with a flame that burned sin. By the way, I will update more in the afternoon. I have some free time on Wednesday. Thank you Yimu Huanghan for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Like to Eat Barbecue for the 333 starting coins for the character Sharona. The book This Immortal Ancestor is a strong oxygen sect master that I recommended yesterday has pictures of women and their clothing in his book review section. Isn't this for you to see? Chapter 206, The Omen of Muto's Birth and the Handsome Guy's Thank You Gift. Underground Research Institute. A Butterfree led the way with dazzling flashes, followed by the Bad Frog. The group of 5 people, led by the handsome guy, walked flexibly in the passage filled with rocks, soil, and gravel. The entire research institute is distributed in an oval shape. It is roughly divided into several parts. The place protected by your elves should be the core research area in the middle. According to my initial exploration, the several rooms here are all storing their various experimental samples. And this site should be the data storage room, but it is empty. The handsome guy held a hand-drawn map in the style of an abstract painter and explained to the other 4 people. It's quite a large underground base. Team Rocket must be very distressed. One person sighed. It's not so easy to build such a large research institute underground, especially in the elf world. You never know if there will be elves active underground who will suddenly come in. Most of the bases of dark organizations are in the hollowed out rock walls, or they are found in deep mountains and old forests. Anyway, the elf world is so big that the elf alliances of various places can't really search every inch of the wild. But they ran really fast. It took only half an hour to evacuate. Another person responded. Not clean. At least there are a lot of things left behind. The handsome guy walking in front took over the conversation and stopped in front of a big door. Here is the experimental sample mentioned at the beginning. Be prepared, he explained. The main reason is that there is a young man among the 4 people who followed. Otherwise you wouldn't say it. I'm talking to you, kid. This is the first time you see this kind of genetic experiment. Don't be scared. The other 3 people joked. ZHE also smiled shyly. Pushing open the door, what came into view were 50 or 60 instruments like petri dishes standing in the room. Inside the instruments, there was still green liquid, and all kinds of weird elves were soaked in it. These guys are getting more and more perverted. Someone muttered to himself. Except for the handsome guy, who had seen it a long time ago. Everyone else looked unhappy. What on earth are they doing? This doesn't look like the research needed to make the dark sphere that the little leader mentioned. This doesn't look like Team Rocket's style either. It seems that the alliance will have to re-evaluate Team Rocket and their unknown boss. The group walked in and talked to each other. Team Rocket's goal is to capture powerful or rare Pokémon and use them to take over the world. Although there is indeed some evil research involved, it has never been as exaggerated as it is now. The Dark Organization has done much more than Team Rocket. Tetsuya is now a little unsure whether this is an abandoned base that Boss Sakaki deliberately released. Normally, if it was released intentionally, it can also be disguised as an ordinary base that is not so conspicuous. There is no need to leave these things behind. Dangoro. Roar, yeah, the shouts came, and 4 elves appeared in front of everyone. It seems that you get along well. Tetsuya smiled and patted Panyanguo's body. The handsome guy looked around the laboratory and nodded slightly. Under the protection of the elves, the damage here is not particularly serious. He took out something like a CD from his pocket and put it into the computer in front of him. The screen lit up, and 3 elves appeared on it. Is this the 3 great elves from Kanto? Everyone turned their eyes to the instrument and immediately recognized the 3 elves on it. They were very familiar with them. However, unlike the normal appearance of the 3 great elves from Kanto, these 3 elves all had dark stripes on their bodies. Is this the purpose of Team Rocket's experiment? They frowned. Tetsuya looked at the data that was constantly displayed and analyzed it secretly, and said, if there is no problem with the data above, according to the inference, these elves will be about 20% stronger than their peers at the same stage. Is it a perfect version of those dark elves? Is their strength not that high because the disadvantage of mental madness has been eliminated? Do they want to expand the experiment on the 3 great elves to other elves? The appearance of the 3 elves on the screen in front of him really made it hard not to think of the dark elves just now. And Tetsuya thought differently from them. The first time he saw these 3 elves, he knew what this research institute was used for. Mutuo, is there a sign of this now? He thought to himself. If this is the case, it is consistent with the appearance of those strange experimental Pokémon outside. Mutuo originated from the genetic research of the eyelash fossil of Mew. As the legendary Pokémon with the genes of all Pokémon, Mew, the ancestor of Pokémon, has genes that not all Pokémon can bear. Judging from the Rocket team, they should have integrated Mew's genes into those Pokémon. It would be strange if they didn't collapse. After understanding the power of the mythical beasts in this world, ZHE has always found it difficult to understand how Muto was created by the Rocket team. This is no longer the scope of black technology. For so long, there has only been one successful example of creating a god. Sure enough, Boss Sakaki is the protagonist of the world. Okay, then thank you for your help. We will be responsible for sorting out this area next. Miss Junsha saluted the handsome guy. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The handsome guy simply returned the salute and turned to leave. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since the data of this research institute was uploaded to the Alliance has attached great importance to it. It has to be taken seriously. Such things must be made public to the public. Those weird Pokémon experiments will surely cause protests from all Pokémon lovers. All the work is being carried out in an orderly manner. The last time I visited Dr. Yamanashi, he mentioned you to me, saying that you are a very good trainer. The handsome guy and Tetsuya walked side by side and chatted. Tetsuya just learned that the handsome guy who was born in the city of Joy in the Sinnoh region and Dr. Yamanashi's assistant Hamana were good friends who grew up together. By the way, Hamana told me last time that you helped her a lot. While chatting, the handsome guy took out a pair of roller skates. This is my treasure prop, the flying roller skates, which can help you travel more easily. After all, not all places are suitable for Pokémon to reach. Produced by the International Police, it is definitely a fine product, and will not have many problems like those on the market. It is my personal thank you to you. He handed the roller skates to Tetsuya. Ah, don't worry about it. I didn't help much. Tetsuya declined. Ahem, that. The handsome guy stuffed the roller skates into Tetsuya's arms, rubbed his hands, and smiled at Tetsuya shyly. Oh, I see. Tetsuya looked at him like this and nodded thoughtfully. The two smiled at each other in tacit understanding. As for me, I often run around in different areas because of the mission. And basically I disappear for several months or even a year, so in some aspects, the information is not very well informed. I heard from Dr. Yamanashi that you will often go to the research institute in the future, so I'm sorry to bother you. Sitting in the Pokémon Center in Tokiwa City, Tetsuya was very happy when he recalled the communication between the handsome guy and him just now. He didn't expect that he would be a matchmaker one day, he thought. Hello, please come to the number 3 reception room of the Tokiwa Pokémon Center. The Alliance prosecutor has some questions to ask you. An official note message was sent to his watch. Tetsuya sighed, stood up and walked to the reception room of the Pokémon Center. Knock, knock. Come in. Tetsuya pushed open the door of the reception room, nodded and greeted the two people dressed as prosecutors inside, and sat opposite. Hello, Trainer Tetsuya. I'm the prosecutor of the league, Miiruma. This is my assistant, Takanori Shirei. The female prosecutor, who looked like a boss, took the lead in introducing herself. Miiruma, age 24, Quasi-King, Ace Spirit Emperor Nabo, King level. Personality, hate evil as much as she hates, and believes that the only way to solve poachers is to force them. The contemporary young leader of a famous prosecutor family in the Sinnoh League. Tetsuya's mind immediately recalled all the information about the outstanding young trainers in the league that he had learned about. I have heard of you for a long time. He responded simply. The personnel composition within the prosecutor is very chaotic, and there are people from all regions, so it is not surprising why the people from Sinnoh are responsible for this matter. You are welcome, then let's get started directly. Miiruma was very resolute and pointed the computer screen at Tetsuya. This is the entire process of this mission recorded by the International Police's battle recorder. The main reason I asked you to come this time is to find out whether the content about Katsuto Uda is true. Katsuto Uda is the trainer of Dark Bulbasaur. Chapter 207. The wanted amount is higher again. Tetsuya nodded. It's true. There was no need for him to lie about such a thing. The prosecutor must have questioned everyone. And it was just a routine questioning. The video footage of the recorder basically wouldn't lie. Okay, thank you for your confirmation. Irumami turned back to the computer expressionlessly. In addition, there are a few more questions. The first one is. The two of them quickly asked and answered. Shirei Takanori was recording on the side. Thank you again. We have no questions. I wish you a good ranking in this conference. Irumami smiled at Tetsuya to thank him for his cooperation and then signaled his assistant to see him out. Shirei Takanori took Tetsuya out the door. Well, if you don't mind, can you sign an autograph for me? He called Tetsuya. Huh. Tetsuya was stunned. I personally like ancient elves very much. The Alliance is going crazy about the ancient elf sanctuary you found in Dasha Valley. Moreover, you skipped level 6 and passed the breeder assessment directly in the year of your debut. Doesn't this give me a chance to collect the autograph? When you become a breeder master or one of the 4 heavenly kings or a champion in the future, won't the value of this autograph skyrocket? Shirei Takanori said with a smile. His body language was extremely rich and exaggerated. He handed Tetsuya a red and white ordinary Pokeball and a pen, indicating that he should write on it. Tetsuya took it with a strange look on his face and began to sign. This feeling is hard to describe in words. After signing, Tetsuya returned the item to Shirei Takanori and hesitated. If you don't mind, I would also like to ask, what will the Alliance do about him? No one said who it was, but everyone knew it. Shirei Takanori collected the Pokeball as if it were a treasure and replied, this kind of thing is not without precedent. Although everyone can understand the choice he made under the circumstances, the Alliance cannot approve of this behavior. If it is approved, many things cannot be solved. We cannot sacrifice the life of one Pokémon for the life of another Pokémon. It is unfair to them. It is likely to be the same as before. You know, the old rules. That's okay. Tetsuya nodded silently. Yes, it's okay. Anyone else can't help it. Didn't you stop it at that time? Shirei Takanori shrugged. The Alliance can't not punish, but the punishment will not be as severe as announced. Shirei. The voice of Irumami came from the reception room. Hey, here comes the boss. Shirei Takanori winked at Tetsuya, turned around and walked back to the reception room. How is it? Irumami asked indifferently, staring at the computer in front of her. It's okay, he can be considered mature. After all, he grew up alone, since he was a child. It's impossible for him not to be mature. But he has the youthfulness that he should have, just like the evaluation. Shirei Takanori sat back in the seat next to Irumami. Speaking of which, boss, these are the evaluations made by Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi. Why are you still staring at them? He didn't understand his boss's behavior. I feel that his file is very wrong. Irumami responded. On the computer in front of her was Tetsuya's life. Hey, isn't it just a little bit luckier? This kind of thing happens every year, but he just happened to be particularly outstanding. Boss, don't be too nervous. If this is really a bastard like Hunter J, the doctors would not treat him like this. Shirei Takanori said helplessly. His boss is good in every way. He is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and a good personality. But he can't control his emotions when it comes to things related to Pokémon hunters. Hunter J. When Irumami heard the name that Shirei Takanori said, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Has the next one arrived? She quickly skipped over Tetsuya's matter. It was just that she asked her assistant to learn a little bit out of her intuition, which was not even a test. Just as Shirei Takanori said, the other party should be fine. Small problems are not a problem after becoming a direct descendant of the Alliance. She is not that pedantic. Well, the next one has been notified, and it will probably be here soon. By the way, do you really want an autograph? Yes, that's what I thought. Any money you can earn is a little. You have to save money for your wife. The salary paid by the Alliance is not small, and you obviously took extra money last time, right? Hey, boss, don't talk nonsense. I'm an upright prosecutor and a public servant of the citizens of the Alliance. The two chatted. Soon, with the arrival of the next trainer to participate in the mission, they got back to work. Hello, your 4 Pokémon have been restored. With Miss Joy's friendly greeting, Tetsuya thanked her, took back his Pokémon, and walked out of the Pokémon Center. He hadn't submitted the bounty mission for the Night Owl Feather in the morning. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. Cha-cha-cha. Zaya carried to GP and walked towards the Bounty Hunter Center. Along the way, GP criticized him for not letting him go on the field to fight monsters. It raised its little hand and flexed its non-existent muscles, indicating that it was very powerful. He comforted the naughty little guy with a smile on his face. The child's temper came and went quickly, and after a few words, it became happy again. Tajipi ate the puff in his hand with satisfaction. There was no ice cream, but it was good with cream. Zaire smiled and patted the little guy's head. After completing the task, he went to the restaurant he often visited since he was a child to have his dinner. After chatting with the familiar boss for a while, he returned to his room in the Pokémon Center. At this time, part of the Alliance's feedback on this task had been announced in the form of a notice. The most direct one was that the first few digits of the wanted amount of Bixius, the highest cadre of the rocket team, were raised by several figures. In conjunction, the wanted amounts of several other cadres also rose a lot. I say, did Boss Sakaki agree to your doing this? A blonde woman, playing with a black tulip in her hand, said speechlessly to the man sitting in the main seat. Don't say that. Isn't this also for the rocket team's plan? A man wearing a yellow mask and a mustache responded. Then Lord Bixius, what did you gain this time? Another man wearing a black beret, with only his blue-green hair on his temples, asked respectfully. At least my Dark Ball has a further improvement plan, right? Moreover, it also left the wrong misleading information to the people of the Alliance. The masked Bixius tone was unusually happy. That is, Lord Sakaki didn't hold you accountable, otherwise, The first man sitting on Bixius' right hand, hiding in the dark, snorted coldly. Lord Apollo, don't be angry, Lord Bixius is not unreasonable. The blue-green haired man still spoke in the same tone, easing the atmosphere between the two. Hey Lance, when can you change your habit of using honorifics? You are a torturer, and I'm really annoyed by your words. The woman playing with the black tulip said sarcastically. 009 Sama's temper is still so exciting. How great. Lance's expression did not change at all. Suddenly, the huge screen in front of them lit up. Sama Mantori. The 6 cadres present, including the 2 who had been silent just now, all stood up and greeted the person on the screen. I will announce the arrangements that Lord Sakaki has made for you in the next phase. 009. You will go to the National Pokémon Research Institute as a researcher. Your name is Domino. Your identity information has been sent to you. Don't reveal any flaws. Lambda, you will go to the Johto region. A partner there has had some problems recently. Boss Sakaki said you know the solution. Athena, continue to keep in touch with Hunter J's team and urge them when necessary. Boss Sakaki is very dissatisfied with their progress. Lance, VIP needs your help. Find time to go. After you finish your work and come back, you and Apollo will be the same as before. The affairs of the base will be in the hands of the 2 of you. As for Lord Bixius, Boss Sakaki hopes that your plan will succeed. As soon as the voice fell, the screen went dark again, not giving them a chance to speak. The rocket team leaders left one by one. The plan succeeded? Of course it will succeed. Bixius' evil voice echoed in the conference room, and his eyes were fixed on a photo. The people in the photo were the trainers who were fighting the Dark Elves. A finger pointed at it. I smell a familiar smell. The next morning, Tetsuya stretched and got up from the bed and pushed the tail of the green vine snake aside and started a new day. The air in Viridian City still smells comfortable, he thought as he jogged on the road. Hey, Tetsuya, are you back from your trip? You've been away for half a year and there's no news. Have you grown stronger? Hello, brother Tetsuya, do you have any more handsome elves? Along the way, familiar people greeted him, young and old, all kinds of people. Ordinary orphans are naturally not so popular. After all, there are so many orphans in the Alliance, and people can't pity them all. However, Tetsuya is so outstanding that it is inevitable that he will attract a lot of attention. He is often called other people's children by parents in Viridian City. Well, this may not be accurate. It should be called, look at your excellent brother Tetsuya. Come on, everyone, come out. Today's training is about to begin again. He ran to the training ground he was most familiar with and threw out 5 luxurious balls with full energy. Beepo Dangoro. Tap Chaco. The 5 elves also responded to him with full energy and vigor, not far from being useless. Thanks to the book friend 201705280211244467 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 208, Tetsuya's Elves and the Birth of the Mealy Sheep. Okay, thank you very much. Zaya received the harvest of this morning from the staff of the number 2 counter of the Bounty Hunter Center. As usual, he gave a good review and returned to the room of the Pokémon Center to rest. He threw himself on the soft bed and stretched frantically. The boring life for 2 weeks really made him tired. I'm old. When I was training in Cape White, I could last more than a month, he sighed. Of course, a large part of the reason is also due to the increase in the number of Pokémon. When I was in Cape White, to be honest, the only one who really needed him to train with Blaziken was Blaziken, who was still a power chicken at the time. He didn't need to worry too much about the other two. At the beginning, Pidgeot only needed to develop step by step, and Ishiganko only needed to take an ore normally and practice occasionally. But now, none of them can relax. After nearly 3 weeks, Pidgeot successfully entered the Qua-seeking level, but this is far from enough. It needs to be further strengthened above the Qua-seeking level. The skill proficiency and flying skills that were considered excellent and outstanding at the elite level before will not be so outstanding when facing the elves who are also Qua-seekings. In particular, there will be many elves who have stayed at the Qua-seeking level for a long time at the conference. These elves may not have high talents, and it is very difficult to break through the king level, but they are very strong in combat at the same level. Time and persistent training will give them the best rewards. Pangyangui needs to train its energy condensation ability and resistance, and at the same time, pay attention to the mastery of sand power, which is also its development focus. Of course, the most important thing is to improve its energy level. This is the biggest difference between it and Pidgeot. Pidgeot needs to pull and contain in battle, and defeat the opponent in a gorilla-like way. Physical fitness and energy can only be said to be icing on the cake, but a little weaker will not have much impact. Its positioning has never been the kind of violent warrior style. Pangyangui, to use an exaggerated description, is more like a force that breaks all methods. The simplest way to say it is that you only need to do 2 things: resist the opponent's attack, and then attack the opponent to make it fall. This has a double high requirement for energy and body. As for the cultivation of Flame Chicken, it is more like a combination of the two, focusing on both skills and its own abilities. This is determined by Flame Chicken's superb qualifications, and of course, it is also related to its own decision. ZHE has also asked its thoughts. In fact, it is also a good choice to choose one of the two as the main one and the other as the auxiliary. The combat effectiveness in a short period of time will even be stronger. It's just that Flame Chicken directly chose to go hand in hand with both. He naturally has no objection. After all, if he wants to reach the level of champion and fully redeem his potential, this is inevitable. At least under the training plan, formulated by him and Zero, there will be no embarrassing situation of being good at everything, and not good at everything. Of course, what Flame Chicken has paid for this is more difficult training. Its daily training volume is basically about 1.5 times that of Eagle, which is not a small number. Green Ivy Snake is not much better. It now has only 2 tasks. One is to continuously deepen its understanding of grass energy and master grass skills and its own abilities more proficiently. The other is to quickly accumulate energy, to improve its own evolution. Of course, its performance is exceptionally good. The degree of effort completely matches her semi-champion qualification. As a delicate little princess, she has never complained about being tired for the first time in such a hard training in the past 2 weeks. Hey, be gentle, that's it. He lay on the bed, commanding the green vine snake behind him to massage him with the vine whip. Snap. The green vine snake hit him with the vine whip in a bad mood, of course, very lightly. Ah hey, it hurts. ZHE also pretended to scream. The green vine snake rolled its eyes on his back. It had seen through its trainer a long time ago. Tap. Hey, using the vine whip to massage is also training your mastery of the vine whip. You see, in the past 2 weeks, you have gone from not being able to control the strength at the beginning, to being able to control the strength it will now. Isn't that a big improvement? ZHE also lay comfortably and enjoyed the service of his little cutie. As for the other little guy, he sighed in his heart. TGP still doesn't look like he will evolve at all. Although he knows it can't be so fast, he is still a little anxious. According to the time when the conference started, if the GP hasn't evolved in another month, it will definitely not be able to appear in the main competition of the Quartz conference as a qualified combat force. At most, it will play in the preliminaries. If this is really the case, it has to be said to be a pity. After all, the fighting style of Togekigu and Togekiss is completely different from that of TGP, and it is not something that can be adapted to in a short time. It is even okay to say that TGP was a mascot. Fortunately, Togepi's energy level has not slowed down. As a foodie, it eats well according to the recipe every day, so its development is naturally not slow. All of the above progress is based on his rapidly declining deposit amount. The alliance coins obtained by doing bounty tasks and obtaining Pokémon materials every day are not enough to support the needs of these 5 crazy partners. Fortunately, although his contribution rate in the alliance mission 2 weeks ago was not high, it was not low. The alliance never treats its own trainers unfairly in this regard. Overall, his deposit can still support the end of the conference. After all, he still has a leaf stone of average quality and 4 soothing bells that are not in use. Especially the latter. According to the recent conversation between Dr. Yamanashi and him, the concept of intimacy evolution will soon be officially launched. Then the role of Soothing Bell in improving the intimacy between people and elves will soon be discovered, and by then, its price will definitely not be too low. Who makes those elves that need intimacy evolution are all cute. Even if it is a permanent and repeatable type, not a disposable consumable like the evolution stone, the price will not be much lower. But then again, this is all based on the fact that he still has 5 elves. ZHE also raised his neck with difficulty and looked at the incubator placed on the bedside not far away and the pink egg inside. When this little guy is born, there will be a lot of money to spend. Putting aside other things for the time being, this basic carrying prop is necessary, and the magnet that can increase the power of electric skills is indispensable. After all, the final evolution of the melee sheep, the electric dragon, is a master in energy attacks. If you don't strengthen its ability in this area, it will be a shame to its racial talent. Then there are high quality evolution stones. He didn't have the ability before. On the other hand, the first 3 partners couldn't use evolution stones to improve their qualifications due to their own reasons. But it's different now. Since Green Ivy Snake and TGP have it, the future electric dragon must also have it. This means that at least 9-digit alliance coin expenditures are waiting for him in this regard. Rounded up, it is all his current wealth. Pain he wailed in his heart and buried his head. As for the expenditure on recipes and cultivation, at least in the early stage, compared with this requirement, it is nothing. And he has an idea, which is to use the electric amplifier developed by Hamana to help the sheep make faster progress in the early stage. This cost is not small. You can't let Professor Yamanashi and Hamana-san pay for it. You still have to make basic efforts. Let's do the math. The incubation period of Milt is also 20 days. Now 19 days have passed. According to the normal progress, it should hatch tomorrow. It seems that tomorrow's plan to go out and make money has to be cancelled, otherwise it's not safe in the wild. Zaya calculated, not realizing that the Pokémon egg in his blind spot was emitting white light. Tap, tap. The green ivy snake saw it. He called several times in a row, and seeing that his stupid trainer still didn't respond, he immediately gave him a vine whip. It hurts, it hurts. Zaya shouted, and this time the green ivy snake used some strength. Then he looked up and was about to ask what the green ivy snake was doing when he saw that the white light on the pink Pokémon egg gradually dissipated. A sheep Pokémon with dark blue skin, most of its body covered by fluffy lavender hair, was looking at him in confusion. Its ears and tail were black and yellow, and there was an orange ball at the end of its tail. The tuft of hair on its head was bent and trembling with its body shaking, which was very cute. Welcome to this world, Mealy. Zaya got up from the bed, walked to the little Mealy, and stretched out his hand to it. Mealy cried weakly, but just like a normal newborn Pokémon would regard the creature it saw at first sight as its own relative, it was full of affection for the unknown creature in front of it. Without much hesitation, it kicked its not so strong limbs and threw its whole body into Zaya's arms. Tap. The green ivy snake stretched out its vine whip in a friendly manner and greeted its future new partner. It seems that there will be another unlucky person who will suffer together. Zaya explained it to Mealy in a soft voice, and easily put it into the luxury ball that had been prepared long ago. After all, he is also an old trainer, and things like delivering new Pokémon are just a matter of sprinkling water. Then, he walked out of the room with the green ivy snake on his shoulder. Hello, Miss Joy, this is the elf I just hatched. It hatched one day earlier than the normal period. I hope you can check it carefully. ZHE also handed the egg of the Mealy sheep to Miss Joy. Okay, please wait a moment. Miss Joy heard him say that and immediately took it. The young elves must be taken seriously. She ran into the inspection room with the jelly egg. Thanks to Zhen Shangli for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 209, Mealy Hyang panel and Nance's sudden visit. Hello, your Mealy sheep has been checked. The hatching time is normal and has no effect on the Pokémon. It is healthy and a very nice and cute child. Miss Joy smiled and took the luxury bowl from Jigglypuff and handed it to Zaya. Okay, thank you very much. Zaya breathed a sigh of relief. Although the analysis given by Zero also showed that Mealy sheep was very healthy and there was no problem, we still had to make sure that everything was foolproof. Back in the room, the training this afternoon would definitely not be able to continue, so we took a half-day break. It was considered a birthday celebration for the newly born Mealy sheep. When this news was passed on to several Pokémon at home, Zaya could clearly feel the meaning of finally liberated from their faces. It seems that the nerves have been too tense in the past 2 weeks. It's better to relax appropriately. Zaya began to reflect on whether he had trained too hard. But, what is there for you to sigh for, little guy? You don't train as hard as them every day. He touched Tajipa's head in annoyance. Tajipa grinned and smiled shyly, saying that eating was also very hard. Then he broke free from Tetsua's arms and started playing with the green vine snake. The green vine snake lay on the side and shook the vine whip weakly, begging the bull, please don't let the snake run anymore. It finally understood why Pidgeot would lie on the ground to rest whenever it had time. If I continue to practice like this for a year or two, I will definitely become the same. Chaco Chaco, tap Chaco tap. Cha the green vine snake sighed and finally couldn't stand Tajipa's pleading and started to play with it. Tetsuya smiled and prepared food for the newborn Mealy sheep. Mealy sheep sniffed it and started to eat happily. It was sent for examination right after it was born, so it was really a little hungry. 0. Unfold the panel. With Tetsuya's gaze and silent recitation, the familiar blue panel unfolded. Mealy other colors. Category, Woolen Pokémon attribute, electric height. 0.3 meters, average 0.6 meters, weight. 4 kilograms, average 7.8 kilograms. Characteristics, static electricity. It carries static electricity on its body, which sometimes paralyzes the opponent it touches. Hidden characteristics, positive electricity. When participating in battle with other Pokémon with positive or negative electric characteristics, the power of energy attacks will increase. Skills, impact, call, charge, inherited, electric field, inherited, smell detection, inherited, slam, inherited, level 1, larvae, unable to fight, potential, king cultivation plan. The larval stage is mainly focused on development. The materials are as follows: nutritional potions, milk tanks, vitamin tablets. The physical fitness is average, without outstanding characteristics, but the individual electrical talent is extremely high, so it is recommended to focus on training. The power amplifier accumulates huge electrical power and can be used during the Mealy and Fluffy period to increase the storage of electrical energy in the body. Common energy cube recipe, electric fruit and candlewood fruit. The ratio is 15:2. The estimated speed data, shaping rhythm and flashing interval are as follows. HMMZHE also stared at the panel in front of him thoughtfully. The characteristics and qualifications are another matter. This is a very normal distribution. It is not surprising that the king qualifications have hidden characteristics. And the hidden characteristic of positive electricity, how to say it, is not very useful for the future electric dragon, at least in normal battles. He is unlikely to cultivate a second Pokémon with positive or negative electricity characteristics, so it is not very useful in outdoor battles. Of course, it is not bad to have this hidden characteristic, at least it confirms the result of Zero's assessment, that the electric talent of the sheep is very high. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has seen Zero make such an evaluation. It seems that the physical fitness of his sheep is really average among its kind. Fortunately, ZHE did not think of letting it fight in the arena at the beginning. Even if the electric dragon can master the fighting type big moves such as Thunder Fist, Flame Fist, Tile Splitting and even True Energy Bomb, it is not famous for close combat. Fortunately, the essence of the key bomb is still an energy attack. Although the electric dragon does not have the bonus of fighting attributes, it can still exert a lot of power from this big move. However, these 4 inherited skills surprised ZHE a little. The parents of his own melee sheep should be the electric dragon and the thunder beast, which is a very good match. No wonder, after all, it is a Pokémon specially cultivated by the electric dragon lighthouse, and it is still shining. Even compared with the excellent 3 starters produced by the Alliance breeding base, it is definitely not inferior, or even better. Needless to say, charging and electrical field are the necessary buff skills for the future electric dragon. As for the ram, it is not very meaningful. The only function is to have a powerful attack skill in the early stage. When it comes to the electric dragon period, if it really reaches the point where the electric dragon needs to use the ram skill, ZHE can hardly imagine that kind of situation anyway. You let a mage play melee, he is not the incarnation of light, right? The smell detection skill really makes ZHE feel very satisfied. To put it simply, it increases the hit rate of the lightning dragon skills, and allows general and fighting skills to cause damage to ghost attribute Pokémon. This is still quite important, especially the former. Otherwise, when the lightning dragon faces some Pokémons known for their agility and evasion, its hit rate will be a big flaw. The enemy is never a living target. Simply attacking when the opponent's skills are used, or the stiffness time generated when they are used, is not only passive, but also has a low tolerance rate. ZHE also nodded with satisfaction. No matter from which angle, the smelly sheep is a great partner. So far, all 6 main Pokémons of his first conference have arrived. Although 2 of them have no combat power. Me after eating the first meal of his Pokémon, Melly Sheep consciously used his head to touch the switch of the luxury ball on the side, and went back to rest. ZHE also raised his hand for a while. He was a little embarrassed. He was still thinking that Melly Sheep would not be familiar with the space inside the luxury ball. As expected, this is another Pokémon that is less troublesome than its predecessors. Zay sighed. He sat on the sofa in the room, not knowing what to do for a moment. His daily routine in the past 2 weeks has been very regular, and every day is a set of procedures. Get up early to prepare breakfast, exercise early, train/do tasks, prepare lunch, train/do tasks, prepare dinner, train, watch videos to learn, and sleep. To be honest, it's a bit like a robot. After taking out the computer and watching the video for a while, they felt something was wrong. But he had promised to give the Pokémons a holiday to rest, and he couldn't go back on his word. His face was unusually entangled. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted Zay's thoughts. Who is it? He wondered strangely, and stood up, and opened the door. Zay was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. Are you surprised to see me? She asked. A little bit. Zay said honestly. What are you doing here? Nancy, I can't stand it anymore. It took me 4 hours to write this chapter, an average of 500 per hour. I'll talk about the second update in the afternoon. Thanks to Gulimeo for the 100 Kidian coins. Thanks to the book friend 2019040301494642 for the 100 Kidian coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Tired. The person outside the door was Nancy. It was already December, almost the coldest time of the year in Kanto, but she was still dressed in that cool outfit. Although Kanto is not that cold, Zaya still changed into long sleeves. Just standing outside and talking? Why don't you let me come in and sit? Nancy put her hands behind her back and smiled at Zaya. Zaya was silent for a moment. "Please come in." He stepped aside to make way for the entrance to the room. Nancy got in very flexibly. Zaya stood at the door for a while, closed the door and followed behind. Inside the room, on the table, steam rose from 2 cups accompanied by the fragrance of tea. The two sat face to face in silence. Zaya didn't know what to say. He was also confused by Nancy's sudden visit. Nancy looked at his elves with interest. Flame Chicken closed his eyes and pretended to feel the wave guide and was extremely calm. JPG Green Ivy Snake and TGP were playing beside him without caring. "How did you find this place?" Zay took a sip of tea and asked a nonsense question subconsciously. Whether it was Nancy's own strength or her identity, it was a piece of cake to find out where he was. Nancy was also amused by his question. She picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea elegantly. "Well, I was bored and knocked on the door casually," she said. So Zay looked at Nancy speechlessly. She was really unwilling to find a normal excuse. "Just say it if you have something to say." He gave up the idea of guessing what Nancy was thinking. It is always difficult to guess what a girl is thinking, especially a powerful superpower girl. Well, Nancy held the warm teacup in both hands and retracted her eyes. "The main thing is that I want you to help with something." As Nancy's words unfolded, Zay, who was sitting opposite her, looked more and more strange. "Okay, that's it. Contact me if you agree." After speaking, Nancy disappeared in the room without waiting for Zay's reply. "So, you, Uncle Wu Neng agreed so easily?" ZHE said on the phone. "Yeah, she came to our door. We still have to give face to the Golden Gym," Zio Gang replied while sitting on the sofa. "By the way, are you familiar with Nancy? She asked you right away." ZHE felt that Zio Gang's tone was full of gossip and rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I'm too lazy to talk to you." ZHE hung up the phone in a bad mood. Zio Gang listened to the busy tone of the phone, and his hand unconsciously stroked his chin, and his eyes narrowed into a line. It seems that there is indeed a story. When, during the period of training with Nobuhiko, it's been less than a month, and they are so familiar with each other. Zio Gang recalled what Nancy said when she suddenly appeared at their house a few days ago. ZHE, "Lend it to me for a few days and ask him to help you if you have something." TSK, he shook his head. This name can't be called casually. And he has never heard of Nancy needing help from others. Even if he wants to borrow someone, he won't use such a gentle method. At that time, even his father was a little bit unresponsive. Speaking of which, the age gap is indeed not big. Zio Gang's eyes are full of brilliance. If they really get together, that's not bad. Rounding it off, Nancy is his sister-in-law. It's very face-saving to say it out. Zio Gang has completely forgotten that he has signed a series of unequal treaties because he has always been unable to beat Zay in both elf battles and real-life combat. On the other side, Zay, who is in the elf center room, helplessly hangs up the phone again. He feels that Nancy seems to have told everyone related to him, and he, as the person involved, is the last to know. And without exception, everyone who knows is very curious about when he and Nancy got in touch. The main reason is that Nancy asked him for help this time, and the reward given is too disproportionate and too coincidental. Otherwise, he would not seek other people's opinions. To put it simply, the Golden Gym and several other official gyms explored the ruins together. Of course, the Golden Gym is a leader. According to the exploration, the danger in the ruins is not high, but a few guards are still needed to help. After all, the combat effectiveness of most historical researchers is definitely not that outstanding. Several gyms discussed it and decided that, since the danger level was not high, they might as well let the descendants of several outstanding trainers go there to experience it. Ruins exploration is also an indispensable part of a trainer's career. Nancy said that there was no such thing as a trainer's descendant in the Golden Gym, so she found Zaya. The matter was a small matter, but the reward given by Nancy was really a bit outrageous. A 95 quality thunderstone and a 15% magnet. At that time, ZHE wanted to ask Nancy, have you ever seen a simple escort mission that can give a reward equivalent to a 9-digit alliance coin? And it was only given to an elite trainer. But he also admitted that under this kind of money offensive, his brain did not react at once. She gave too much. Of course, after Nancy left, his brain that burned out the CPU quickly calmed down. First of all, it was definitely not a coincidence, and Nancy even had planned it long ago. The sheep was born less than half a day ago, and Nancy played this trick on him, and all the props she gave him were what the future Dragonite would need. If you want to say it's a coincidence, haha. And hey, Abuser and the others were not kept for fun. This kind of mission should have been done by trainers like him. Secondly, can he accept this reward? To be honest, he was still very conflicted. This was equivalent to giving it away for free. His remaining rationality and dignity told him that this was not a good idea, but he just got a call and thought that the suggestion made by others was not bad. Anyway, just think of it as being invested, kept, by someone. If there are 3 gyms, it is also within the normal range. From an unknown black-skinned man with squinty eyes. The golden gym is still very rich, and there is basically no conflict with others. It is very suitable for you. From a research madman. As for the super gym, it is still necessary. From RC's statement, ZHE always had an illusion that their statements seemed to be very consistent. After pondering for a while, he picked up his watch and edited a message. Okay, but this won't happen again. After hesitating for a while, he deleted the last 5 words and sent only 2 words. Nancy replied quickly, okay, just this once. ZHE looked at the message in silence. This feeling of being understood by others was really strange. He wanted to know more and more about what Nancy predicted about him in the future. HMPH in the Golden Gym, a satisfied and delicate voice echoed in the empty room. If you take my things, sooner or later you will be mine. How on earth do they make 20,000 a day? I'm going to shut myself up. Let me update 4,000 a day for 3 days, and then resume 6k next Monday. Mainly to accompany my girlfriend for 2 days. Chapter 211 Relics of Ancient Times. December 6, 139th year of the Alliance calendar. Location, Diwan Great Rift Valley. This is a large rift valley in the eastern part of the Kanto region, with broken rocks scattered everywhere. From time to time, 1 or 2 small pieces of gravel would roll down from the towering rock walls on both sides. As the cold wind blew through the rift valley, it made a whirring sound, and was dead silent. However, in a hidden stone forest, there was a lot of noise. Finally we can rest. Logistics. Move the tent over there. The rocks there are loose. It's not safe. Hey, come and help. This instrument is not easy to move. Drive White, come and take a look here. Demolition team, prepare to blast at these calculation points. A team of more than 20 people was busy here. Master Tetsuya, can you ask your armored Tyrannosaurus for a favor? A middle-aged man in mountaineering clothes walked up to a handsome young boy and said respectfully, Uncle Mochi, you don't have to be like this. I've said it many times. Just call me Tetsuya. Tetsuya jumped down from a huge rock and said so. That won't work. The proper etiquette cannot be lost at all. Listening to Uncle Mochi's familiar words, who had not changed his name in the past 2 days, Tetsuya could only helplessly accept that he continued to call him like this. To be honest, it was the first time that he really felt the status of an elite trainer in the league. Although it was only the 3rd level of trainer assessment, the elite trainer group could definitely be regarded as the backbone of the league. Especially for elite trainers like Tetsuya who had quasi-king level Pokémon. Their status was naturally not low. It was because the people he usually came into contact with were too different from normal elite trainers, so it was not reflected. Uncle Mochi, take me there. He gave up struggling and motioned for the other party to lead the way. As for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he brought it back from the Nabi gym specifically for this mission. For this reason, he also promised the green ivy snake several unequal treaties to coax the little princess. The main reason is that Pokémon will cost more, and it is not conducive to the improvement of intimacy. After weighing the two, this is the only way. Okay, the main reason is that the situation at the number 3 blasting point is not particularly suitable for manual use of instruments, and it will be very dangerous. As the huge footsteps of the Tyrannosaurus Rex sounded, the sound of the two people's communication also became almost invisible under its cover. The archaeologists and logistics personnel around are already accustomed to this scene. TSK, why bother? Anyway, they are ordinary people with no strength, so pretentious. A trainer leaning against the rock wall wearing a standard exploration suit said disdainfully. "Don't you think so?" he said, and looked at the people around him who came to guard. But obviously, no one paid attention to him. His face flushed a little. "That Tyrannosaurus Rex is still underdeveloped. I really don't know why he was allowed to be the captain." Someone around laughed. "I say, Shinji, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid?" The man's tone was extremely bad. Without waiting for Shinji to reply, he muttered to himself, "Now Vorish," and then said, "First of all, the female Tyrannosaurus is smaller than the male, but its strength is not inferior at all. You don't have any Pokémon that can beat that big guy, okay? Didn't you see the battle between his Tyrannosaurus and wild Pokémon on the way here? Moreover, is he the captain because of the Tyrannosaurus? Judging from his habits and tacit understanding, this Tyrannosaurus is at most his second team Pokémon. Why don't you say that the growth of that Pidgeot and Blaziken is so exaggerated that it's outrageous? It's really interesting. By the way," he added, "if you can't see that it's a female, just ignore what I said." The people around him laughed when they heard his sarcasm about Shinji. It can be seen that they don't have a good attitude towards this person. Shinji only felt that all the trainers looked at him as if there were 4 words, unlearned and unskilled. He has seen too many such eyes. His face turned from red to purple, but he didn't refute it, turned around and walked into his tent. "TSK, this new gym is boring. I think we shouldn't bring him this time." One person curled his lips and said, "The Alliance will cause trouble for you. Just bring him. No matter how stupid he is still a fighting force." The person next to him said, "Hey, I'm curious too. Why did they send him to the super gym this time? Isn't he from Nabi? I heard from my brother and others that the one who stood out in the golden gym was a guy named Hayata." The trainer who had been against the new temple at the beginning asked curiously. "Hey, I know. One person's face was full of excitement. He was very proud of himself after seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention. He coughed, motioned them to gather around, and then lowered his voice mysteriously. "It is said that this genius from the Nabi gym was borrowed by the person who came to the door in person." Everyone around took a breath. Did the Super Queen really go there herself? Everyone's eyes were flashing with gossip. Yes. I've heard my dad talk about it before. I heard that everyone in the Alliance who knew about this was dumbfounded. That person is not someone who is easy to get along with. You tell me. One person said, and raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Oh, everyone sighed meaningfully. Not far away, Zay, who had taken back the Tyrannosaurus Rex, walked slowly towards here, his ears twitching slightly. He felt helpless in his heart. How did this matter get out? In just a few days, it seemed that everyone knew about the groundless story between Nancy and him. Otherwise, I should find time to ask Nancy what the situation is, Zay thought. This half-hearted feeling is really too uncomfortable. At least let him know the reason. He accepted the investment calmly at the beginning, but gradually felt a little strange. Okay, everyone, go and help. Don't just stand there and watch. Sante, take 2 people to check and replenish the backup resources. Kingsley, take a few people with rock-type Pokémon to help the blasting team confirm the specific location and protect them at the same time. Don't let anything go wrong. The rest of the people, check the status of your Pokémon. We will officially enter the ruins tomorrow. Don't let them down. And the staff on duty today, pay attention. Although the surroundings have been cleaned up, you still can't relax. Thank you for your hard work." Zaya came to the guards and gave orders. "Okay, I'll go right away." Sante, the one who was arguing with people, replied quickly. Another person who was called Kingsley also nodded silently and took a few people to their work positions not far away. The trainers also scattered in 2s and 3s. Zaya frowned. Where is Shinji? He is also on duty today. There were not many people, and one less person would be too obvious. Here. Shinji walked out of the tent expressionlessly, without saying much, and walked outside to carry out his mission. ZHE didn't care about his attitude. He knew that Zinji didn't think much of him. But he was never a nice guy. Otherwise, why was Zinji's duty mission often the heaviest? As for not being able to accept it, and causing trouble for the whole team, it wasn't that ZHE looked down on him. With Zinji's bottom ranked strength, he really couldn't do it. In fact, if he wanted to do this, he had to consider whether he could afford the consequences. Moreover, his mission was not particularly important, but just tedious. If you have a bad temper, don't expect anyone to pamper you. Zay, please come and help. There are not enough people to translate the ancient texts here in the distance. The general manager of this team, Dr. White, was calling him. Okay, I'll be right there. Zay responded and walked over. Oh, I'm so sorry, because considering the time problem, I still need your help. Dr. White bowed to him embarrassedly. Even in the extensive archaeology, the translation of ancient texts is an extremely difficult type to learn, so a big problem for ruins exploration lies here. Many times, time is wasted on this. However, it happens that ZHE has a little talent in this, so he can help a lot. During this process, he ran back and forth between the two teams. This is why some people in the escort team are more convinced of him. No matter where you are, knowledge is worthy of respect. Even though he had some problems with the personnel arrangement of the task at the beginning, there were still people who enthusiastically helped him to correct it. After all, it was ZHE's first time to take on this role, and he was somewhat unfamiliar. In just 2 or 3 days, he felt that he had learned a lot. According to the ancient grammatical habits, this should not be underground, and the more appropriate translation is horizon. This is the third type of ancient text. If it is translated according to the first type of ancient text, the meaning and order of the fourth and fifth words are not quite the same. Well, I think, if the word order here is simply converted, ZHE and the archaeologists began to work enthusiastically. He was mainly responsible for the final proofreading and confirmation, and put forward different opinions. After all, there are many types of ancient texts, and the habits of each place are different, which is still quite troublesome. Boom 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 outside, the sound of explosions continued, and the ground was shaking slightly. Is the amount of explosives requested from the Alliance enough this time? I think a lot is used. They asked Dr. White in his spare time. Well, no problem. I reported 15% more than the estimated amount they reported before. It will only be more, not less. Dr. White nodded with certainty. Drive White, the amount of explosives is insufficient, and the blasting point number 23 has not been completely broken. We need the help of Mr. Zay's armored Tyrannosaurus. As soon as the voice fell, a person ran in and said to them. Dr. White's face turned red all of a sudden. Okay, I'll be there. Zay put down the proofreading work in his hand and followed the staff out. Dr. White kept fanning her face with her hands, as if to cool down. Ugh, that's miserable. She cried in her heart. Hiss as the armored Tyrannosaurus horn turned, the rock wall in front of her was quickly broken. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had finished its work, panted heavily for a few times. Even though it was very skilled at this job, it was still very tiring. That was why all the elves were not used for the excavation. Not all elves had this ability, especially the powerful elves, who needed to save their energy for emergencies most of the time, and it was even more impossible for them to consume it for such things. It could only be said that it was a guarantee for the last unexpected situation, and it would come once in a while. As time passed, the night gradually enveloped the sky. Many bonfires had been lit around the camp, and people were enjoying their nightlife. Well, let us thank everyone for their joint efforts during this period. We can go back tomorrow, after we officially explore the ruins, Dr. White said to everyone, holding a wine glass bigger than his face, and drank it in one gulp. The people in the archaeological team were already accustomed to the timid Dr. White's heroism in this regard, and they all cheered. The trainers of the guard team, although it was the second time they saw it, were still secretly amazed. The personality contrast was too big. ZHE also reveled with everyone without changing his expression. The wine in this world is brewed from tree fruits, so unless it is specially made, the alcohol content is not very high. Coupled with the superb physical fitness, it can be said that everyone in the elf world is an alcoholic. It's just a matter of whether you are willing to drink. Because of the special nature of the tree fruit, there is no damage to the body and side effects. After eating and drinking, in a brightly lit tent, Dr. White, Tetsuya and other responsible persons sat together to discuss various matters about the ruins. This is the ruins of the Poclantis Empire. It is the ruins that appear most frequently in Kanto. From the current information, it should be a place for sacrifice. There are 3 rooms inside, 2 small and 1 large. The largest room is in the middle, with 2 bronze bells of Quasi-King level strength. There are about a dozen ghost type elves in each of the 2 small rooms. We are now cleaning up all the contents of the outer part. It can be imagined that this was originally a large indoor building. From the inference of the model and time, I personally prefer. Dr. White sat in the main seat and talked non-stop. She is only 26 years old, and she has been engaged in archaeological work for 12 years. She is a genius, especially in archaeology. Since graduating early at the age of 14, she has been working in archaeology with her father, a historian. The next Dr. Mustard Orchid. This is the evaluation given to her by the Alliance, which is quite high praise. Zay's mind is in a state of confusion at this moment. The Poclantis Empire worships Pokémon as supernatural forces. Bronze bells are the most common type of worship in its ruins. Just like in the previous life, bells and tripods in this world are often considered as symbols of nobility and power. Not to mention that the bronze bell has the trick of creating rain clouds to bring rain and is called the god of harvest, which is even more revered. As for the reason for its demise, it is similar to most other ancient countries. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Poclantis Empire angered the Phoenix King and suffered the fate of destruction. One day, it suddenly disappeared from history. This is not a problem. The Phoenix King is famous for his temper, just like his non-Flash counterparts. The key is the name of this empire. If you put it another way, it is the name that Zay is very familiar with, Atlantis. It is the country/city in the Legend of the Last Life. As for the gods, can they deal with the ghost type elves and psychic type elves, especially the bronze bell? Dr. White's reconfirmation interrupted Zay's thoughts. He answered quickly as usual, we can still deal with Taquasi Kings plus a dozen elites. Moreover, the steel and psychic bronze bells and ghost type elves cannot cooperate. They just did not fight, because of the internal devices of the Poclantis Empire. In this way, they are not actually facing them at the same time, and the pressure is much less. Even if there is a problem, the ghost type elves and bronze bells are mixed, and there is a high probability that the two will fight each other, so it is not a big problem. Everyone nodded with relief. Zay has been getting along with them for the past few days, and it is still very reassuring. If there is no problem, there should be no problem. We also have relevant contingency plans. Unless there is a ghost type elf of the king level, it can basically be solved. Zay added. But this relic, no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for a ghost type elf of the king level to be born. This is not implanting a flag, but a fact. You know, ghost elves are very picky about their living environment, and simple sacrificial relics are simply not enough to meet their requirements. The relics that the king level ghost elves want to appear are also more like those ancient battlefields, where there are many elves or human bones. Otherwise, let alone whether the energy concentration is enough to support the birth of high quality ghost elves, after such a long time of consumption, no matter how strong the elves are, their strength will only decline and not improve. It is difficult to maintain their own strength. The sealed sleeping state is another matter. Everyone also smiled. As archaeologists for many years, they naturally have a set of estimated standards for the strength of possible ghost elves. However, it is more reassuring to be more prepared. They continued to discuss in the tent for another hour before stopping. Okay, then I wish you all a good dream tonight. Dr. White made his final statement. The group said goodbye and left, returning to their respective resting places to rest. In the early morning of the next day, a huge roar woke everyone up from their sleep. Zay walked out of his tent with a calm expression. He had woken up a long time ago, but he was doing daily exercises in the tent. What's going on? He looked at the huge rock blocking the entrance of the ruins, and asked the person next to him. It probably fell from above again. This damn place, this kind of thing happens every day. The man pointed to the rock wall above which was missing a piece and said indifferently. Dr. White ran over with messy hair. She was woken up. No casualties? She asked nervously. According to convention, there are usually people guarding the entrance of the ruins. No, we had a certain estimate of the loosening of this rock wall yesterday, so we specially moved the tent to another place. Dr. White was visibly relieved. Let the elves of the logistics team come and move this thing away. It is not convenient for the guards to do this. We still have to prepare for the battle today, she ordered. Soon as the command was issued, several wrist strength and strong strength arrived at the scene. Armstrong, with muscles that never feel sore, no matter how much you exercise, is a very common laborer type Pokémon. You can often see them at large construction sites. Their evolved form, Gali, has a strong body that never gets tired, making it an even better construction helper. Fortunately, Dr. White's team is very good, otherwise Gali that can only evolve from Armstrong at level 28 would not be so common. Haikul Wanli, who is less than 1 meter tall, and Haoli, who is about 1.5 meters tall, shouted loud slogans and moved their muscles to move the huge rock away from the scene. Behind its original location, a passage leading to the inside of the rock wall was exposed. The conditions are suitable. You can enter. A group of people and a group of instruments were busy around the door, reporting a good news. There are many dangers inside this kind of closed ruins. No air and no oxygen are trivial matters. What is worrying is that there are poisonous gases inside. The ancients played this trick a lot. The fully armed archaeological team and the guard team had already made all preparations. Led by Zay's Pangyangui, the group walked in carefully. The ruins were dark inside. Soon, several people turned on the powerful searchlights and illuminated the entire ruins. There were murals on the walls of the ruins, which made people a little dazzled. Well, what is recorded here is probably the living habits of the Poclantis Empire. This is fishing, this is hunting, and that should be the sacrificial process. The first step is to bathe and purify the body, the second step is to offer gifts, and the third step is the sacrificial dance. Then, this part shows the result of rain brought by the rain praying skill of the bronze bell, and the grain harvest. Dr. White explained to the people very skillfully. It seems that there is no difference from the previous ruins. It seems that the harvest this time is not great. An archaeologist said helplessly. As archaeologists, they naturally hope to have different records. In addition to their own desire for exploration and knowledge, participating in it is also a qualification, and the Alliance will also give more awards. This is why the archaeological team and the guard team came in together. In addition to preventing the guard team from causing damage during the cleaning process, they hope to discover history as soon as possible. Don't be discouraged. There are still many artifacts of Poclantis here. At least we can analyze the specific time when this ruins was located. Maybe we can also figure out the development history of Poclantis. Its current migration path is still a mystery. Of course, some people have a good attitude. The archaeologists kept communicating. The trainers of the guard team released the Pokémon and guarded them attentively. The appearance of ghost Pokémon was without any signs. They were not like the two bronze bells trapped in the middle and could not move. The entire ruins, except for the location of the bronze bell, is their playground. A rough scream sounded, and the trainers around quickly reacted. Hero, smell detection. Moth slash sprinter slash swampert slash night owl, see-through. Natural bird, miracle eye. The fluctuations of the skills of the only three that can make ghost Pokémon appear echoed in the small ruins. After a few quick commands, the ghost type Pokémons that had disappeared into the air and were invisible revealed their figures. Since we are here to explore the ruins, Pokémons that master these skills are essential. Even if they are not strong enough, they must be brought with them. The most common ghost type family in Kanto appeared in front of the trainers. A Jenga and its 10 or so Ghastly and Haunt looked at each other in bewilderment. How come everyone can see it with their naked eyes suddenly? Before, they could only sense it with their senses. The trainers did not hesitate and quickly issued orders. These ghost type Pokémons have been active for a long time and have good strength, but unfortunately, they have too little combat experience. They fainted with a confused look on their faces without much resistance and were obediently collected in the Pokeballs. As the captain of the guard team, Tetsuya and another trainer guarded the most important Dr. White with a normal face. After the whole process, the only thing to worry about was the battle after entering the big room and activating the bronze bells of the Tukpa Seekings. Before this was the most normal ruins exploration, not too difficult. This seems a little different. Dr. White muttered as he looked at the mural in front of him. This should be a lackism. The features are quite obvious, but isn't this relic used for sacrifices to bronze bells? How did it become a lackism again? Someone nearby came up with a magnifying glass and observed carefully. Let me see the words here. Light and darkness, gate to another world, turned into a sphere. What a strange description. Dr. White frowned, puzzled. The one that turns into a sphere, should it be a Pokeball? Does that mean that the technology for forging Pokeballs with special cones had been invented during the Pokémon Empire? It may not be a Pokeball, it could be some other instrument. There were many instruments for binding Pokémons in ancient times. There is a clear record of the first craftsman making a cone-shaped Pokeball 700 years ago. If it's a lackism or psychic type Pokémon represented by a lackism, then darkness should be ghost type Pokémon. The gate to the other world corresponds to the gate to the legendary spirit world, where some ghost type Pokémons live? No. The light and darkness of Pokémon have always been about life and death, right? Of course, I don't deny your statement about the gate to the spirit world, but I personally don't think it's convincing enough. After the shock just now, the archaeologists crowded in front of the mural discovered by Dr. White and started a heated discussion. Two forces that destroy the world. Black darkness, dyeing the sky black. Golden eyes, disturbing the air. The dispute that split the world into two. People are helpless. The gate to another world opens in the sky. At this time, the power to calm everything appears. It turns into a sphere and returns to the horizon. Without anyone noticing, Dr. White's eyes became dull, and he spoke these words inaudibly. Then, he immediately regained his clarity, as if nothing had happened, and joined the discussion of the archaeologists. ZHE also didn't hear it. He was squeezed out, and his attention was also focused on the words on the mural. Why do I feel so familiar? He frowned. This seems to be a line from the plot of Super Ancient Jenga, Super Ancient Alakazam and Super Ancient Jigglypuff. But ZHE also remembered clearly that the ruins were on the back mountain of Pallet Town, which should be the part of Mount Portoro, which is too far away from here. That is to say, there should be some connection between the two ruins, and he quickly thought of this. Could there be those Pokémons in this place? ZHE was a little panicked. No, it shouldn't be. He quickly overturned his own conclusion. According to the previous exploration, there were no sealed objects in the ruins. Moreover, the three elves were unique. They were not captured or created by humans. It was not easy to have a second one. Okay, let's record it here, and continue to go inside. Dr. White interrupted them when everyone was still arguing. The archaeologists quickly calmed down, and walked deeper under the protection of the guards. There was no obstruction along the way. Occasionally, a few ghost elves appeared, and were quickly captured by the guards into the elf balls. Soon, a bronze gate stood in front of them. Dr. White nodded to Zay to indicate that they should proceed according to the plan. Sante, Kingsley, Zungang, the three of you go in with me and Dr. White. Kingsley, Zungang, both of your Pokémon are good at defense, so the task of resisting injuries in the front row is left to you. My Tyrannosaurus will cooperate with you. Sante, my Blaziken will cooperate with your Houndoom to attack, and you must concentrate your firepower to kill one first. The rest of you, each of you will start to act according to the protection targets assigned before. Everyone, be careful and safe, don't take risks. ZHE also pointed out 3 people to prepare for the battle later. There happened to be the other 3 people besides him who had Quasi-King Pokémon. The attribute configuration of Steel and Super Energy makes Bronze Bell extremely resistant. In addition to being immune to poison, it also has good resistance to 9 attributes. But at the same time, if the characteristics are not taken into account, it is also restrained by the 3 more common attributes of Ground, Fire, and Evil. Among the 3 people pointed out by ZHE, Kingsley and Zungang's trump cards are Swampert and Raiden respectively, which are Quasi-King level and have ground attributes. Sante's trump card is a Houndoom. The combination of fire and evil combined with the strength of a Quasi-King is a relatively safe way to restrain the Bronze Bell. The only pity is that his Pidgeot is not suitable for fighting in such a place. Otherwise, just 4 Quasi-Kings fighting 2 Quasi-Kings would have been an absolute victory. But now it's not bad. The role that his 3 Pokémons can play together is definitely far better than that of Aqua Seeking. The flame chicken alone is not afraid at all. The people dispersed. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, push the door open. ZHE said to the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus standing in front of the door. The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus shouted, and pushed open the bronze door in front of it with a little force. As the door opened, the restraints and restrictions of the Poclantis Empire on the 2 bronze bells inside disappeared without a trace, and they were waking up. There is no need to say much about the general appearance of the bronze bell. There is a beam on its body, a hole under the beam, and beams hanging down from both sides. Its mouth is facing downwards, with patterns carved all over its body, red ring-shaped eyes, a mouth in the middle of the eyes, and a tree on its back. Tyrannosaurus, Swampert, and Raiden stood in the front, ready for battle. Behind them, Houndoom and Blaziken, in the form of large dogs, stood parallel. Tetsuya and his group hid behind a pillar with a wide field of vision. Around them, the Pokémons, led by Gulchuk, carefully protected their trainers. 2 bronze bells flew down from the high platform of the sacrifice, one on the left, and one on the right. Neither of them had the blue-purple light that represented superpowers. Tetsuya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, both of them had the floating characteristic instead of the heat-resistant characteristic. In this case, at most the ground type skills would be invalid. Anyway, the fire type was the main output in this battle, so the impact would not be great. The 4 trainers looked at each other and quickly divided the battlefield in tacit understanding. Metal Tyrannosaurus / Swampert, drive the one on the left into the corner and don't let it come out. Raiden / Hydreigon / Blazer, use transform / jet flame *2! Two large Pokémon rushed to the bronze bell on the left, one after the other. Swampert led the way. As a combination of water and ground attributes, the damage done by steel type to it was only half of the normal amount. It and Metal Tyrannosaurus, who had thick skin and flesh, pushed the bronze bell to the side. Even if bronze bell tried its best to resist with telekinesis and supernatural power, it couldn't resist the control of 2 strong Pokémon at the same time. Even if it wasn't heavier, weighing about 190 kilograms, the 2 Pokémon would have been able to push it more easily. But that was all. Metal Tyrannosaurus and Swampert could only cause limited damage to Bronze Bell, and it would take a long time to wear it down. Psychic powers are still very good at limiting damage. Kingsley was very conscious in commanding, not seeking to win, but only to delay it. On the other side, Raiden was in a mediocre situation, and it was restrained by Steel type twice. Bronze Bell was very smart, and spun his body at high speed and hit Rumble Rock. This was a Steel skill, Gyro Ball. However, the effect of this skill was not as good as expected. Rumble Rock just screamed and held on. Because the attack power of Gyro Ball depends on the speed ratio of the user and the attacked. Although Bronze Bell's speed was slow, Rumble Rock was not much better. They were just 2 brothers in distress. In addition, the physical defensibility improved by becoming round. Rumble Rock felt that it was a piece of cake. While Bronze Bell was using Gyro Ball and was stagnant in place due to the sequelae of high speed rotation, 2 pillars of fire hit it. One was red with black, dark red, the other was bright red. Bronze Bell let out a dull wail, and it felt that its body was being melted. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Rumble Rock had planned this long ago. Although Bronze Bell has steel attributes, there are very few steel related attack skills among its skills. Only Gyro Ball, Heavy Impact, and Cannon Beam. Except for the last one, the damage of the first 2 to Raiden was not high. Especially for Heavy Impact, the heavier the attacker is and the attacked, the better. Bronze Bell weighs about 190 kilograms, and Raiden starts at 300 kilograms. It is unknown who will hit whom. The only thing they are worried about is that Bronze Bell does not know that steel skills restrain Raiden, but instead deals with the backing Houndoom and Blaziken first. Now it seems that everything is as expected. This is a good start. Bronze Bell panted, and the light of superpower lit up on his body. Raiden stood in front of it very bravely. Houndoom / Blazech, Will-O-the-Wisp. At this time, Tetsuya and Santa issued the second order. The function of Will-O-the-Wisp is to put the Pokémon into a burning state, which not only consumes physical strength, but also makes it difficult for it to control itself when using skills. After all, not all Pokémon can stay focused and use skills under sudden pain, especially for psychic Pokémon. This time, two small flames, that were also black to purple, slowly flew to Bronze Bell. Hang, the Bronze Bell made a cry that was even more painful than the previous one, when the flames burned itself. The pain of the will-o'-the-wisp was so painful that its use of telekinesis was immediately interrupted. Not only that, its bronze body began to turn red, and a few barely detectable flames floated over its head. Lang Lang Gan, charge at the cost of your life. Zun Guang's order came late, but it was just right at this time. Lang Lang Gan's two sturdy short legs swung wildly, and he kicked hard on the ground, and his 300-kilogram body flew into the air in an extremely consistent manner with the elf dynamics. Bang! The sound of the hard rock and steel body colliding violently resounded throughout the room, and even spread far beyond the bronze door. The people outside the door listened to the huge sound, and were also curious about the battle situation inside. However, due to the initial task arrangement, no one went in to see the situation. Dang, 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 the power carried by Lang Lang Gan's huge body directly hit the bronze bell against the wall, and then the two elves fell to the ground together. Not sure if it was Tetsuya's illusion, he even felt that the bottom edge of the bronze bell was a little crooked. Flame chicken slash hogger. Now, big word explosion. Before the poor bronze bell could use its floating properties to fly up again to fight again, two big word shaped flames hit it one after another. Even though the physical and energy defenses of the bronze bell were excellent, it immediately lost its combat capability under such continuous attacks. Even in the coma, its body was shaking and emitting red. The three Pokémon waited for their bodies to recover from the reaction force and stiffness after using the skills, and then quickly rushed to the other side of the battlefield. The three of them could beat the bronze bell directly, not to mention 5 Pokémon. Under the continuous attacks, the second bronze bell also quickly lost its combat capability. Tetsuya threw the golden gym specific Pokéball to capture the two bronze bells. Dealing with psychic Pokémon is troublesome, the other three complained. Even though they took advantage of the fact that the opponent had just broken the seal they had prepared in advance, and the Linup attributes were perfect, it was still not easy to fight. Especially the three elves in the front row, who were controlled by telekinesis from time to time as shields, and were seriously injured. Drive White, please take a look at the text on the platform here. I don't know it very well. Sante had already rushed to the high place, where the bronze bell had just come down. ZHE was also very confused. In just 1 or 2 minutes, did he teleport? Thank you Mew for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Bookfriend 202108162047165778 for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Warshadow for the 500 starting coins. Thank you Changzia for the 100 starting coins. Thank you for the 100 starting coins. After growing up and getting married. Thank you Bookfriend 202011182339493009 for the 100 starting coins for the character Yumu Tetsuya. Thanks to the Bookfriend 202006201251191444 for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to the book student also Zhangkuang for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Poetry Woody for the 100 starting coins. Thanks to Shendang Yuzayu for the 3000 starting coins. Chapter 212 The Butterfly Effect. I'll be right there. Dr. White said as he climbed up from the bottom with difficulty. Tetsuya watched from the side and felt that she was indeed a professional archaeologist and was quite skilled. Her skills were unexpectedly not slow. After Sante pulled her up, Tetsuya also began to wander around the hall. Well, as expected, the onion duck is always a delicacy. Tetsuya sighed as he looked at the image on the mural in front of him. This image depicts the scene of people eating onion duck with the onions of the onion duck. Although the entire hall is a sacrificial site, the murals around it are all very plain. He quickly walked through the entire indoor area, which was not too large. Drive White, how do you see it up there? Tetsuya asked as he walked under the platform. It should be okay, but it's so weird that I don't quite understand it. Sante stuck his head out to answer Tetsuya's question. At this time, Dr. White was concentrating on translating and didn't care about the conversation between the two. After a long time, she raised her head with shining eyes. Tetsuya had also taken advantage of this time to climb up the platform. Seeing this, he asked with interest, "Drive White, are there any new discoveries in this ruins?" If there was nothing real, the other party would not be so happy. Dr. White nodded excitedly and then began to prepare to tell the general content of the text above. If it were a normal relationship between an archaeological team and a guard, these things would naturally not be disclosed, and the guard had no right to ask. But the relationship between Tetsuya and his team was just the opposite. It was not the archaeological team that hired the guard, but the people behind the guard who hired Dr. White's archaeological team. When the employer asks questions, it is natural to answer. The content written above is mainly about the escape process of the royal family of the protagonist empire. Dr. White's first sentence shocked people. "Wait a minute, Doctor, I remember that it is said that the Phoenix King wiped out the protagonist empire overnight." Sante asked hurriedly. As a mythical beast with a very high appearance rate in various myths and legends, the Phoenix King is very powerful. In ancient times, the Empire did not popularize the Pokeball, and the magic beasts controlled by the internal army could not resist the power of the mythical beasts. With such a huge gap in strength, is it possible that they can't escape? The ruins of the Pokéland Empire that appeared before also showed the prosperity of this country at that time. Even if other countries around it had not had clear records, the reason why the Pokéland Empire disappeared overnight might have become an unsolved mystery. Under the cover of night, the golden light illuminated the world, and everything opened up. The colorful light flashed away, everything was silent, and everything returned to darkness. Dr. White said this record about the demise of the empire and paused. From the description, the most likely mythical beast that fits the description is the Ho-Oh, but there has always been controversy about this. In any other legend, the Ho-Oh brings happiness and life to people, and this is the only record of it destroying civilization. Even if the character of the mythical beast is incomprehensible to us humans, it is not logical. Therefore, many historians believe that there were other reasons for the demise of the Pokéland Empire. The records found in this relic show that there is still a lot of room for exploration as to whether the Pokéland Empire was destroyed by the Ho-Oh. Dr. White's eyes were shining with excitement. Among the fleeing imperial royal family, there are even two factions. One part, led by their king, believes that their country was destroyed by the King of Phoenix, and is determined to use the power hidden near the imperial capital to take revenge on the King of Phoenix. The other part, led by their queen, believes that the King of Phoenix saved them, and believes that the remaining people of the empire should migrate to other areas to start a new life. Wait, I'm a little confused. How come the two groups of people have completely different views after experiencing the same thing? Sante interrupted Dr. White's narration again. He felt that his brain circuit was a little behind the rhythm. There are many possibilities, such as their king is going to use evil power to rule the world and other cliché plots, and then the King of Phoenix appeared to stop them. It just so happens that the queen's side also disagrees, but she can't resist due to her strength, and she gets the help of the King of Phoenix. In this case, the concepts of both sides are naturally different. Don't interrupt. Continue to listen to the doctor. ZHE said quickly, stopping Sante from further asking questions comparable to 100,000 whys. Dr. White also continued to speak readily. We don't know the specific reasons, and there is no record above. We may need to find other relics to fully explain it. The most useful of these records, in addition to explaining the problem of the Phoenix King, is that they also record the approximate locations of two or even more relics. The first is that near the original capital of the Pokéland Empire, there should be relics of a group of people represented by the king, or else there are relics of the so-called hidden power. Secondly, further west, that is, Johto and even the Hone region, there must be relics of one or more people living on the queen's side. This has actually narrowed down a large part of the scope. I believe that there must be various clues on the outer murals. The capital of Pokéland, I remember it was near the present Benue coast, right? Listening to Dr. White's words, ZHE also recalled the content related to history and said, yeah, that's right. There are also palace buildings in the style of Pokéland near the Benue coast. Combined with the content of the previous ruins, it is unanimously recognized as the capital of the Pokéland Empire in the past. so it is not only a resort, but also a tourist attraction for visiting ruins. Dr. White nodded repeatedly. If possible, I hope that the subsequent exploration will be left to my team. I don't know. ZHE also smiled politely. I can't decide this. I'm very sorry. Why don't you wait until all the things about this ruin are finished, and then Dr. White will communicate with the owner in person. I believe that with your excellence and erudition, it will definitely be possible. He didn't want to make any promises here, and he didn't have the qualifications. Well, okay. Dr. White said reluctantly, and slowly climbed down the platform. Speaking of which, my luck is really good. The previous team happened to go there for archaeological excavation, because of the Dasha Valley you discovered, so it was my turn to come here. Otherwise, I would lose the opportunity to be the first archaeologist to discover the truth of history. On the way out, Dr. White and ZHE were so emotional. While Tetsuya was talking, he thought to himself that this was probably the butterfly effect caused by his actions. Thanks to the great god for awarding the character Tetsuya Tamaki with 233 starting coins. Thanks to Ryaji Shiki as my wife for awarding the character Sirona with 10,000 starting coins. Thanks to the emoji Happy for awarding 100 starting coins. Chapter 213. Advance remuneration and the strange personality of the sheep. Changed to update at around 11 PM every night. Please be informed, if nothing unexpected happens, the ruins on Mount Portoro, that contain the ancient Jenga, ancient Alakazam, and ancient Jigglypuff will be released ahead of schedule. Because New Coast is near Pallet Town, backed by Mount Marsha and Mount Portoro, all the current information is consistent with what he already knows. It's impossible for there to be two completely similar ruins in the same place. There is probably no such coincidence, Tetsuya thought. However, he didn't expect that the change in this matter was caused by the early birth of Dashagu. What do you think, Tetsuya? While he was thinking about it, Dr. White also ended her long speech and asked for his opinion. Tetsuya smiled politely. I think Dr. White is right. As for what she said, he really didn't hear it. He was just thinking about other things. It was not known whether his performance was too natural or Dr. White was so focused on this discovery that Dr. White did not care about Tetsuya's perfunctory answer. She continued to study on her own. Tetsuya breathed a sigh of relief and continued to recall. The only problem was that he did not remember any objects related to the king and the ancient ruins. Could this mean that the three Pokémon could not actually be controlled by the king of Pokémon? From the performance of the animation, it did seem to be the case. Alakazam and Jenga were busy fighting each other, just like normal hostile psychic and ghost Pokémon. If it were not for Jigglypuff to stop them, it would be hard to imagine that human power could control them. Those instruments can only play a basic role in sealing. His brows were furrowed, and he once again regretted that he had not watched all the Pokémon animations in his previous life, nor had he played all the game versions. Otherwise, he would not always feel that something was missing. As for the whereabouts of the Queen's party, he had some guesses. The Poclantis Empire itself spans the two major regions of today's Kanto City. If they want to go far, they will not stay on this continent. Most likely, they went to the southwest, which is now the Hone region. Because if they go to the northeast, there is another country that has a very tense relationship with the Poclantis Empire at that time, so they probably won't choose it. As for the ruins of Hone, the ancient Rose ruins, if he remembers correctly, the type of text and writing habits on the stone tablet that Dr. Metz showed to Zyozzy in the future, which recorded the way to enter the ancient Rose ruins, are very similar to the style of the Poclantis Empire. ZHE's ability to remember everything is fully utilized here. Even if he just glanced at it in his previous life and recalled it a little, he can immediately grasp the key points. He remembers that there are extremely strange elves such as ancient coelacanths living there 100 million years ago. The tentacle lily became extinct. The cranial dragon, the armored dragon, and the proto-cap turtle appeared. The strange jaw dragon dominated, and the ice dragon was frozen. 100 million years later, these elves were only fossils, and only the ancient coelacanth maintained its appearance to this day. This is the only ancient elf that is not considered a fossil elf. What are you thinking about? Sante came over and carelessly put his arm around Tetsua's shoulders, who was in a daze. Nothing, I'm just curious about what the so-called hidden power of the Poclantis Empire is. Tetsuya reacted very quickly and found a very reasonable reason. Well, it's probably some strange weapon, such as the legendary ultimate weapon. Sante replied, it may also be a powerful elf. Although I don't think that people at that time could have elves more powerful than the Phoenix King, it is indeed possible. Tetsuya nodded slightly, agreeing with his statement. We'll know when the time comes. It's just an archaeological site. It's quick. As long as we find the location, we can start work immediately. Sante was talking to the side. He can be said to be the one who likes to chat with people the most in the entire guard team. Basically, he doesn't stop talking all day. Drive White, there are discoveries here. Drive White, there are discoveries here too. As the exploration and excavation progressed step by step, good news came from all over. Zay followed Dr. White and ran through the ruins. Various abstract sculptures of Pokémon, clay figurines of Pokéland's civilization, and even some golden utensils for sacrifices were unveiled one after another. It seems that these fugitives have lived here for quite a long time, otherwise they wouldn't be so complete. Dr. White sighed as he carefully observed the items that filled an area with a magnifying glass. Zay watched casually from the side. Otherwise, how could the mission of the escort team be said to be simple? Anyway, he felt uneasy about the reward he received all the way here. At that time, he believed in other people's lies and actually accepted the reward given by Nancy, which was more than 30 times his own strength. He once suspected that Nancy had hypnotized them all at that time. As an elite trainer with a quasi-king level Pokémon, Zay's appearance fee is now 2 to 3 million per time. It looks okay, but in fact, if you want to maintain the progress of your 6 main elves, this amount of money is not enough. Let's tell her later. This time, I'll just treat it as a free favor. Forget about the evolution stone and magnet. ZHE thought helplessly. He still couldn't accept it in his heart. It was a bit abrupt for a pie in the sky. But he didn't think that Nancy would be rejected so easily by him. That night, after completing this escort mission, he flew back to the Pokémon Center in Viridian City on Pidgeot. After exchanging the elves and entering the room, ZHE saw a small package with a note on it placed on the table. He slapped his head with a headache. Really, it's more convenient for psychics to deliver express than elves. He complained to himself. If Nancy is sensing with her psychic power, just tell her. It's a pity that he sent her a message in advance, but it seems to be useless. Zay picked up the note. The package contains the total reward for this mission and the next 4 missions. I'll advance it to you first. No need to thank me. Asterisk asterisk. OPS. The next mission is to explore the ruins of the king. The handwriting was very beautiful, and it was obvious who wrote it. The total reward for 5 missions? He hesitated for a moment, and it seemed much more reasonable. According to the normal speed, the next mission will be at least 3 or 4 months later. The Quartz conference is almost over. With his strength and fame at that time, this price is still very normal. Even if it takes a long time, averaging 20 million per time is a bit cheap. Well, then accept it happily. Zay's mouth corners unconsciously rose a little. After all, he still felt a little distressed to turn down such a large sum of wealth. Since a more legitimate reason was given, he accepted it with peace of mind. This is at least a chance for the future Leagues 4 Kings or even the champion to appear. Zay said that Nancy made a lot of money. Who knows how long these 5 tasks will be delayed. Zay hummed a little tune and opened the package. A stone with a lightning pattern and a magnet item similar to jade appeared in front of him. He threw out the Pokeball of the melee sheep, preparing to let it carry the magnet on its body first. After the melee sheep appeared, it squinted at Zaya. I don't know if it's because it has been staying with RC and listening to his loving teachings to Xiaoma all day long during the Pokémon egg period. The personality of this melee sheep seems a bit strange to Zaya. To put it simply, it is a bit irritable and stubborn, which is completely inconsistent with the gentle personality of the general melee sheep. This is actually not a bad thing. At least there is no need to worry that it doesn't love fighting and training. It's just that sometimes, after the Pokémon language is translated into human language, it is somewhat unacceptable. The mealy sheep cried. This trainer, is there something wrong with his brain again? Why did he ask me to come out? Don't you know that the newly born baby Pokémon need to rest? Zay's face shuddered. He remembered that the sheep was not like this when it was less than a day old. At that time, the sheep was still very cute and obedient. He subconsciously forgot the operation of the sheep running into the luxury ball. It can't be that Pidgeot and Blaziken led it astray. It was only 3 or 4 days old. Zay firmly believed that this was because his senior brother RC's egg teaching was not good. Come here, this is a magnet. It will be very useful to you. I worked hard to prepare it for you, he said to the sheep with a good uncle's smile. The pale purple hair full of static electricity on the sheep became more fluffy because of the approach of the magnet prop. As the two came into contact, the magnet immediately merged into the sheep's body. Hiss crackling, the yellow electric current ran around on the sheep's body, and the hair seemed to explode all of a sudden. Zay was also shocked. What's going on? I've never heard that young Pokémon can't use props. Are you okay? Are you uncomfortable? He endured the numbness brought by the electric current and checked the limbs of the sheep. It's just that the voice was a little strange. The sheep replied to Zay with full energy. It felt that it was the most energetic since it was born. Zay checked it and looked at the panel of 0 and found nothing wrong, so he relaxed. The sheep said goodbye to Zay, kicked its hind hoof, turned into red light, and returned to its luxury ball. It was going to go in and discharge a little electricity. It was very aware that electricity could not be discharged in the room, otherwise its fragile trainer would not be able to bear it. Zay bent down and picked up the luxury ball on the ground. He didn't think that the sheep had a bad personality, but it was a little strange compared to its predecessor. But this is the Pokémon. There will never be 2 Pokémon with exactly the same personality in the world, and this is what fascinates us about them, Trainer Zhang. On the contrary, if his own melee sheep was like ordinary melee sheep, with a more gentle personality, he might have a headache about how to get melee sheep used to fighting. Well, guys, let's go out and eat, not counting the monthly tickets and rewards for this month. I still owe 9,000 words. As of August, the extra updates should be monthly tickets accumulated +3. 10,000 rewards +1, accumulated rewards +1, average subscription increase +1. I plan to change it to posting at around 11 o'clock every night in the future, so as to save you from staying up late. The original 3rd chapter. Wait for me to write slowly. There is a problem with the computer. I'm using a mobile phone, which is much slower. Thank you for the 100 starting coins that have been saved for the reward of this name. Thank you for the 200 starting coins that have been saved for the reward of the character Sharona of this name. Chapter 214. Hunters often appear as prey. Hitotsuya sat in the restaurant of the Pokémon Center, sighing from time to time while eating lunch. The trainer next to him seemed to be infected by him and sighed as well. Gradually, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and more trainers sighed in the restaurant. The Miss Joys who came to eat lunch during the lunch break couldn't help but hear the trainers sighing one after another. I'm telling you, can't you cheer up a little? A Miss Joy who was obviously carrying more weight than the other sisters stood up and said unhappily. Especially you, Tetsuya. Every day, you set the pace in the restaurant, and you don't miss any meals. What's the matter? The restaurant is your home court? She quickly turned her spearhead to the leader who started the sighing atmosphere. Tetsuya. Don't say that, Sister June. You know me well. I'm still very positive. It's just that the cost of training elves every day is too high. The money in the card is only going down and not up. It's hard, Zaya replied with a smile while eating. It has been half a month since he last completed the task given by Nancy. Calculating the time, he has been in the Pokémon Center in Viridian City for more than a month. To be frank, the Pokémon Center is now his home. He knows more about this place than the previous 16 years combined. It is normal. At least, he didn't stay in the Pokémon Center for more than a month. The biggest gain is of course, that he knows all the Miss Joy in this Pokémon Center, and understands their duty situation. Although it doesn't seem to mean much, he still admits his mistakes. I really don't know how Miss Joy's husbands in the future Zyada gang distinguish them, but there are a few who are easy to recognize. Kyo Yijin is one of them, and she is also one of the persons in charge of the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. She is young, but she can be called a genius girl in the Joai family. Mystery. Are you talking about the same thing? If you keep playing like this, our Pokémon Center restaurant will soon have another name. Kyo Yijin was not affected by Zay's handsome face at all, and rolled her eyes and complained unceremoniously. Oh, what name? The trainer sitting at a table next to him also participated in it with interest. Kyo Yijin was also very angry when she saw him. I tell you, don't play dumb. If it weren't for you guys cooperating with Zay, the little bastard, would our Viridian Pokémon Center be so famous? Seeing Kyo Yijin scolding Zay and this unknown trainer with all her strength, the people around her also laughed secretly. But there are still some people who are very confused. Sigh. It's nothing. I haven't seen Joai from other Pokémon Centers say anything. Hey, today's script can't be played again. A young trainer who was slightly away from Zay's position used a fork to pick up the meat in the bowl with boredom. Not far away, Kyo Yijin keenly caught the words he muttered, and the veins on his forehead popped out. You all have the same taste. I'm praising you. The good Pokémon Center has almost been turned into a film and television talent training base by you. It's really unfair to let you guys be trainers. I think you should be more suitable to debut as actors and stars. Sister Jun, do you think so too? I think so too. With such handsome faces, we will definitely let down the alliance if we don't debut. Zay heard this, but his eyes lit up and nodded in agreement. Actors and stars in the Pokémon world are also a relatively popular profession, because this does not affect their becoming powerful trainers. At least for now, many formal Jamonas are stars or actors as side jobs, and even among the 4 regional kings, movies such as Hutchcool, Time Traveler, and Magic Gate of the Magic Kingdom are widely praised. The wonderful plots and the bond between trainers and Pokémon have influenced many people. Kyo Yijin almost couldn't catch her breath. She always felt that one day, she would be pissed off by these guys. She took a deep breath, and her whole body was shaking. Anyway, you guys should be quiet these days. I don't want to hear the parents of new novice trainers come to complain that the senior trainers in our Pokémon Center are corrupting their children. Do you understand? I'm not. Zay blurted out, but was instantly blocked by Kyo Yijin's murderous gaze. I'm not a senior trainer, I'm also a novice. He silently completed this sentence in his heart. At the same time, he nodded very obediently. All this development started from his bored whim more than a week ago. To put it simply, it is to pull together a few like-minded trainer friends and relax a little after training and doing tasks. As for what I did to make those parents complain, don't ask, I don't know. After quickly finishing the little rice left in his bowl, ZHE also made it clear that he would stop today. Let's go. See you at the training ground tonight. As he walked out of the restaurant, he greeted and made appointments with several familiar trainers from time to time. Huh. Today is your mission day. Did I remember it wrong? A trainer looked at the date on his watch in confusion. For more than a month, ZHE's living habits can be said to be extremely fixed. He trains one day and does tasks one day, without fail. Normally, today should be training time, and the task was just completed yesterday. Don't mention it, it's so unlucky. I searched for a whole day yesterday and couldn't find a suitable one. ZHE shrugged helplessly and explained. Oh, it's really strange that lucky ZHE can't complete the task on the same day. The partner next to the trainer who asked the question also teased him. Tetsuya spread his hands to express his feelings and then walked out. Lucky Tetsuya, this is one of his titles for more than a month. The reason is that he can always find the materials required for the bounty mission in the shortest time and complete it as soon as possible. You know, this is not easy, especially in such a large area as the Evergreen Forest. The missions he does are basically B-level missions. Generally speaking, it takes a trainer 2 or 3 days to complete a B-level mission, including the time to find the target and specify the plan. As for why Tetsuya can be so fast, there are many reasons. For example, he has a clearer map of the Evergreen Forest, the one he made himself. The maps on the market are uneven, but even the best ones are not as detailed as the ones he made himself. The most important thing is that it is updated frequently. Pokémon are living creatures. Maybe you saw a group of Pokémon here yesterday, and they migrated the next day. It is not easy to find the right mission target. For example, his Pokémon are quite strong, so he doesn't need to be so detailed when specifying the plan. Of course, the most important reason is that he has to GP. I have to say that the super lucky tray is really useful in real life. Basically, he would carry to GP to the general location and turn around, and he would always get good positive feedback. I just don't know what went wrong yesterday. He turned around 4 or 5 times, but still couldn't find the object of the task. He didn't believe in evil and changed the place, but it was useless. He had to put it aside and return to Viridian City. He was not prepared to stay in the deeper Viridian forest for a night. The danger was not bad. After all, his strength was different from before, but it was a little troublesome, and he had to arrange the night watch. Hey, little guy, give me some strength. Tetsuya mercilessly stroked the crown of Tajipi lying in his arms. Chaco Tajipi cried idly, protesting. How could it be blamed? It was obviously the trainer's bad luck, which offset its super luck. It was true that Tetsuya's face had never been very good. He was an insulator of winning activities, the kind of person who always said thank you for coming when opening a bottle of beverage. Maybe most of his luck was spent on meeting the elves. He often comforted himself like this. At least his 6 companions have amazing talents and potentials, right? This is the only reasonable explanation that they can think of. Even the keystone last time was opened with the help of Tajipi. Thinking of this, Zay was overwhelmed with sadness and stroked Tajipi's head again. Chaka do I. Tajipi protested, you are unlucky. Why do you pull my hair every day? Stop it. Where did your hair come from? Zay rolled his eyes. Recently, the white feathers on the head of the flame chicken have entered the hair replacement period. A lot of them fall off every day. Of course, more grow out, and they are brighter and brighter than before. However, when Tajipi saw it, he was afraid that his hair would be like this, so he was very scared. Although Zay emphasized to it many times at the first time that it has no hair, its little head has already imagined countless things. Zay would bring up this matter when he stroked its crown. Look, the sheep doesn't shed any hair, and it looks very good. ZHE said, pointing at the sheep that followed him. Now he has this Linoop outside, the green vine snake swinging in the woods, the sheep, Flash, running on the ground, and the Tajipi in his arms. He looks like a new and super rich trainer who just debuted. At least in the eyes of others, this is certain, and no one knows that the black dot hovering in the sky is his Pidgeot. Safety is not without guarantee. In more than a month of hard training, paying money, the green vine snake has been upgraded from level 23 to level 30, entering the threshold of elite. In this not too deep area, and the main forest, it can be called a small overlord. The sheep is outside, mainly to let it gradually adapt to the battle. Moreover, the sheep with the smell detection skill is also a good explorer when exploring in the wild. As for Tajipi, don't be fooled by its unimpressive appearance. Its combat power is not bad. Just eating and drinking every day, it has been upgraded from level 15 to level 23. It has all the necessary skills. If it really fights, at least, it should be able to defeat a Pokémon around level 15 without a commander. Zay held Tajipi in one hand and took out the map with the other. Well, let's go here and take a look. He quickly confirmed his position, scanned the nearby area, and found the target point. It was an area with a blue mark representing a river. The task he took yesterday was to collect a special aquatic medicinal herb, Rush. Generally speaking, this kind of medicinal herb can grow by the river and swamp. However, the only problem is that Rush itself exudes a very delicious scent, so once it matures, an elf will soon eat it. And the riverside is a safe zone for many elves, so this kind of medicinal herb is rarely seen. He searched for about a dozen river points yesterday, but couldn't find it. The employer of the task requires quite a few, and he is not sure if he can complete it today. ZHE does not want to delay a task for 3 days. This will affect his reputation. Although it is not a good thing to be too fast. Green Vine Snake, Vine Whip. He commanded the green vine snake above his head to throw away the monkey monster that was blocking the way in front. They are the most common Pokémon that block the road in Evergreen Forest. They like to make trouble for the trainers when they have nothing to do. But they are still very weak. You know, when other weak Pokémon see their trainers, most of them choose to run away or wait until they are stronger to make trouble for the people who bother them. Monkey monsters are different. They are fearless. You are bothering me? You are looking for death. But except for most novice trainers, they are no match for anyone. It is different from encountering a flock of Spearows and a swarm of Beedrills. The latter two are usually run away by the trainers. ZHE led the three little ones to shuttle through the forest. Me the faint cry of the sheep came. I know. When we get to the river, I'll find you a water type Pokémon to fight. Their parents will agree. Zay said lazily, with a faint smile on his lips. Chakaya. You don't have to bully other children. You're a big kid. Behind them, behind a thick tree trunk, a middle-aged man who didn't look like a good person showed a sinister smile. Humph, another newbie who doesn't know the height of the world. He thought so. He looked at Zay's three Pokémon with greed. Green Ivy Snake. It looks like it should be the 3 starter Pokémons, but the concept is formed. It's not easy to train, and the price is average. However, Shiny Mare Sheep and GP, hehe. The middle-aged man gave another silent strange smile. Then let your uncle teach you a lesson, young man. The first rule of outdoor exploration is to never show your wealth. He followed the man and 3 Pokémon carefully. High in the sky, his sneaky figure was revealed in Pidgeot's sharp eyes. Thanks to Beishi Langjin for awarding the character Monarch Snake with 100 starting coins. Thanks to the Great God for awarding the character Serona with 500 starting coins. Thanks to Zingyuan for awarding the character Tamaki Tetsuya with 500 starting coins. Thanks to 202103011065864239064 for awarding 500 starting coins. Chapter 215 follow. Zaya walked in the forest, as if he didn't notice anything. How many times has this happened in the past month? He was a little confused for a moment. Anyway, the guy behind him must be no good, just like the previous one. Although Zaya couldn't see his appearance clearly, he could only sense the general direction, but it was easy to define him. Who would follow a normal trainer on an expedition in such a strange way? It's not right to follow a handsome guy. Zaya sighed. Even if the largest illegal trading market, the black market, is closed, as long as there are people and Pokémon, the illegal capture and sale of Pokémon will never stop. Those poachers and poaching teams never trade through the black market. They all have their own exclusive trading channels. It seems that another guy has set his eyes on Melly and GP. This is not surprising. There are all kinds of people in the evergreen forest. Maybe the nice guy who passed by you in the city is a bastard who made his fortune by poaching in the wild. Moreover, no matter how I look at myself, I look like an unguarded piece of fat, the kind that is dripping with oil. With his divergent thoughts, they brought the 3 Pokémon to the river. A good start. He sighed. As soon as he approached, he saw 3 or 4 rushes growing sporadically not far away. When he came to the lake, he carefully dug the rushes out of the soil with the roots and put them in the box. It seems that his luck has improved. He subconsciously ignored the GP in his arms. The first part is done, so for the next part, let me think about which one is better. Zaya looked around with lifeless eyes. A group of mosquito coil tadpoles, a group of furballs, a group of Psyduck, a group of Meowth, a group of Rattata, and a group of trumpet sprouts. On both sides of the small river, there are 6 different Pokémon, not counting him. I have to say that the ecosystem and environment of the evergreen forest are indeed very good. Of course, it is said to be a group, but in fact the number is very small, and the most is only about 7 or 8. These elves were extremely vigilant in observing this strange human who suddenly broke in, as well as the 3 strange elves around him. They lived nearby and had formed a tacit understanding long ago. When they came to drink water from each other, they would not attack each other, even if there were conflicts over prey and territory. Otherwise, it would be easy to end up hurting both sides. In other words, except for the extremely ferocious elves such as Arbok and Arbok, all elves tacitly abided by this rule. The trainers also abided by it. ZHE also smiled friendly. It was easy for elves to read human expressions and thoughts. They also relaxed a little, but they still maintained the necessary vigilance against strangers. That, everyone. ZHE also spoke, causing the elves to tense up, either preparing to fight or preparing to escape. Relax, I have no ill intentions. This child has just been born and wants to find an opponent. I wonder if there is a suitable one in your tribe. He picked up the sheep drinking water and talked to the elves around him. Of course, the elves understood what he said, but they did not relax and looked at each other. Meow. A meow that looked like the boss came out. The sharp claws on its hands left marks on the ground. Meow is a kind of elf that walks on 4 legs. At least most of them are like this. Only a few, like the one of Team Rocket, walk on 2 legs. It has similar characteristics to a small domestic cat, with light yellow fur, and the tail end and hind paws gradually turn brown. A shiny oval gold coin is attached to its forehead, and its eyes are straight and very large. The most important thing is that Meow does not have an obvious organ such as a nose. By the way, does Meow have a sense of smell? Tetsua's thoughts suddenly began to drift away again. Of course he knew the answer, but he just diverged out of habit. Meow meow. The meow in front kept speaking the elf language. Meow is a very smart elf. In the city, they often exist in large numbers as stray elves. It seems that this Meow is the boss of the tribe and can even speak for other tribes. Well, the Tadpole and Trumpet Bud tribes each have an elf that has just finished its larval stage, right? They asked the Meowth in front of him for confirmation. The elf language of wild elves often has a hint of dialect, and he had some difficulty listening. Meowth sat in front of him gracefully, licked the hair on the sole of her paw, and nodded. As for why it was so peaceful and quiet, it was because there was a round, shining glass ball on its body, a handicraft of modern human civilization. Meow. Meowth rolled the round glass ball on the ground with one of her paws, her eyes shining. Round and shiny things are something that all meows cannot resist. If it is a coin, it might be even better. Be careful, this thing is quite fragile, Zay warned, standing up from a half-squatting position. Meowth nodded slightly and played with the ball more carefully. It has never seen such a thing before. Meow. The remaining 3 meows also surrounded him as they walked away. The gold coins in his eyes and forehead seemed to be glittering. However, under the majesty of his boss, he just watched eagerly and did not dare to play. Boss Meow Meow did not care about his subordinates. The first point in the wild jungle is that the good things always belong to the strong. Unless he is tired of playing, the good things will not be given to his subordinates. You also heard the conversation between me and Meow Meow. Are you willing to let the 2 of them fight? This is the reward. ZHE also came to the front of the Trumpet Bud tribe, took out 2 oranges, and put them on the ground to ask for their opinions. The Trumpet Bud is the predecessor of the mouth-slow flower and the initial form of the large flower. The head is a yellow trumpet shape. The black small eyes with a pink edge of the trumpet constitute its mouth. The brown roots are feet, and the overall appearance is very petite. The water-based mosquito tadpole, the predecessor of the mosquito frog and the initial of the fast-swimming frog, was not selected because when they were both just passing the larval stage and were only level 6 or 7, the attribute restraint was still quite deadly. Electricity defeats water, and the probability of the tadpole winning against the ram is basically infinitely close to 0. Moreover, in the early stage, when energy attacks have not become the main means, high qualifications mean high physical fitness, which is still very advantageous in the battle. For the ram, a battle that must be won is not very necessary. At least when the Trumpet Bud fights the ram, the former can still win by weakening the damage of the electric attribute attack with the grass attribute, and it can also serve as a training. There are a total of 6 Trumpet Buds in the group, which is quite a lot among the populations present. They were just communicating in a low voice. After a while, a petite Trumpet Bud was pushed out. Okay, then you have worked hard, ZHE said with a smile. This kind of battle proposal is likely to be agreed to because the parents of the elves also hope that their children can get familiar with fighting as soon as possible. But in the wild, this kind of fighting opportunity similar to training is rare. Most of the battles between wild elves are either life or death. Fighting with trainers, at least there is no need to worry about life danger. They are also very good at this. So, Miligo, are you going? Tetsua held VIP into GP in his arms and spoke to Miligo with full fighting spirit. One of the rules of a trainer is to always be passionate about formal battles. Even when a champion level trainer is retraining a young Pokémon, it is the same. This is the most basic respect for his partner. It is also respect for the opponent. Mimilago responded very imposingly, standing face to face with the petite Bellsprout. The wind blew. The two Pokémons ran towards each other at the same time. There was no other way. Since both of them were only level 6 or 7, they could only fight in close combat. Bellsprout only knew Vine Whip and Binding, but it was so small that the attack range was not far, so it had to get close. Although Mimilago's inherited skills were good, using them would consume a lot of energy and physical strength. It would not be very good after using them. Naturally, it only mastered 2 attack skills, Collision and Electric Shock. The power of Electric Shocking Bellsprout, which has grass attributes, is probably far less powerful than hitting it. To put it bluntly, it was a fight between 2 noobs. Well, ZHE also felt a Pokeball on his waist shaking. Don't Q. Malima, hit with your left body. When the distance between the two became appropriate, ZHE also gave a command. At this time, the tacit understanding between Malima and him in the battle was not enough to complete the battle by just issuing skill commands. This also had something to do with combat experience. He was very patient. Malima lowered his head slightly and hit the right side of Bellsprout. The next moment, a thin Vine Whip attacked from the right side of Malima. Looking from the direction it came from, it was used by Bellsprout. Malima hit to the left and just avoided Bellsprout's Vine Whip. Sizzle! Bellsprout called in panic. It didn't understand why the opponent dodged the attack, even before it launched an attack. This was unreasonable. Hiss! Bellsprout's parents also commanded Bellsprout from behind, telling it not to panic. Hearing the cheers of his parents, the Bellbud quickly stabilized. However, at this time, the sheep was already very close to it. Bang! The sheep hit the Bellbud diagonally. A not so violent sound was heard, and the small body of the Bellbud was suddenly knocked off the ground and rolled backwards. It was seriously injured. It was really seriously injured. Basically, it would lose its ability to fight if it was hit twice more. Electric Shock. ZHE also commanded the sheep to continue attacking. The force was not strong, and the reaction force was not strong, which resulted in a shorter stiffness time. The Bellbud had just climbed up from the ground with its leaf-like hands, and a small golden electric current was coming towards it. Z-Bay. It closed its eyes in fear. It felt numb and a little painful, but it was far less painful than the previous collision. The Bellbud opened its eyes confidently again. Bang! The collision sound was heard again. The sheep had taken advantage of the time just now to rush over, and this time it hit it with its whole body. The trumpet sprout rolled twice in the air, and rolled again after landing, with circles in its eyes. Merely sheep shouted in a somewhat arrogant manner, "Who else?" ZHE also slapped his head. He suddenly felt that he should find time to let merely sheep experience failure. It's not that it's bad to win all the time, and winning all the time can also help to cultivate confidence. I'm just worried that this kind of confidence will turn into arrogance, which is not very wonderful. Before, when Blaziken had never lost, it had never behaved like this. It can only be said that Pokémon are still different. ZHE was a little alert. It doesn't have to fail, but at least it can't be so easy. Well, let's find it a Magneto next time. He happily decided on Merely Sheep's next opponent. Sandshrew and the like are not very good, and Merely Sheep is not stupid. It still knows that its electric attack is useless against it, and it is not direct enough. The civil war between electric types can make Merely Sheep more easily know humility. It's really not easy for me to be an old father. ZHE also sighed. Mimili ran back to Tetsuya, circled around his legs, and showed off. Look, I won again. Well, you did a good job. Tetsuya bent down and touched Mealy to praise. Although he was worried, he still had to praise him after winning. Fortunately, it was winter, and he was wearing long pants, otherwise Mealy's static hair would rub against him, and Tetsuya would feel crackling. Gogogo! Tetsuya walked towards the next river with 3 Pokémon in glory. Humph, you are really a child, so happy that a weak Pokémon won a battle. The middle-aged man hanging in the distance muttered in his heart with disdain. Be steady, who knows if it's fishing. Let's see. At the same time, he was also very patient. Although he had already determined that Tetsuya was a novice trainer, he still wanted to see more of his strength. Tetsuya went to rivers one by one, collecting rushes one by one, and melee fought from time to time. Under his careful selection, the pride that was visible to the naked eye of the sheep quickly shrank back in the continuous and difficult battle. The confident ones are still confident, but a little more cautious. The temper is still irritable and stubborn, but a little more careful. It is still very immature, but ZHE also thinks that it is quite good for now, and he is very satisfied. After another difficult victory, the sheep panted and returned to the trainer. Very good. ZHE also touched its head and encouraged me. The sheep raised its head with great effort, very confident. ZHE also smiled and looked at it. Pokémon are indeed very simple and cute creatures. He turned his back to the woods and suddenly heard a movement in his ears and perception. Wow, finally took action. I almost thought you were a peeping Tom. ZHE also complained in his heart. The old man behind him has been following him for more than 3 hours, and he is about to go back for dinner. His patience is really amazing. He complained endlessly in his heart, and at the same time, his vigilance also rose. He could have followed me for so long, and waited until now to make a move. He must be an old poacher. Who knows if this kind of person has any prohibited weapons in his hands. Where the poachers can't see, Zay's face is solemn. He is not afraid of the opponent's strong elves. With Pidgeot, he can still run away if he can't beat them. He is just afraid that the opponent has lethal weapons, such as guns. Although the Alliance's management of such things is extremely strict, there are bound to be omissions. Not all countries are like the motherland in the previous life. After all, people in the elf world are also mortals. Strong elves can barely resist these, but humans can't. I'm going out shopping with my girlfriend tonight. Thank you Beisha Langjan for awarding the character Monarch Snake with 100 starting coins. I always feel that there was a foreshadowing that I should write here, but I didn't write it down at the time, so I kind of forgot what it was. Chapter 216 Fishing? This is justice. Tetsuya had encountered armed poachers before, and they were very dangerous. His left hand inadvertently touched a shallow scar on his right arm. Beep. A Pidgeot flying in the distance chirped, scaring the poacher in the woods. Then, watching it fly farther and farther, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was really fishing. He winked at the Pokémon he had released. Chabaku, a low and cold voice sounded, and an Arbok with a terrifying scar on its left eye nodded, gliding on the ground inaudibly, and disappeared into the bushes on the side. At the same time, the poacher held another enlarged Pokeball in his hand, and tiptoed towards Tetsuya, who had his back to him. Getting closer and closer, a trace of brutality and joy flashed in his eyes, and he threw out the Pokeball. Chicken, drill straight, granite, shoot down. Almost at the same time, Tetsuya, who had his back to him, also spoke. The toucan appeared in the air under the red light, and like a steel drill, it spun its body and hit Tetsuya. The poacher wanted to kill Tetsuya directly, and then take over his Pokémon. But Tetsuya was prepared. In his left hand, the shrunken luxury ball between his fingers immediately enlarged. The huge Panyan monster immediately appeared behind him, facing the toucan that was sweeping over. The knockdown skill, Rock System, uses stones to attack the opponent. The power is not great, but it has a very special ability. As the name suggests, it is to make the flying Pokémon be knocked to the ground. The huge stone was condensed by Panyan monster skillfully in an instant, and it hit the toucan that was spinning and rushing. Hang. The sound of the collision between hard flesh and rock sounded, causing the surrounding Pokémon tribes that had not yet reacted to flee in all directions. They don't have the hobby of watching a play. It's easy to pay for the ticket price of life to watch a play in the wild. What? The poacher's eyes were full of astonishment, and he unconsciously uttered a question. This is not over yet. As the toucan was shot down, Tetsuya stood still. Pidgeot, brave bird. The poacher's pupils dilated, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. There, the Pidgeot, which he thought had flown far away, folded its wings, exuding a white and red light all over its body, and swooped down with great power. The speed of the Pidgeot was so fast that before the poacher could react and command the toucan to dodge, it hit the toucan lying on the ground. Boom. A louder roar sounded, and the poacher was a little unstable for a while, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Looking at the position of the toucan, it was completely covered by the smoke and dust. Male sheep, electric shock, green vine snake, vine whip. Tetsuya's lazy voice sounded. The poacher only felt his body numb for a moment, and then he was tied up tightly. Beepo, two big bird-like elves soared into the sky. One of them showed no signs of weakness, except that its feathers were a little messy, and it was a little uncomfortable due to the recoil. This was Pidgeot. The other one was in tatters, and 2 of its 4 brown tail feathers were missing. This was Toucan. At the same time, the latter was still panting. TSK, I say, how come you don't have anything? With the 2 big birds fighting as the background, or more precisely, the one-sided abuse of Toucan as the background. ZHE also touched the body of the middle-aged poacher. In the end, he only found 2 anonymous savings cards, 2 Pokeballs and a bunch of broken and useless things. He curled his lips. It's a pity that he had made such careful preparations. ZHE also put the little gadgets in his hand back into his backpack. You. The poacher said you several times, but didn't say the next word. What do you mean, me? ZHE put the anonymous savings card into his pocket in a bad mood. The league stipulates that, after subduing a poacher in the wild, all the income belongs to the trainer, as long as the person hands it over to the league. To a large extent, it also promoted the trend of trainers catching poachers. Many of the latter are people with savings. There are many bounty hunters who regard hunting poachers as their career, and they are all ruthless. You are fishing, shameless. The poacher wanted to cry. How could he pretend to be a newbie so straightforward? As a result, he dug out at least 2 elite level Pokémon, and he only had 2. The key is, why do you look so similar? Huh? How can this be called fishing? This is called justice, do you understand? ZHE also argued. He really can't speak. The poacher's heart was full of gloom. He didn't care. This is fishing. As for his Arbok, he didn't have much hope. Since it was fishing, the other party must have made full preparations long ago. It is estimated that his every move is seen by others. Next, not far away, in the blind spot of the poacher's vision, Flame Chicken came out. There was a purple tail with thin black stripes on its right hand. Looking back, it was Arbok with dizzy eyes, and lost its ability to fight. With one hand, Flame tossed Arbok, who had fainted, to the side of the 2. As for whether Arbok would pretend to faint and suddenly wake up, it depended on whether Flame's Wava guide was up to standard. At least Tetsuya was still very relieved. At worst, there was still the gravity skill of Gila, which was not turned off at this time. However, the opponent probably didn't know. Don't even think about it, it can't get up. Tetsuya's ruthless words broke the last glimmer of hope in the poacher's eyes. Pidgeot had also finished the battle, and flew back with Toucan in its claws. Beep Pidgeot was very angry. The opponent looked down on it, found that it couldn't beat it, and the trainer was controlled again, and wanted to run. In front of Pidgeot, how could you just leave, if you wanted to? It was subdued in no time. Tetsuya took the poacher's 2 Pokeballs, and took both Pokémon back, and then locked them. This is the poacher's Pokémon, probably bought or robbed. Otherwise, a Pokémon that has been raised from childhood to adulthood would not have the idea of abandoning its trainer. At least it would take a lot of effort to fight for its life. Let me see, what is this thing? Zay leaned on the body of the giant rock monster and checked his harvest. He opened a book. Oh my god, you still have this hobby of sending yourself in? Zay sighed. What did he see? A book that recorded all the Pokémon types and corresponding prices sold by the other party. Good guy, I see. Zay couldn't help nodding. Do poachers have to have this habit? He said he couldn't understand it. If every poacher was like this, it would save Miss Junsha and the Alliance a lot of effort. There would be no need to spend too much effort to investigate. I understand. Villains like to record such things that give them a sense of accomplishment. Zay blocked the other party's mouth when he wanted to speak. How much he wanted all villains to be like this fool in front of him. Zay pulled a vine whip and dragged the other party out of the Viridian forest. The collection task of rushes is still a little short. This thing is too difficult to find, but he doesn't want to run around in the evergreen forest at night with a burden. It seems that he can only do it again tomorrow afternoon. I will never accept such a troublesome collection task again. They sighed to the sky. Blazing chicken, don't pull your hair, it will change by itself. Don't worry. To GP, I told you, don't worry about your hair, don't pull my clothes. Molly Sheep, give the guy behind a few small electric shocks, don't let him recover. Along the way, you can hear his mumbling words. At the entrance of Evergreen City, Zay, who was dragging the poacher, was left with only the green vine snake on his shoulder and the flame chicken beside him. Hey, Zay, you caught another poacher? Junsha, who had received Zay's message a long time ago, greeted him with a smile on her face. Although she didn't contribute, Zay is also a native of Evergreen City, and this is also part of their performance. Yes, these poachers are really bad. They nodded and handed one end of the vine whip to Junsha. Junsha skillfully threw the poacher into the back seat. I say, why do you encounter poachers so easily? This is the 6th one you have caught in more than a month. Others are lucky to catch one a month. Her face was very tangled. How should I know? Maybe I have better luck in doing tasks, but I have bad luck in this aspect. Zay widened his eyes innocently and shrugged. I really don't understand. Green vine snakes and flame chickens are obviously not popular with these poachers. Miss Junsha muttered and started the car. The bounty for the one you caught last week should be in your account today. Remember to check. If there are more, catch fewer, our funds will be taken away by you, and there is no time to apply for more. Junsha put on the helmet, instructed Zay, and then left in a cloud of dust. It's not for me to decide, Zay's response echoed behind her. Junsha raised her little finger with her back to him without hesitation. Did she think she was a fool? Although she didn't know how Zaya did it, there must be a way to attract poachers. Otherwise why would they line up to rush to the door? Zaya hummed a little tune and walked into Viridian City with Blaziken and Green Ivy Snake. In the Pokémon Center, Sister Jun, please. Zaya handed all his 6 luxury balls to an acquaintance who was on duty. You're back, wait over there. Kyo Yujin's attitude was the same as usual, and she walked in with the Pokeball. Who are you? The trainers in the rest area over there whistled and called Zaya over. How is it? Have you completed the task? Someone asked anxiously. ZHE looked at him strangely and said honestly, there was a small accident, and it's not finished yet. It will probably be tomorrow. Fortunately. Before he could finish, the man cheered and said, come on, give me money. I said his luck has hit a low point, right? ZHE was frowning. Really, what's going on, little brother? This is not like you. Oh my god, how come you got it right once? Then, he saw the trainers around him, one by one, took out some league coins. I'll post one update first, and there will be another update in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 279 and Evil Lara Reconcilable. Tetsuya looked at the scene in front of him in silence. 2 glasses of orange juice, thank you. He sat down naturally and ordered from the trainer who won the money. Okay, no problem. Uncle Hisaku won the money. Happy. A group of people sat and chatted. Hearing that Tetsuya had caught another poacher, they all complained. You finally deserve the title of poacher killer. It's really rare to run into these disgusting guys every other day. You probably won't be able to catch them for long. Your name has been mentioned in posts on the Pokémon forum. TSK, how can you talk like that? That's called acting as a law enforcement officer. Well, Tetsuya said that the last statement touched his heart and nodded in agreement. Don't blame me, you've also caught 2 this month. He took the 2 glasses of orange juice and asked Hisaku. Hisaku nodded with a reserved look. At least this month's savings are safe. Tetsuya said that he was almost there and even made a lot of money, including the normal mission income. When he caught the first 4, it actually meant that his income and expenditure were balanced this month. There was no way the Pokémon spent more Alliance coins. The last 2 were pure profit. The bounty was a small matter, and the anonymous cards on those poachers still had a lot of money. After all, most of the time, these types of people who work alone are still trainers who come out to do missions. They can't really leave all their property at home like desperados. and the home is not safe. What if the Alliance search officers suddenly came to the door and searched out something from the house? It would be even more strange. They chatted casually, but the topic was not within the scope of ordinary trainers. Generally speaking, poachers are extremely cunning and their strength is not bad. The average level has at least 3 elite level Pokémon. Or like the one that they caught today, there are only 2, but the level is not low. Add in various factors such as experience, it is still difficult to deal with. That is to say, the strength of the people in their small circle is not bad at all, so they can make some money from this. Honestly, you have to be careful. Catching 6 in a month is too much noise. You will be easily targeted by those big teams. An elder brother persuaded Tetsuya to be more cautious recently. Tetsuya nodded. He thought so too. Just know it in your heart. Life is the most important thing. Safety comes first. The elder brother repeated Miss Junsha's motto. He has seen too many trainers lose their lives because of fighting poachers. He doesn't want to see such a trainer who suits his taste and has an infinitely bright future suddenly disappear one day. I can't live with evil, Tetsuya said with a smile. Everyone laughed unhappily. This has almost become Tetsuya's catchphrase recently. Well, that's right. A very attractive male voice sounded. The people who were chatting enthusiastically realized that the Pokémon Center had become unusually quiet at some point. Mr. Do, a scream came from a trainer's mouth, breaking the silence. Then, the entire Viridian Pokémon Center began to become noisy. However, they only looked at the man who always wore a cape with admiration and worship. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, the Dragon Envoy Do. As for asking them to go up and ask for an autograph, they would never dare to do so, although they were eager. After all, the people of Kanto are generally more introverted. Of course, if it were Miss Kona, they would rush up and ask for abuse. In addition, as a member of the Pokémon investigators, the Dragon Envoy Do took his work very seriously and took the maintenance of world peace as his belief. He often appeared alone in major cities in Kanto, and his appearance rate was still very high. Especially in Rainbow City, Do would go back to the department store building there every now and then to customize a new cape. If you really want an autograph, it is better to go at that time, otherwise it is very likely to disturb Do's work as one of the 4 heavenly kings and the investigator. Putting yourself in their shoes, the trainers don't like people disturbing them when they are doing their tasks. The main reason is that they are worried that the crazy admirers of Du Xianwan will find trouble with them if they know about it. ZHE, right? I've heard of your name, it's pretty good. Du patted Tetsuya on the shoulder to encourage him. He had indeed heard Tetsuya's name from Kikuko, Shiba, and even Professor Oak. He had only had an impression of him. Just now, when he heard that his belief was very similar to his own, Du's favorability towards him suddenly increased. His mind was turning. Are you interested in becoming an Alliance investigator in the future? Du asked with a smile. He was also suddenly interested. He didn't expect that he would meet such a good trainer while tracking down Team Rocket in the Evergreen Forest and occasionally coming out for supplies. Originally, it shouldn't be so easy to send an invitation, and a careful review is required. But since so many friends and seniors have mentioned him, there must be no problem with his identity. He naturally has this right. Everyone held their breath and listened carefully to the conversation between Du and Tetsuya. This is Du, the recognized strongest among the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto. Even if you look at the world, his strength is definitely ranked among the top. I don't know how many people are eager to become investigators just to fight together with him. Not to mention being invited by him personally. This is simply a dream that many people cannot reach. Well, I'm not sure yet. I just made my debut and I want to travel more. If I have the opportunity to fight with Mr. Do in the future, it would be my honor. Listening to ZHE's neither humble nor arrogant reply, which also implied a refusal, everyone around felt suffocated. That makes sense. Back then, I also traveled all over the continents before I officially challenged the 4 heavenly kings. Du was not unhappy, but nodded in agreement. He didn't think that if he made an invitation, others would have too, or would definitely agree to it. Everyone's interests and hobbies are definitely different. But you may have misunderstood what I meant, he said with a smile, and he became more interested in ZHE. I'd better ask Professor Oak when I have time, Do thought. He still trusted the evaluation of the respected Professor Oak. Facing Tetsua's puzzled look, Do explained, actually, this is a talent screening mechanism for the Alliance investigators. What I mean is, if you don't mind, you can submit your name as a reserve member. In the future, when you have the idea of becoming an investigator, you can avoid many unnecessary steps. As for the corresponding obligations and rights, Do thought for a while. It seems that there are no obligations, so there are no rights. It's just a nicer name. The people around him breathed more quickly. Although they had never heard of this talent screening mechanism, they must be good. Tetsuya nodded and agreed this time. Do's face still had to be given. The key is that this matter is beneficial to him. Well, okay, then I will submit your name later. Do nodded with satisfaction. He definitely didn't think of this, because he minded that Tetsuya had just rejected him. King Do, your Pokémon is ready. Joey, the general manager of the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, came over and returned Do's Pokéball to him. Do threw his cape, then see you later. I hope to see you perform more brilliantly. Dragonite, let's go. He walked out of the Pokémon Center and threw out a Pokéball. Yin with the sound of the dragon's roar, Do and Dragonite quickly disappeared from people's sight. I will never reconcile with evil. I will carry out the justice I uphold. Do muttered to himself, the latter being one of his mottos, nodding from time to time. Not bad. It suits his taste. Hello, headquarters. I think the alternative mechanism for the investigators and the Synologue is good, but the Kanto one needs to be slightly changed to suit the regional characteristics. He dialed the phone at high altitude, speaking calmly. The thin air at high altitude, the cold temperature, and even the impact of the wind brought by Dragonite's high-speed flight seemed to have no effect on him. Tetsuya and his group naturally didn't know what Do was doing at high altitude. At this moment, they surrounded Tetsuya and stared at him like wolves and tigers. Why? Jiuzeduo kept muttering. He knew why. He was just very envious, so envious that he wanted to hit someone. No, you bastard must treat us. He looked at Zaya fiercely. Zaya's expression did not change. Okay, I'll pay for dinner at the Pokémon Center restaurant. As soon as he said this, he was greeted by 7 or 8 hands that made the same gesture, an international greeting. Zaya taught them this. As elite trainers, the Pokémon Center restaurant has long been free for them, so why would they need Zaya to treat them? Ding, the reminder sound of the watch sounded, and Zaya immediately rushed out of his seat. He only left a few words and his friends who looked at each other in bewilderment. See you at the training ground, the front desk of the center. Thank you, Sister June. Zaya's much happier appearance than before aroused Kyoyujin's curiosity. After she took the Pokéball from Jigglypuff and handed it to Zaya, she immediately opened her own gossip group and scrolled through the messages. A few minutes later, she suddenly raised her head. It was indeed good news. Kyoyujin put her hands on her waist and nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed the trainer she and her family had recommended. He did not lose face for her. They trotted all the way to the huge training ground behind the Pokémon Center. Inside, many trainers were doing routine exercises with the Pokémons. Ah, strange Pa, you are doing so great. Woohoo Cowdeha, whip me as much as you can. If you ignore these strange slogans, it is indeed normal. His face did not change. He had long been accustomed to this atmosphere. Pangiant Monster, shine the whole place. King Tank Snake, appear calmly and calmly. Well, perhaps a more appropriate way of saying it is not a habit, but integration. The remaining Pokémons are not the main training targets at night. Zay is in a good mood today, so he gave them a day off. King Tank Snake needs to work hard towards the next step of evolution. As for Pangiant Monster, it was mainly because they had a sudden thought. Moonlight, it is also light, right? Thank you for the reward of 10,000 yuan for my irreconcilable relationship with gambling and drugs. Thanks for the 100 starting coins that have been deposited by the name. Thanks for the 200 starting coins that have been deposited by the name. I always have an illusion that when I'm about to pay off the amount I owe, it will increase. Chapter 218, Pangyangui and King Tank Snake. They tossed Pangyangui for a long time. Ah, it really doesn't work. He sighed and gave up helplessly. Including tonight, this is the third time. According to his idea, since Pan Yangui can absorb sunlight and release it through the nuclear compression energy in its body, then maybe moonlight can also. After all, in essence, moonlight is actually sunlight. But at least his Pan Yangui can't do it yet. Or rather, it's not impossible, but the results shown are a little biased. During the 3 days of evening training, although Pan Yangui did not burst out a strong energy attack by absorbing moonlight, it successfully mastered a skill, the weather ball. This is a skill that changes with the weather conditions, including attributes and power. When Pan Yangui used it for the first time, it was still a clear night with a sparse moon and stars, and the weather ball was emitting a faint white light. Fortunately, Zay was still very excited at the time and thought that his idea was successful. This thing looks too much like a bowl full of moonlight. It is no exaggeration to say that he even thought of the name of this self-created skill at that time, White Jade Plate. Extremely beautiful. However, the feedback from Pan Yangui and Zero at the same time shattered his beautiful fantasy. Thinking about it carefully, this skill is not bad. Combined with the sandstorm weather that Pan Yangui can cause, Weather Ball can also be regarded as a rock type ultimate move with a full 100 standard power. It's a pity that his superb naming talent has nowhere to display. Forget it, I won't struggle anymore. Next, I'll carefully comprehend the power of the earth. Don't force it when it is not destined. It may also be because Pan Yangui's strength has not reached the corresponding standard. At least in Zay's own assumptions and the calculations given by Zero, this theory is valid. The appearance of Weather Ball also proves this point. At least the direction is correct, otherwise he will not master the skill. Let's wait until he is stronger in the future. He enthusiastically arranged the next part of the training content for Pan Yangui. The power of the earth here is a pun, not only referring to the ground type skill named Power of the Earth, but also referring to the power of the earth itself. A long time ago, ZHE had Pan Yangui start the relevant preparations. This was based on its original hidden characteristic, the power of sand. Pan Yangui can be said to have completed it meticulously, and the basics were very good. To be polite, although Pan Yangui does not have ground attributes, with the power of sand and its own practice, its mastery of ground attribute energy will not be inferior to any ground type elves of the same qualifications and level. To be blunt, ZHE said that he was not joking, and everyone present, except for a few, was a younger brother. Ground type, as the name suggests, most of the power comes from the ground, such as sand moving, earthquake, heavy stomping, etc. All of these skills are the elves relying on their own operation of energy to affect the power of the earth to cause corresponding effects. The reason why Pan Yangui's next key training content is placed on this is mainly because ZHE hopes that Pan Yangui can cooperate with the irregular gravity that has been trained to perfectly restrict the opponent's movement during the battle. With the power of the earth as the main skill, and the 4 ground-based skills of Quicksand Hell, Earthquake, Stomp, and Stomp as the auxiliary skills, plus other skills such as Invisible Rock, the opponent is forced not to get close, and can only use long-range attacks to grind each other's blood. This is the absolute forte of Pan Yan. As a trainer, the first point is to fully play the strengths of the elves and cover up the weaknesses. This is the meaning of the word training, not simply to use skills and choose opponents in battle. Elves are not stupider than humans. If it were not for the reason that bystanders see clearly, their own combat capabilities are also very strong. The performance of wild elves can fully illustrate this point. There is no elf without any shortcomings, unless it is the creator god Arceus. Pan Yan's flexibility in a small range is definitely not outstanding, and it is even relatively poor. This cannot be changed, and ZHE is very clear. But correspondingly, its reaction speed, energy condensation speed, etc. are definitely not slow, and can even be said to be very fast. Not all elves have the unique body structure of Pan Yan. Whether it is the orange crystals on the body or the energy core in the body, the help to Pan Yangui in the battle can be said to be no less than the bone sticks in the hands of Caracalla or Garagara. In terms of long-range attack alone, Pan Yangui, which has strong attack and defense power at the same time, can be said to be an alternative quasi-god. In addition to the light type skills with super high talent, long range physical attacks such as rock collapse, shoot down, rock blast, sharp stone attack, rock blockade, etc. are also Pan Yanguo's forte. As for what to do if an extremely agile elf gets close, the gravity skills that have been practiced from the beginning are not for nothing. Under the sudden blessing of gravity, there will always be sluggishness. Then, Pan Yanguo, with heavy collision, iron head brute force and even ultimate impact, will make the elf feel the temperature of the rock. First, let's talk about the power of the earth. Didn't you ask Jiu Zeduo's Nadoking for advice last time? Your current problem is that it's not hidden enough from the time you release it to the time you attack the opponent. It's not quite the same as skills like Earthquake and Stomp. I think you can refer to the specific use of Invisible Rock. You can completely hide the energy fluctuations of the power of the earth skill, set it as a trap at the opponent's foothold, and burst it out directly when they are not prepared. Zay said as he took out a computer from his backpack. He opened the video and played it. Look. Zay pointed at the screen and pressed the pause button. Here, your two back feet have an obvious downward power accumulating action. Pan Yanguo nodded silently. It was indeed obvious that there were two depressions on the ground, which not everyone but the blind monk could see. There is no way to completely eliminate the power accumulating action. I know this. However, you can also develop a habit of lifting your feet from time to time. Zay gave a strange explanation. Pan Yanguo turned his rock head and didn't quite understand. It's a feint, and a lot of it. For example, when you use the solar beam. Although with the help of the energy crystal and the core, the power of your light skill is charged in the core of your body, you can also make a feint on the surface to charge. Like a kick with your left foot. It will give others an illusion that you are not using the solar beam, but other secret codes. For example, with the two skills of Earth Power and Invisible Rock, you can make 2 or 3 feints and only use 1 or 2 skills. Induce the opponent to misjudge your skill usage and physical condition. ZHE also talked endlessly. In battle, all is fair in war, and he is not the only one who uses this little routine. It's just that the elves have different personalities, characteristics, and development directions, so everyone has a different little routine. It was not necessary before. There were only a few skills, and there was no need to think so much. Pan Yanguo was thoughtful. Look here again. ZHE also looked at Pan Yanguo's state, and switched to the next scene with satisfaction. Stomp and Earthquake are actually the same skills, but they have different focuses. Tetsuya called up an energy fluctuation chart, which clearly showed the difference between the two skills used by the grunt. Earthquake focuses more on your energy output to the core source. Stomp focuses more on the energy diffusion on the ground. He casually listed the formula on the draft paper and calculated. Dangoro. Huh. No, if you calculate according to the earthquake displacement and body wave period, you have to add a correction value when substituting it into the formula. You see. Tetsuya and Grunt's voices were not small. Even in the huge training ground in the noisy background, there were still many trainers around who heard their conversation. The trainers around shed tears of ignorance. I still remember that when Tetsuya first came, many people disdained his training method. How could it be possible to achieve results with purely theoretical things on paper? Especially in this link, the focus is still the understanding of the Pokémon itself, which is even more unrealistic. Tetsuya did not comment. What others think is none of his business. However, one night, when he was teaching VIP, an EV heard what he was saying. It was nothing. He had noticed it. He was just too lazy to catch up and couldn't understand. Unexpectedly, it was quite smart. After practicing with VIP for a whole night, it actually learned Shadow Clone, a skill that almost everyone can learn, but is difficult to master. When the EV trainer came back, he was all grinning and thanked Tetsuya madly. He occasionally let EV play by himself in the training ground, but he didn't expect to get such an extra reward. The others were so jealous. Many people secretly asked their Pokémon to learn from him. Tetsuya didn't care and let them do it. Soon, the trainers found that this thing was really not so easy to learn. According to the feedback from their Pokémon, it was like listening to a book from heaven. There were also many trainers who didn't believe in it and shamelessly came up to listen to Tetsuya's teachings. The longest one persisted for a full 2 minutes before retreating and leaving. But Tetsua's Pokémon all listened with gusto. Only then did they realize that their knowledge reserves were not as good as those of the elves. So, Zay's third nickname became popular, Professor. The implication is that he is knowledgeable and good at teaching knowledge. Snap. Zay closed his notebook without hesitation. That's probably the problem. Let's improve it bit by bit. Today's goal. He pondered for a moment. Let's tentatively set it as a proficient mastery of the power of the earth. King Tank Snake. By the way, Zay also called King Tank Snake, who had been standing by and trying to train according to the predetermined plan from the beginning. TSK. King Tank Snake's big eyes were full of doubts, and his head tilted. You use the green grass field to cover the ground, sense the existence and release of the earth power of the giant rock monster, and mark it with a shadow clone. Zay briefly explained what King Tank Snake was going to do. There are many functions. On the one hand, it improves the proficiency of the green grass field, which can make King Tank Snake more familiar with the home field combat environment. In the future, as long as it is on the field, the green grass field will basically be always open. It is also conducive to training King Tank Snake's ability to perceive other types of energy. Many skills are more insidious than the power of the earth. The most important thing is to practice a shadow clone skill that it has just mastered. Especially the last one. The green vine snake's ability to master the shadow clone was slower than ZHE expected. It seemed that it had no talent in this aspect. According to ZHE's estimation and Zero's deduction, before the green vine snake evolved, the limit of the shadows it could differentiate was about 8. Even if it had just learned it, 3 or 4 were still easy. This kind of thing is like a journey of 100 miles, and the more you go, the harder it will be. But now, the green vine snake can only differentiate 3 shadows with all its strength and a little luck. Normally, the number of shadows fluctuates between 1 or 2. This is not very helpful for the battle. Not to mention the increased probability of finding the real body. Even if the clone is defeated without thinking, it will only take a moment. However, according to the plan specified by ZHE and the details of the skill usage given by Zero, the green vine snake did a very good job. This made him very confused. Even Pidgeot and Blaziken, who are very good at this, couldn't understand it. In their opinion, their little princess did a very good job. It's just that the number of shadows has become less. Tap. The little face of the green vine snake fell, very reluctant. ZHE was also worried that this little guy might have a resistance to the shadow clone. After all, it was the first skill that he had practiced for so long without any results. He waved his hand to signal Pang Yangue to practice on his own for a while, and he held the green vine snake in his arms. What's wrong, little guy? Are you unhappy? He slid on the back of the green vine snake to massage it to relax. Tap, tap, tap. The green vine snake's eyes were watery, narrating his dissatisfaction. ZHE's little eyes were slowly filled with confusion. His facial features were awkward, and he asked the green vine snake, "You mean, you think you are too cute and can't have so many clones? Otherwise, it will make others think that you are not the cutest one." ZHE never expected that the green vine snake would have such a strange idea. Tap. The green vine snake nodded firmly. "But that's your shadow." ZHE tried in vain to convince the green vine snake with his own thinking. But obviously, it was useless. The green vine snake was still not happy. While Tetsuya was massaging the little princess, he was racking his brains for a good reason to convince it. "Well, let me think. It seems to be in this folder." As if he suddenly remembered something, he took the computer with one hand and kept searching. Gorgeous contest, Macaulay performance, shadow dance. After clicking on the to-level folder, Tetsuya found his goal. He clicked on the video confidently and pushed it in front of the AOG. He was still a little self-aware of his own aesthetics, but Macaulay, one of the champions of Hone and the top coordination trainer, could always convince his little cutie. Busy. Don't queue. Thank you Jazixin for the 100 starting coins. Thank you Beisha Langjin for the 100 starting coins for the character Monarch Snake. Chapter 219 The so-called gorgeous Pokémon contest is a competition dedicated to showing the charm of Pokémon. Different from the general battle form, the process focuses more on the evaluation of the appearance and moves of the Pokémon. Trainers who participate in the contest have their own name, the coordination trainer. It is not only the coordination of the Pokemon's own abilities, but also the coordination between people and Pokemon. Coordination trainers are not good at fighting, but it does not mean that they are not strong. The contest is divided into 2 rounds of judging, and the second round is called the Gorgeous Battle. The difficulty is actually no lower than the normal battle, because if a trainer like Tetsuya, who takes defeating the opponent as the fundamental goal, participates, it is highly likely that he will not get a ranking. Of course, it is more likely that he will not even pass the first round of appearance evaluation. The 2 sides of the Gorgeous Battle must fight under the premise of ensuring elegance. In addition to losing the ability to fight, the judgment of winning or not is also related to another special data, points. When the Pokemon is attacked, or makes a mistake, and the opponent's Pokemon shows a particularly gorgeous move or borrows your own moves, you will lose points. In the Grand Tournament, you often see such a scene. 2 Pokemon release a skill on the spot, neither of them causes damage to the other, but one of them is deducted points. The reason is that the skill used by the Pokemon that is deducted does not show its own charm, but makes the other Pokemon more handsome / beautiful / cute, etc. According to ZH's own command style, he thought about it at the beginning, and it can probably be classified as the type that deducts points for each skill. Basically, there are no points after using 5 skills. Of course, ZHE has not been in contact with the Grand Tournament specifically, and this idea is actually wrong. The strength of Pokemon is always one of the criteria for judging its charm. If the 5-minute battle time has passed, one side has not lost the ability to fight or both sides have not deducted all the points, then the coordination trainer with more points remaining will win. The seemingly simple and slightly strange Grand Tournament actually contains a lot of things. A strong coordination trainer is no worse than an ordinary trainer in terms of strength. In fact, because of the proficient use of skills and special methods, it will only be stronger. Mikali is the best example. As the current gym leader of the Home Glaze Gym, Mikali is also the top coordinator trainer. Prince of Water, artist who loves water, and even master of the Gorgeous contest are not only the names given to him by fans, but also recognized by everyone. The most important thing is that Tetsuya is very clear that this is not the peak of his opponent's career. In a few years, when the current champion of the Hone region, Daigo, is too focused on stones to manage affairs, he will give the title and position of regional champion to his friend. Although it is a give, if Mikali is not strong, how can he keep this position? No trainer who can become a regional champion is weak. Daigo has publicly praised his friend and rival more than once, saying that he is one of the few opponents he is interested in. It is completely conceivable that Mikali is so powerful that Daigo, the son of the Devon company who is obsessed with stones, can say this. Tetsuya is committed to collecting all the public or semi-public battle videos of powerful trainers, hoping that he can learn from them and learn from others' commands. The use of skills by trainers and Pokemons in the Grand Contest is very worth learning, and there are countless eye-catching derivative applications. Mikali's video is naturally among them, and it cannot be missed. This time, he showed his little cutie a video of the skill combination that Mikali and his ace Milotica showed in a round of judging at the Hone Grand Festival. In the video, Milotica scales amid colorful light under the sunlight. Just standing there, it is worthy of the title of the most beautiful Pokemon. As the video camera turns the angle, different colors change in front of Tetsuya and Green Ivy Snake, which is magnificent. Although it is not the first time to watch it, Tetsuya still can't help but sigh that it is amazing to be able to develop Milotica's simple appearance characteristics to such a level. Green Ivy Snake also opened his mouth and his eyes were dizzy. It was the first time it saw such a handsome Pokemon. The video was like this. How could it be in real life? This is just the beginning. Next, Milotica officially began its performance. Minsheo swung its body, and its shadow flashed by. Its figure appeared in the 4 directions of the field at the same time. These were shadow clones. There was no simple pursuit of quantity. Each of the shadows was lifelike and agile, just like the original body. As a trace of water condensed in the air, a layer of water film was simultaneously covered on the graceful bodies of the 4 Minsheo. Then gradually, this layer of water film slowly faded and concentrated on the most gorgeous tail. The next moment, the tail slid, and the light shone in the water waves, making people hold their breath. The water flowed, the tail spread out little by little, and circles of ripples made of water spread out. People only then realized that under the precise control of Min Shao, each layer of water circle was at a different height and the speed of diffusion was also different. Just when everyone was attracted by this scene, the 4 Min Shao disappeared in the field. Everyone was looking for the real Min Shao with expectation. When the 4 layers of water circles overlapped at different heights, a Min Shao appeared in it, its slender and graceful body stretched out, just completely trapped. The light, the waves of water, and the Min Shao's body formed an unusually harmonious scene. Then, everything froze. Ice crystals began to emerge from the water rings in the center of Min Shao's body. It seemed like a second, and it seemed like a moment. Everything turned into an ice sculpture. Snap. Macaulay snapped his fingers elegantly, and the sound was exactly the same as the time when the ice sculpture broke. Under the flying of countless ice chips, the sunlight was refracted, and the white light was dazzling. When people came to their senses, Min Shao was still standing in the same place, exactly the same as at the beginning, as if it had never been shown. If you want to use a word to describe this scene, it is terrifying. It is wonderful. How about it? A suitable shadow clone, including a further stand-in later, will only highlight your charm. They waited until the video ended, and couldn't wait to ask King Tang Snake about his feelings after watching it. TSK. The attitude of the green ivy snake obviously changed. Although it felt that what its trainer said seemed a little wrong, it was true that Milotic was unusually cool just now. It also longed for one day in the future, when it used its skills, the spectators would give it enthusiastic cheers. ZHE saw that the little cutie's attitude was somewhat loose, but he was not discouraged. He immediately opened the second, third, and fourth videos. Pokémons are like people. In many cases, hesitation is enough to explain everything. It's just that more reasons are needed to convince oneself. More than half an hour later, ZHE looked at the motivated green ivy snake and the giant rock monster on the field, and breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it was helpless. Now within the scope of the green grass field, the green ivy snake has differentiated into 5 shadow clones that look like they are in good shape to mark the earth power of the giant rock monster. It is completely different from the bleak situation before the beginning of today when there were only 1 or 2, or barely 3. Although it is not as realistic as the Milotic in the video, it is really difficult to distinguish for a while. It can be used in battle to some extent. If I hadn't just tried so hard to persuade him, ZHE would have suspected that the green ivy snake was playing him. This is not surprising. The thinking and ideas of the Pokémon itself have a great influence on their mastery of skills. It's just like people learn things that they are interested in very quickly, but they can't listen to things that they are not interested in no matter what. If the green ivy snake initially resisted the realization of the shadow clone from the subconscious, no matter how perfect the movements and energy use were, they could not reach the predetermined standard. In other words, if it can achieve the original results despite its own resistance, ZHE thinks it is a good talent. It can only be said that being a trainer is not easy. Not only do you need to pay attention to your physical condition, formulate a suitable training plan, and prepare food that can provide sufficient nutrition, you also need to serve as a psychological counselor for the Pokémon. Pokémon are simple-minded, but they also have many ideas of their own. Not only learning skills, but also things like too many consecutive win/losses, a piece of body hair is missing, core chip failed, occasionally wanting to be lazy, etc. These are all problems that trainers have to solve in their daily lives. It can be said that it is exhausting. They stood outside the green grass field, thinking, while holding a computer and a pen and paper, to record the specific situation of the training. The first time, Pang Yanggui released the power of the earth 3 times, and the problem was as follows. The energy position was too close to the ground, which expanded the damage effect and range, but was also too easy to be discovered. The delay time was single, and the 3 times of the power of the earth were released in chronological order, which was not sudden enough. The connection was stiff, the pre-action was obvious, the problems with the reaction and marking of the green vine snake were as follows. The energy distribution of the green grass field was uneven, and the energy of the 2nd, 7th, and 9th parts was weak, the perception of ground energy was slow, and the rate was reduced by 15%, exceeding the standard line of 10%. The use of the vine whip was okay. The only problem was the power control, which reappeared after breaking through to the elite, but the current progress was about 95%. The second time, Pang Yangui released the power of the earth 3 times. And the problem was as follows. The problem of the green vine snake was as follows the third time. They skillfully wrote down the words that others looked like ghost paintings on the paper with a pen. For such problems that occurred during training, he recorded them in simplified Chinese. Anyway, no one else in this world can understand it except him, so it is a kind of memory of the past life. You can't just let it stay in your memory. If others ask, just say that it is a special symbol compiled by yourself for recording. Most trainers in this world, such as families, do the same, not just him. Just like the espionage war and Morse code in the past life, some special skills and methods are difficult to understand unless they are taught in person. And what he has done is nothing. It is said that the meanings of some exaggerated ones have to be changed every few years, for fear that others will know. Okay, stop for a moment. Let's talk about the problem. Tetsuya stopped the 2 Pokémon who had finished the 5th round of training. 5 rounds is just right for a cycle. If there are more, the energy consumption of the 2 Pokémon will be too great. First, the giant rock monster. He took out a whiteboard and drew a simple and easy to understand sketch. Teacher Tetsuya's small class is about to start. It's just that the students are a little big. The giant rock monster sat in front of him obediently. Look, you controlled the first 3 earth powers very well, and the distance from the ground was basically the same. However, it was too shallow, and there was no pattern, including the choice of the time and position of the explosion. Pang Yangui made a puzzled sound. It could understand that it was too shallow, and it would be fine if it was a little deeper. But what kind of pattern should be required for the next 2? This involves another question, which is why you use the earth power. In battle, our goal is to use the earth power to force the opponent and block the opponent's movement. Based on this, for example, if we set the earth power on the right side of the enemy, the opponent's first reaction must be to hide to the left, because this is more likely to avoid the possibility of being hurt. ZHE also drew a simple diagram, marking the location of the skill and the direction of the enemy's movement. If it is assumed that the damage range of the skill is a circle, with the core point of the skill explosion as the center of the circle, the range it can affect is limited. When the opponent self is within the affected range, unless it is exactly at the center of the circle. Otherwise, it must choose to move in the direction that is most directly away from the center of the explosion, because that is the fastest. A very simple math problem. When you use the power of the earth, you have to make 2 choices, that is, whether to let the opponent discover it or not. They paused. Letting the opponent discover it is to let the opponent dodge in the direction we preset, so as to facilitate the next attack or response. Not letting the opponent discover it is to cause direct damage to the enemy. In the 2 cases, the depth of the energy source of the power of the earth is very different. In the battles they talked endlessly. He didn't like to tell his Pokémon how he wanted them to use skills at the beginning, but was more accustomed to correcting some problems after the Pokémon used them subconsciously, and put forward a general idea. Just like in a battle, the Pokémon are always fighting on the field, not the trainer. For such a detailed problem, the trainer can't always shout to the opponent, "My Pokémon will bury a trap about 1 meter to the right of your Pokémon and 3 meters deep." This is really outrageous. It can only be said that it is completed by tacit understanding and daily training corrections. Battles change rapidly, and trainers can't be meticulous. Considering the opponent's response, it is likely that only very brief and obscure instructions can be issued. Bond is one aspect, and habit is another. Then there is your green ivy snake. Your main problem is the use of energy. After talking about Pang Yangui, they continued to talk to green ivy snake without stopping. The silver moon is hanging high in the sky, and time must be seized. Fortunately, compared to Pang Yangui's problems, green ivy snake focuses more on proficiency, and is relatively simple. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Zaya returned to his room. Are you interested in Milotic? Zaya looked at green ivy snake, who was talking to him shyly, with a confused face. "Thank you for the 10,000 yuan reward from me for my irreconcilable relationship with drugs and gambling. I really don't have time these 2 days. I will update more on weekends. Try to update 10,000 every day. It's almost time for the conference." Chapter 220 Becoming Stronger. Well, how should I put it? Tetsuya said that he had expected what Green Ivy Snake said. If we only consider the number of fans, Michaela's Milotica is even more popular than him. The main reason is that Milotica looks impeccable in every aspect. Moreover, although the egg group of monarch snake is land and plant, the egg group of Milotica is aquatic and dragon. The two cannot lay eggs, but it does not affect their love. There are many such examples in the Pokémon world. Tetsuya nodded confidently under Green Ivy Snake's expectant gaze. "It's okay, but..." Tetsuya stretched out his voice. Green Ivy Snake blinked. "I have a lot of fans, but your strength is still far behind." He leaned against the head of the bed, clicked on the watch, and called up more than a dozen photos of Milotica standing in the C position with many elf fans. Except for Milotica, they are all female. Green Ivy Snake's eyes ignited with fire. "Heretics, all enemies. So, it's normal for you to like someone, but if you really want someone to like you, first of all, you can't be weaker than the other person." There's reason easily convinced the Green Ivy Snake. In the relatively simple worldview of elves, the strength can solve many problems, including the spouse problem. Do you like the elves I like? Then let's have a fight, and the winner takes everything. Strong elves basically don't like elves that are too weak. After all, according to strength, if there is a real emotional disagreement and a quarrel, both parties will be very embarrassed. Of course, this kind of thing is not uncommon, but relatively speaking, it is very rare. Tap. The Green Ivy Snake shouted with full momentum. It wanted to become very strong, defeat Milotic and conquer it. Then starting from tomorrow, we have to work harder. They smiled. The Green Ivy Snake nodded vigorously. "No problem." Then he stretched out his right hand, indicating that the amount of training tomorrow should be tripled. They was silent for a while. "Well, let's take a good rest first. I will be stricter with you in training, don't worry." Green Ivy Snake nodded seriously. It trusted its trainer very much. It stretched out a vine whip and raised it to Tetsuya's side. Tetsuya almost laughed like Sadak, but he held it back. He also stretched out his right little finger and pulled Green Ivy Snake's vine whip with a serious face, indicating that the agreement was completed. Green Ivy Snake retracted the vine whip, nodded with satisfaction, and fell asleep quickly on the side. Tonight, it was also very tired, and the amount of training was not reduced at all. It was very clear about the mistakes it made in the shadow clone, and tried its best to make up for it. Tetsuya massaged it lovingly. Green Ivy Snake has a gentle personality. Unlike Pidgeot, Blaziken and Gulliver, they naturally have an unparalleled pursuit of strength. He was worried about how to mobilize Green Ivy Snake's interest. If he blindly relied on the bond between himself and the Pokémon to force it to train, it would be like the shadow clone at the beginning, with twice the result and half the effort. Coincidentally, the ambitious goal of Milotica came to the door. As Michaela's absolute and undisputed trump card, the strength of Milotic is extremely strong even in the champion level. If the Green Ivy Snake can really be comparable to it, or even stronger, Tetsuya will naturally be more than happy. As for what if the future Monarch Snake and Milotic really fall in love? Tetsuya sneered. Milotic is docile and does not like fighting, but as a legendary elf with dragon blood, it is also extremely arrogant in its bones. He doesn't believe that when he commands the Monarch Snake to beat it to the point where it can't take care of itself, it can still have the audacity to fall in love with the Monarch Snake. The grass type is completely antagonistic to the water type. Tetsuya said how could his little princess give it up? At first, he even had the urge to tell the Green Ivy Snake that Milotic evolved from the ugly fish. His little princess, who usually loves beauty to the extreme, would definitely not be happy. Although this evolution process from the ugliest to the most beautiful is very inspiring and exciting, the Green Ivy Snake would definitely not accept it. What if his child is born like the ugliest? This is the first reaction that Zaya thought of based on his understanding of the Green Ivy Snake. Preparing for a rainy day is the biggest influence that TGP has brought to the green ivy snake. It also doesn't know that the two of them can't have children. But Zaya thought about it and decided to forget it. It's not good after all. I'll give you a snack tomorrow, an ice cream. Zaya hummed happily and said to TGP, who was curled up like an egg. TGP, who was pretending to be asleep, suddenly stretched out his body and widened his eyes. What did you say? What? Don't want it? Zaya's tone was full of laughter. TGP shook his head quickly, then felt something was wrong, and nodded quickly, and his whole body swayed with it. Go to bed quickly, otherwise the snack will be gone, ZHE said angrily. TGP glanced at his trainer worriedly, and instantly shrank back, indicating that he would go to bed obediently, and don't forget to give him a snack tomorrow. ZHE didn't care about it either. This little guy's getting more and more naughty. He didn't expect it to evolve quickly now, just let it go. No wonder the concept of intimacy evolution has not been perfected for so many years. This difficulty is really too high. Even if Zaya, who already knew the general idea, stood on the shoulders of the giant and looked forward, he still felt unclear. Okay, take a rest, Flame Chicken, you should go to bed early too. Zaya finished the massage, stretched, and lay down, and said lazily to Flame Chicken, who was still comprehending the Wava guide. Flame Chicken nodded silently, and turned off the lights in the room. The silvery white moonlight faintly penetrated through the curtains, and a light blue light was also faintly visible in the corner of the room. One morning, in a training room in Tokiwa City, one last spray of flames to confirm the data. Zaya said to the panting Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken cheered up and nodded, took a deep breath, and then sprayed a column of fire from its mouth, hitting the test equipment opposite. Zaya smiled with satisfaction. Yes, this week's mission goal is halfway completed. You can take a break. He stood beside Flame Chicken and patted its back. Next. Flame Chicken nodded calmly. ZHE looked at the data chart in his hand and was very pleased. It recorded the temperature and power of Flame Chicken's flames from July this year to now. The entire curve showed an obvious upward trend. Now, its flame temperature has stabilized at a high temperature of nearly 5,000 degrees, which is no worse than most quasi-king level fire elves. The performance of flames in the elf world is also strange. In the previous life, when burning in the air, the color of the flame changed continuously with the change of temperature. Red-orange flames are 3000 degrees, yellow-white is 4000 to 5000 degrees, blue-blue is 5000 to 6000 degrees, purple is more than 7000. And even tens of thousands of degrees, it will become invisible flames. But in the hands of the elves, the appearance and color of the flames have little to do with the temperature. Generally speaking, they all have their own characteristics, or characteristics of the system. For example, Houndoom, a dual type fire and evil, has a dark red or red with black flames. Infernape, a pure fire type, has a red-orange flame, just like its body appearance. As a fire and fighting type, Flame Chicken's flame is very bright red, representing its activeness. This actually brings a lot of trouble to trainers, at least that's what Tetsuya thinks. One is reflected in the training aspect. Only through special instruments can data be collected and analyzed. You can't just burn your body. It's okay for ordinary Pokémon, but for Tetsuya's Blaziken, it's still easy to burn people to death. If you go all out, high resistance does not mean that you can completely ignore it, and just draining away the oxygen and suffocating you is enough to be fatal. Another is reflected in the command of the battle. Trainers have no way to judge the strength of the opponent from the temperature of the flame, unlike other types, which have more or less obvious references. Of course, the above is only for ordinary trainers, and Tetsuya is also cheating. Let's go. With Flame Chicken, which quickly returned to normal, he walked out of the training room and came to the front desk. Thank you, Uncle Zinhang. ZHE also said to the middle-aged man sitting behind him. Hahaha, it's okay, it's okay. Is today's training over so soon? Zinhang said with a smile, very honest. Well, the training progress is almost done. Thank you for your care these days. ZHE also thanked him politely. It's okay, it's okay. RC has specially said hello. If you need it later, just come. Zinhang touched the back of his head, quite embarrassed. My training hall is not big in Changpon City, and the equipment is not good. It's great that you don't dislike it. No way, it's very good. ZHE also praised sincerely. Because of the issue of confidentiality before the conference, he specially found his senior brother RC and asked about the suitable training ground in Changpon City. RC recommended him to come here without saying a word, and patted his chest and said that the equipment is complete and the confidentiality is extremely high. After coming here, it is indeed as he said. As for Xinhang's words, that it is not big and not good, it is just his humble words. The former is not bad, because the entire training ground does not occupy a large area and is located in a remote area. But the latter, according to Tetsuya's experience, at least among the many training grounds he has been to, the equipment here can definitely be ranked in the top 3, including the training ground dedicated to the Nabi gym. Well, I'll leave first, I have something to do in the afternoon. Tetsuya said goodbye to Nobuhiro. Okay, be careful. Nobuhiro was still smiling. After Tetsuya left, he naturally followed RC's request and deleted all the data in the room where Tetsuya had just been. TSK, this year's Quartz conference will start again in about a month, and I don't know what kind of good results that little guy will get. Nobuhiro lay on the rocking chair at the front desk, leisurely holding a cup of tea and taking a sip. Chapter 221 Boring Training. Zay sighed as he walked back. The preliminaries will start in about a month, and the strength of his team is still not that good. He is not worried about his old friends. Since Pidgeot broke through the threshold of Qua-seeking, his progress has been as stable as ever. It can't be said to be a leap forward, but at least it is rising steadily. And after completing its first molting, Blaziken naturally reached the threshold of level 49 from Elite to Qua-seeking. According to Zay's estimation, it should be able to break through soon. By then, Pidgeot's position as the number 1 combat power in his team, which he has always maintained, will most likely be lost. Fortunately, Pidgeot was mentally prepared and didn't worry about it at all. In its words, no matter how strong Blaziken is, you have to call it Big Brother when you see it. Zay is still very pleased about this, at least it shows that the relationship between the elves in the team is very good, and it is not just a superficial relationship in front of him. The level of Pang Yang Qi is also rising rapidly under Zay's strong Krypton Gold. As expected, it was easy to break through to the Qua-seeking level before the start of the tournament. The preliminaries were not something that could be resolved in a day or two, it was a very long process. After the main tournament, ZHE estimated that its strength could be even stronger, mainly because of the 3 little ones. The green ivy snake was the one that was less of a concern. It would only take 2 or 3 days for it to evolve into a monarch snake at level 36. If we were to be optimistic, it might be able to break through to the Qua-seeking level by the time the main tournament came. It was definitely a first tier Pokémon in the Quartz tournament, and limited. Slightly. Mainly because there was nothing to comment on. ZHE felt that it was a blessing that it could evolve and had no other requirements. Seeing it eating, drinking, and sleeping every day, he was also envious. He also wanted to do the same, but it was not very possible. Recently, ZHE's most concerned thing was the newly added Shining Melee Sheep. Considering the tight time, he made a lot of preparations. For example, he replaced the Leaf Stone of ordinary quality with a Thunderstone of the same quality. Like the green ivy snake, Tetsuya gave Liang the task of using the Thunderstone to comprehend the electrical field while absorbing a little bit of energy every day to improve himself. However, Liang's talent in the electrical system was a little beyond his expectations. It's just that Liang, who has the qualifications of a king, is no less efficient in absorbing energy than the green ivy snake, who has the qualifications of a quasi champion. Correspondingly, Liang's physique is average, which also makes Tetsuya a little helpless. According to the data, Liang's physical strength is only the average level of its peers of the same level. This is actually not too bad, but compared with other parts, it seems a little unsatisfactory. In the cultivation of electrical energy, Tetsuya certainly invested more than just this little. Just a few days ago, the power amplifier exchanged for a soothing bell was also sent to him. He had to persuade Hamana to get this, mainly because the production is complicated and the inventory is limited. He got it at a low price plus queue jumping. The price is a small matter. The main thing is that time is too tight. Tetsuya felt that he had to say sorry to the handsome guy first, because one of Hamana's conditions was that he should not speak for the handsome guy. He just didn't understand why Hamana knew it in advance when he hadn't taken any action yet. Women are too hard to understand. With such vigorous cultivation, it should be no problem for the ram to evolve into a dragon before the start of the main competition. After all, it is not like the 3 great beasts, which need to be around level 36 or 37. Basically, as long as you break through the elite, evolution is a matter of minutes. It's nothing more than spending money, a small matter. Thanks to passing the level 6 breeder exam, Tetsuya has obtained a stable source of high quality tree fruits from various predecessors. It has solved a big problem to some extent. Otherwise, just purchasing a large amount of tree fruits at a premium would be enough to cut him hard. Hey, 4 Quasi Kings plus 2 elites, I don't know if I can make it to the semi-finals. It's a bit uncertain. If Tetsuya's psychological activities were spoken out and heard by the people around him, they would definitely be scolded. You are the only one who can do it, right? You're the only one who can do it, right? On the side of the road, an old lady was holding a drunk old man's ear and teaching him. You're already over 70 years old, and you're still bragging that you could punch caterpillars and kick horned worms when you were young. You're very powerful, right? The old lady was still strong and scolded the old man. Let me tell you, I was a very good trainer back then. You're angry and talking nonsense. I can't do that to you. It can be seen that the old man was very drunk and couldn't speak clearly. I can't do it? Ha. The old lady sneered and dragged the old man home with one hand. Everyone prayed for the old man silently. This seemed to be the 32nd time this month. Tetsuya returned to the Pokémon Center and restored his companions as usual. After finishing lunch, he set off again. Familiar training ground. This is where Pidgeot and Blaziken had been training in the suburbs when they were young. However, compared to the relatively small space before, it has become much more spacious under Tetsuya's vigorous transformation. It is inevitable that some Pokémon will be destroyed during the battle, but he didn't mean it. The 6 Pokémons dispersed and trained silently. Male sheep is now level 13, and it will probably evolve in a day or two. The static electricity is enough. If we follow the routine, it will be a double blessing. ZHE was also exercising in the gravity field set up for him by Pan Yangui. At the same time, he did not forget to observe the conditions of his companions in real time. He was very satisfied with the spirit of each little guy. Pokebi except for one person. Chakoi. Pokebi stood up in a panic. What bad luck. He was caught just after practicing and finally slacked off. He looked like a student caught by a teacher. ZHE looked at it angrily, but didn't say much. Although he was lazy, this little guy did a lot of exercise. But compared with the companions next to him who took the initiative to complete the extra training, he was still a little behind. Blazer, the angle of your third kick is too small. Go up a little more. Pidgeot, I've told you many times, change your habit of leaning to the right. At least don't lean to the right every time you dodge subconsciously. It's too vulnerable. Green Snake, swing your whip at a more tricky angle, just like your movement. Cross, don't rush straight up. Giant rock monster, open a passage. Let the sand move in front of the sunbeam under your control. Otherwise your sunbeam will be useless in sandstorm weather. Blaziken, repeat it again. This time the force is not enough. Speed up and play to your advantage. The repeated mechanical words echoed in the woods. With the calls of the elves and the collision sounds of hitting objects, everything was so boring. I'll definitely do it next time. Chapter 222 Another happy event. Happy New Year. It was exactly at midnight on January 1. 140th year of the Union calendar. Listening to the cheers and celebrations coming from outside the window, Zaya pressed the send button. Happy New Year. He repeated it again, but this time, he said it to the elves. Beepo. Dangoro. Tap. Chaco. Me they also responded happily. In the concept of the elves, there is naturally no such thing as the new year. However, Zaya explained it to them roughly, and it was easy for the elves to understand it with their intelligence. What's more, there was Pidgeot, an experienced senior, to explain it. It was the day in the year when we could finally rest, but it would be noisy outside at night. This is what Pidgeot said to them at the time. In the new year, we will continue to sprint towards the conference. Work hard, guys. Get up and gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zaya waved his fists energetically. The smiles of the elves froze for a moment, and at the same time, they looked at Pidgeot, who lay down next to them in an instant. Didn't you say to rest? How come it's half an hour early? Pidgeot covered his body with his wings in an unconfident manner. Beep, don't hit me in the face. Let's talk it over nicely. I'm talking to you, to GP. Don't pluck my feathers. Zaya looked at the scene of the elves playing, full of energy, and nodded with satisfaction. Ding dong. XN. Messages from the watch came one after another. I declare in advance that he is definitely not Arthur, nor Namer. The reason for sending so many messages is mainly just a simple greeting between friends. In the past 6 months of travel, he has met too many people, even more than in the previous 16 years combined. Happy New Year. Do you plan to travel to Sinnoh next year? I plan to go to Johto, but not to the Sinnoh Alliance. Happy New Year. Did you receive the fruit I sent you? It just arrived this afternoon. The quality is very good, but the astringency is a little off. Maybe there was a problem with the pollination of the Batha butterfly? Happy New Year. Your researcher qualification has been reported, and the intimacy bell is very useful. Thank you very much. It's great to be able to help you. Happy New Year. I sent you some candy. Eat less candy. Happy New Year. This young master can't wait to fight you. Ha. Defeated general. Zaya was busy replying to messages, with an unusually satisfied smile on his face. He hasn't celebrated such a new year for a long time. The new year in the spirit world is actually nothing more than celebrating the establishment of the alliance, and the meaning of the new year is really just a new year, not like in the previous life, with various traditions. But this atmosphere is still very happy. He solemnly admired the life photos sent by a beautiful girl who did not want to reveal her name, and replied, "It's winter, wear more clothes and drink more hot water. This behavior must be criticized. Why would you soak in a hot spring outdoors in winter?" He sat on the sofa and stretched his body. Soon, the message he had just replied to came again, and he fell into a happy busyness again. Early in the morning of that day, Zaya looked at the scenery outside the door and couldn't help but be stunned. It's rare, but it's really beautiful. Kyo Yijin, wrapped in heavy clothes, walked to Zaya's side, looking at the white outside and sighing. Zaya nodded subconsciously. Changpeng City, also known as Changqing, as the name suggests, is as vibrant as spring all year round and full of green. But now, it is rarely covered with snow. Not to mention that it is rare in 100 years. It is definitely rare in more than 10 years. Zaya has lived here for 17 years and has never seen this scene of Changpeng City. But Sister Jun, aren't you hot? The center is fully air conditioned. It's not cold at all. He couldn't help but complain. Not only Kyo Yijin, but everyone in the Pokémon Center was wearing thick clothes. People in Kanto really fear the cold. What do you know? Kyo Yijin rolled her eyes at him. Besides, how good are you? Zaya's expression remained unchanged. The exploration suit is very thin. Okay. Kyo Yijin sneered disdainfully. You who wear sleeveless clothes every day suddenly change into an exploration suit, and you still say you are not cold? Zaya spread his hands and said nothing more. He walked out of the Pokémon Center and started a new day of training today. He came to the training base, which was a circle larger. He released his 6 Pokémons, gave them instructions one by one, and the new boring training began again. Zaya grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and threw it on his face to make himself more sober. If it weren't for the occasional poachers and strange tasks as a diversion, he would feel a little bit overwhelmed under such high intensity training. It wasn't that exaggerated. But since the last incident at the Rocket Team base, he would feel anxious from time to time. They knew very well that this should be his illusion. It is probably because he knows how powerful Mewtwo is, so he feels that he is too weak and appears to be in a hurry. In fact, even if Mewtwo is really born, it will not have such a big impact on him. If the sky falls, there will naturally be tall people to support it, and it will never be his turn to solve the problem. Forget it, I'd better take a day or two off after a while. ZHE is trying his best to convince himself. Otherwise, not only himself, but also the elves will be very tired. For example, to GP and Melee, they have to grit their teeth every day to persevere. Obviously, his strength is definitely far ahead of his peers, but he still wants to get stronger faster. He is not a genius, but just a lucky time traveler, so as long as he is stronger than others, this is what ZHE has always thought. However, the rapid improvement of his strength still makes him raise his standards for himself unconsciously. From entering the main competition at the beginning, to entering the top 64, then the top 16, and even now the semi-finals, ZHE feels that it is time to calm down. By then, his opponents would be almost twice his age, and the time it took to cultivate their Pokémons would be at least 3 or 4 years longer, and at most 7 or 8 years longer. Win or lose, it's no big deal. Pidgeot, make the angle of the lower left wing a little bigger, otherwise it will be easy to lose balance as your speed increases. Rest is rest, but today's training still needs to be completed. Zaya was like a robot, observing the Pokémons mercilessly and constantly making requests for improvement. Time passed by minute. Everything was as usual. Just after the most common electric shock of the melee sheep, its body was gradually covered with a layer of white light. Zaya raised his eyebrows. This is evolution. He was very indifferent to this. It's time. In fact, it's a few days later than he expected that the melee sheep would evolve. The other 5 Pokémons unconsciously paused their training and admired the hard-won changes of their partners after hard training. The white light gradually dissipated. A pink sheep Pokémon that walked upright appeared in the same place. This is a fluffy sheep. Compared to the melee sheep period, the biggest change of the fluffy sheep is that the way of walking has changed from 4 legs to 2 legs, which is closer to the final form of the electric dragon. The skin color of ordinary melee sheep is blue. After the evolution, the hair on the body of the fluffy sheep will become less, and the skin color will turn pink. It is similar to a sheep with pink skin that has been shaved, with only white hair on the top of the head and around the neck. And a large part of the heterochromatic color of Tetsua's shiny melee sheep is also reflected in these remaining hairs. The whole body is pink, not only referring to the skin color, but also the hair of the shiny heterochromatic fluffy sheep is pink. It's just lighter than the skin color. Overall, it looks very cute. The blue ball at the end of the tail also turned green because of the shining heterochromatic color. In the retina, the blue panel unfolds familiarly. Fluffy sheep, different colors, category, furry Pokémon attributes, electricity height 1.0 meters, average value is 0.8 meters, weight 15.8 kilograms, average value is 13.3 kilograms, features, static electricity, description omitted, hidden features, positive electricity, description omitted, skills, newly added, electromagnetic wave, electric shock, cotton spores, shadow clone, 100,000 volts, level 16, normal, potential, king cultivation plan, direction, electricity special attack, method, power amplifier plus thunderstone plus special energy cube, recipe as follows, a standard change, everything is normal. It is nothing more than, because it has mastered the signature skill of an electric Pokémon, 100,000 volts, and has a good move in long-range energy attack. Don't underestimate 100,000 volts, its standard power is as high as 90, which is an extremely powerful electric skill. In addition to the 110 power thunder, the only skill it can learn during the fluffy sheep period that can be compared with it is another crazy volts. But Crazy Volt requires a strong physical quality to support it. Otherwise, as a physical output skill, it is difficult to cause theoretical damage. ZHE also has some doubts about his own fluffy sheep using this skill well. Anyway, it is definitely not as good as 100,000 volts. This time, ZHE did not immediately let Mere Sheep use the high quality Thunderstone given to him by Nancy. The main reason is that for elves like Mere Sheep, that normally do not need evolution stones to evolve, using high quality evolution stones at the same time as the second evolution light appears, will have a better effect than the first time. the probability of improving qualifications is also greater. If it is theoretically speaking, it can be roughly explained that when the elves are stronger and the evolutionary form is closer to perfection, the evolutionary energy will be more in quantity and higher in quality. Under this premise, it will be easier to use external force to change qualifications. The situation when the vine snake evolved into the green vine snake in the wonderful garden is another matter. Not all elves evolve in such a strange place. It was because of the unique effect of the Wonder Garden on grass-type Pokémon that they immediately used high-quality leaf stone on it. The subsequent results also fully demonstrated the correctness of his actions. While Zay was thinking, he did not notice that TGP, who was standing next to him, approached the woolly sheep in a state of despair. Chaco, Chaco-ee, Chaco-ee. It stuttered to the woolly sheep. Me. The woolly sheep put its short and thick arms on its waist and answered it speechlessly. Chaco-ee TGP heard its reply and staggered back a few steps in disbelief. Then he turned around and threw himself into Zay's arms with tears and shouting. Ahem. Zay was so shocked that he couldn't catch his breath. No, what's wrong little guy? He slowed down, feeling TGP's tears on his clothes, and he didn't know what happened. Chaco-ee TGP sobbed and accused Tetsuya of lying to it. A question mark appeared on Tetsuya's head. What did I lie to you about? As TGP narrated, Tetsuya looked helpless. It turned out that the little guy remembered that when Blaziken lost its hair, he said that TGP would be as hairy as Melee. But now, after Melee evolved into Fluffy, its hair fell out more thoroughly than Blaziken. At that time, Blaziken was just changing its hair, but Fluffy had its hair shaved. No, you won't be like this. You are an egg. Where do you get your hair from? Tetsuya was desperate. He had emphasized this matter to TGP countless times. Chaco-ee TGP didn't care what Tetsuya said at all and cried loudly. Tetsuya looked at the little guy with a headache. Okay, don't cry. You've seen your future evolutions when you were at home, right? Aren't they all good? He patted TGP's back to comfort the little guy. The little guy stopped crying for a moment, as if he remembered the appearance of his brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts in the tribe. It seems that he is not bald. TGP hesitated for a moment. No, what if I'm the one who is bald among thousands? Zay looked at the little guy who seemed to be crying and could roughly guess what he was thinking, and hurriedly added, absolutely not. Don't worry, you are so cute, you won't be bald. TGP nodded vigorously in his arms, as if to convince himself that it was right. Zay had a flash of inspiration. Look, if you are worried about whether you will be bald, then you will know after evolving. He didn't realize that there was a hint of deception in his tone. TGP mumbled incoherently, and his little head was working frantically. Evolve, don't evolve, evolve, don't evolve. Bald, not bald, bald, not bald. 4 different words alternated in its mind. Zay looked at it nervously. He had long felt that the intimacy between him and TGP was enough to evolve. Whether it was tacit understanding or habit, both the man and the elf were very good. He really couldn't think of a reason why TGP hadn't evolved yet. If he had to find a reason, it could only be that it didn't want to evolve. Chaco? TGP looked up and asked Zay hesitantly. A hint of tenderness flashed in Zay's eyes. No, in the future, if you want, you can sleep in bed with me. When TGP heard this, he closed his eyes, and his body emitted a white light just like Melee sheep just now. You know my daily state. I will post a chapter after I finish writing it, don't rush. Chapter 223, Training of Pokémon and Fluffy Sheep. Tetsuya looked at the scene in front of him with relief. His cub had finally grown up. As the white light covered the inside, the appearance of the TGP inside also changed visibly. He felt his arms sink slightly. Chaco with a joyful cry, a new Pokémon appeared in Tetsuya's arms. Pokémon, a petite bipedal Pokémon. The eggshell of the TGP period disappeared, and the body changed from bright yellow to white, but there was still a red and blue triangular ring on the belly. With a long neck, long legs and a pair of wings on its back, Pokémon looked like an angel. It jumped up, and the whole Pokémon flew in the air, flying around in a circle, and the pink energy spots fell on Tetsuya and the other 5 Pokémon. Tetsuya smiled and reached out to touch the spots. The pink spots merged into his body the moment they came into contact with his skin. He felt happiness and enthusiasm welling up from the bottom of his heart. This is the happy dust of Pokégoo. It is said that it will share its happiness with kind and pure people. Okay, little guy, come here and let me see. Tetsuya waved his hand to greet Pokégoo. The little guy was amazed at his sudden ability to fly and was still flying around in the air. He made a rotation and dive from time to time. Hearing Tetsuya's call, he also rushed into his arms very quickly. Hey. Although Tetsuya was prepared, he was still knocked back several steps by it. Pokégoo acted coquettishly and flapped the small wings behind it to show off to Tetsuya. Although it does not rely on this to fly, Pokégoo has the ability to float in the air without flapping its wings, so people rarely hear the sound of its flapping wings. According to research, it is said that this is achieved by the so-called happy breath in its body. Okay, I know you can fly. Tetsuya raised its two short hands and lifted it to his shoulders. It has grown significantly in height and can no longer simply stay in Tetsuya's arms like it did in the TGP days. Tetsuya simply checked Tajipa's body and found no problems, so he let it continue to exercise its flying ability. It was still the familiar blue light screen. Tetsuya felt that he had opened Zero to observe his own Pokémon a little too often today. This may be the trouble of happiness. TGP category, happy Pokémon attributes, general, fairy, plus flying height. 0.7 meters, average value is 0.6 meters, weight 4.1 kilograms, average value is 3.2 kilograms. Characteristics, God's Grace, omitted. Hidden characteristics, Super Lucky, omitted. Skills, newly added. Original power, Yawn. Command skill, Wave Finger, Please Go First. Angel's Kiss, Come Again, Pray, High Speed Star. Electromagnetic Wave, Magic Leaf. Level 28. Normal, Potential. King Cultivation Plan. Evolved Togekiss can learn a wide range of attack and change skills, as well as a variety of flying and wind-based moves, which need to be strengthened in the Togekiss period. Training plan is as follows: Sprint, Return. Although the future Togekiss has no arms compared to the Togekiss period, skills such as absorbing punches and splitting tiles do not affect their use, and can still be used through triangular wings. Considering that fighting skills have outstanding damage to the rock and ice, and additional steel, types that restrain Togekiss, such skills need to be mastered proficiently. Suggested training is as follows. At the same time, it is recommended that Togekiss always keep a floating flying state, as Togekiss' small and closed feet make it difficult for it to walk on the ground. The attributes of the evolved Togekiss are general, fairy, plus flying, and it also has a good talent in superpower skills. It is recommended to start with improving the diet, adding a small amount of Fulu fruit to improve extremely weak superpowers and mental strength to the normal diet to lay the foundation for the future. According to the analysis of the energy in the body, Luomui fruit, corresponding to improving fairy attributes, can replace light berries, corresponding to improving general attributes, as one of the main materials in the daily energy block. The method of making energy blocks with 3 types of tree fruits is speculated as follows. The cultivation plan given by Zero was densely packed, and ZHE couldn't help laughing. Looking at the excitement that was still flying, he silently prayed for it to have a hard life in the future. During the Pokémon period, ZHE didn't set too many goals that it had to complete. It just learned from other elves in the team. This is why its skill list looks quite good. Even if it weren't for the fact that Pokémon was still Pokémon at the time, it would be innately difficult to learn moves such as Solar Beams and Jet Flames. Otherwise, according to its philanthropy, these skills would have been in its skill list long ago. The impact is not great. During the Pokémon era, it was more focused on assisting. For example, the Angel's Kiss skill relies heavily on the cooperation between teammates to play its best role. As for who gave those training plans, it was of course Tetsuya who had prepared them long ago. One of the few shortcomings of Zero is that it is not smart enough. It can give plans by analyzing current data, but it is more difficult to go further. For example, it is impossible for Zero to give training directions in advance based on possible future data. Even the daily progress chart made for Flame Chicken before cannot be displayed. Only Tetsuya can draw it himself by combining daily data analysis. Pidgeot, come here first. Tetsuya called over. The purpose is of course to let it teach Pokémon the most basic flying skills first. In this regard, Pidgeot, who has been extremely familiar with flying since Popo, is the undisputed choice of teacher. Pidgeot waved his wings and beat his strong chest muscles and took on this task very confidently. The main thing is that teaching these things is definitely much easier than training. By the way, teach it swallow return, air slash, steel wings and so on. Hearing Zaya's instructions, Pidgeot nodded in understanding. Isn't it just like Zaya teaching itself before? Simple. Pidgeot was eager to try, but he didn't expect that it would have a day to teach others. Go, don't bring your habits to it. ZHE also warned with concern. Forget it, don't run too far, just practice in the nearby field. He quickly changed his original idea. Originally, he wanted to let Pidgeot take Pokémon to practice long distance flight slowly, but he was very worried about problems. Although they are both flying, Pidgeot and future Pokémon have completely different focuses. Considering the difference in size, skills, tactics, etc. between the two, there are still great differences in skills and habits. Pidgeot is more inclined to speed. As long as I'm faster than you can't hit me, but I can hit you, then I will most likely win. Flying skills are more to make up for the flexibility lost due to the huge size. Of course, its offensiveness will also be stronger, and Pocket pursues mobility and agility infinitely. Rapid ascent, aerial tricks, maneuvers, etc. are all its specialties that it will master in the future. Its petite body in the flying system brings it a good advantage. The turning and maneuvering in a small space is the focus of its tactics, and it uses a variety of skills to give continuous damage to the enemy. Flame Chicken, Giant Rock Monster, Odangoro. Flame Chicken's ears have been erected on the side, and it responded very energetically. Giant Rock Monster is also ready. You two go to the back to do some actual combat training. Don't interfere with Green Ivy Snake and Fluffy Sheep. Also, don't break 20 trees when fighting. Zaya explained the task with a calm face. It is not okay to destroy the natural environment without reason. The forest ranger will let you know the consequences of doing so. However, practical training has always been accompanied by some minor problems. Because of the progress of the Pokémon, it is normal for the Pokémon to fail to master the strength for a while, right? Flame Chicken nodded in understanding. He raised his arms and stretched them forward and backward and walked back with the giant rock monster. Taking advantage of this free time, ZHE also called the woolly sheep over. The woolly sheep stood beside him, and occasionally a trace of electric arc flashed on the remaining soft hair. ZHE also felt his body numb and tingling, which was very stimulating. Subconsciously, he touched the rubber-like skin of the woolly sheep. He could only sigh that the Pokémon was indeed a strange creature. In order to prevent himself from being electrocuted, he also evolved this function. The woolly sheep rolled his eyes, always feeling that his trainer's love was strange, but he didn't say anything. He loved to touch it. It has a rather bad temper, but it still respects ZHE. At most, he would complain to his second brother, Flamel, when they were resting. He swore that he would never think too much about it. Zay felt it for a while, and retracted his hand. Your next task is mainly to master and be proficient in electric energy, and everything is mainly to improve your strength. I have repeated the theory of the skill of the electric ball with you before. In fact, it is a special application of electric shock with the addition of some magnetic field concepts. I won't say more about these. Your current progress is very good, but you must remember that when using the electric ball, you must pursue relative speed. In this way, the electric ball can be more powerful. Then there are further requirements. You are now a woolly sheep, and it will be stronger and easier to store electricity than when you were a ram. Remember one of the previous assumptions? Today's goal is to use the aggregated version of the electric shock while maintaining the body charging and strive to master the charging beam. Zay explained carefully. Charging beam, an electric energy attack skill, shoots an electric shock beam at the opponent. Due to the full current, it sometimes increases the power of its energy attack. The charging he just explained is not a charging skill, and it does not improve the power of the next electric attack and energy defense ability. It is more like the ability of the elves such as Fluffy Sheep, which uses wool to continuously store electricity to achieve the effect of being full and overflowing. The electric beam is not too difficult. It is nothing more than a composite version of electric shock. The combination of the two can produce a strange effect. The power is not the point. The standard power of the charging beam is only 50, which is only 10 points higher than the electric shock. The key lies in the subsequent special attack improvement. Some scholars have also done special research on the probability of this improvement, which is about 70%. However, after rigorous training, and with the increase of proficiency, powerful electric elves can increase the probability of this improvement to 80%, 90% or even higher. This will provide a very good means of strengthening for future electric dragons in battle. As for the idea of using electric current to stimulate the body and make physical fitness stronger, let's put it aside for now. ZHE said to Fluffy Sheep. Fluffy Sheep nodded with a serious face. The information explosion in the last life gave ZHE a brain hole, and he naturally wanted to turn it into a specific operation. However, it is quite difficult. Just like the overused training method of using electric current to improve cell vitality and physical fitness, he had tried it after merely Sheep mastered electric shock. But it always ended in failure. The reasons are different. Take merely Sheep itself as an example. Due to its own attributes, the tiny electric current has no effect on it at all, and it is directly immune to it. However, when stimulating cell activity, the current cannot be too large. A little bit more will have a counter effect. According to Zero's deduction, it is estimated that it can be useful for Pokémon with other attributes, such as Blaziken. This also has a premise, that is, the energy in Blaziken's body does not resist. This is a protection mechanism of the body, and Blaziken cannot control it. Under the impact of fire energy, the electric energy that enters its body, that is, electric current, quickly dissipates directly. It can't even last until the step of stimulating activity. According to the deduction, it probably takes 2 levels of energy to resist the impact of this protection mechanism. After all, one is a rootless duckweed, and the other is water with a source. In other words, it is probably that the king level Pokémon can only make the physical fitness of the elf at the elf level very slightly improved, and it still needs daily efforts. ZHE also thought about it. If it is really at this level, it seems unnecessary. In general, it is useless. It works well for him, but it is a bit self-torture, and it also consumes more Pokémon. ZHE is not willing to experience the numbness and pain of the electric current again. Mealy was also exhausted from controlling the electric current, and half of his life was lost after one exercise. He decisively switched back to the original method of using the gravity skill of the giant rock monster. Next, Flame Chicken came back with slightly messy hair, which also indicated that the task was completed. Pidgeot, I leave it to you. Pokémon, follow it quickly. ZHE also paused the conversation with the woolly sheep, raised his head, and called the 2 Pokémon. Pidgeot and Pokémon, who were having a lot of fun chasing in the air, also hurriedly entered the training state. Diarrhea for a day. People are exhausted, desperate. There will be more in the evening, and in the early morning. Thank you for the 100 starting coins rewarded by the Feather of the Wind. Thank you for the 100 starting coins rewarded by Beisha Langjin for the character Monarch Snake. Thanks to the book friend 2021020304581961 for the 100 starting coins for the character Flame Chicken. Thanks to Wonyu for the 100 starting coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Kanto City and the Meeting on the Quartz Plateau. January 10, 140th year of the Alliance calendar. In the middle of the Quartz Plateau, a luxurious office building stands here. In front of the office building, a huge fountain garden is filled with mist. The blue sky and white clouds are reflected in the pool, and many elves are playing here leisurely. Even though it is winter, the warm climate here still makes the surrounding ornamental trees lush and green. Although it is a plateau, in fact, the overall situation here is more like a plain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Woods, mountains, lakes, and various buildings form a magnificent scene. The Quartz Plateau is not only the location of the Kanto Alliance, but also the headquarters of the Pokémon Alliance. The towering mountains visible to the naked eye in the northwest are the location of the Silver Mountain. It clearly divides the Kanto region and the Johto region on a continent. Kanto is in the east and Johto is in the west. It is also the location of the current Johto Region Alliance headquarters. More than a decade ago, the location of the Johto Alliance headquarters was still on the Quartz Plateau. However, considering the special nature of the Kanto Alliance, there are always rumors that Johto is a part of Kanto, so the top leaders of the Johto Alliance resolutely changed the location of the headquarters. Anyway, their own Silver Conference is held every year in Baiyun Town at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, so it is reasonable to move there. Of course, this cannot cover up the weakness of the Johto region. Before, and now, considering the commonality of the continent, the 2 regions' 4 heavenly kings and champions are also shared, which is a very embarrassing situation. Among the current regional 4 heavenly kings, only 1 dragon rider is from Yanmo City, Johto, and the other 3 are actually from Kanto. Even in the past, when it was more bleak, all 4 regional kings were born in Kanto. When everyone mentions the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto Johto, they will subconsciously acquiesce that these are the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto. As for Johto, what? Johto has 4 heavenly kings? Or more seriously, that is, what? Johto? Isn't that a subordinate region of Kanto? It is said that the Johto Alliance is trying hard to promote changes in this situation. This is why there are rumors that Do is going to be the champion of the Johto region, but in fact he is not. If he is to be the champion, he is the champion of 2 regions, but it is not realistic. According to the current system, if D goes to Johto, he still has to beat the 3 regional kings of Kanto, Johto, to become the champion, namely Kikuko, Kona and Shiba. Nothing has changed. Who said they share the title? The intention of the Johto region to secretly spread this news is to hope that the Pokémon League headquarters can separate the positions of the 4 kings and champions of the 2 regions. Kanto has the 4 kings and champions of Kanto, and Johto also has the 4 kings and champions of Johto. In their opinion, everyone is happy, but there are too many and too big things involved. Apart from other things, the Kanto League is the first to disagree. Thirdly, we have to consider the welfare and rights of the 4 kings, which is extremely complicated. In recent years, the top leaders of the Kanto and Johto leagues have been arguing about this matter. Of course, today, the top leaders of the former have no time to pay attention to the latter. In the extremely spacious conference room of the building, a huge conference table was placed in the middle, surrounded by a circle of chairs. On the chairs, sat various men and women, young and old. In front of them, there were name tags. The familiar names of Kikuko, Watari, Kona, Hiba, the Junsa family, the Joai family, the Silph family, and the Sasaki family were printed on it. Dong dong. The old man wearing reading glasses sitting in the first seat struck the wooden hammer, and the people who were still communicating immediately stopped. The conference room, which was noisy a second ago, fell into silence the next moment. If someone saw this scene, they would not find it strange. Because the old man in the first seat was the well-known Pokémon Alliance and Kanto Alliance chairman, Damlanki. Ahem. Well, thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this meeting. I won't say much, mainly to confirm the specific matters of this Quartz conference, as well as the report and handling of some alliance affairs. Damlanki said slowly. First of all, regarding the conference, how are the preparations for the contestant village, the venue, and the Pokémon Center? The old man flipped through the report in front of him and asked casually. Security is normal. The Junsha family will do its best to ensure the normal progress of the Quartz conference. We have also conducted countless drills for various emergencies. The representative of the Junsha family who attended the meeting answered in a sonorous and powerful manner. The Joai family is also ready. We have also specially configured a new mobile team for the new emergencies added last year. The representative of the Joai family supported his eyes on the bridge of his nose and answered elegantly. The venue has been arranged. The 8 secondary venues, 4 attribute venues, and 1 main venue can complete the preparation and operation at an overload. All referees are in place. The president of the referee association skillfully repeated his words year after year. Well, the registration office should be ready to accept registrations, and the Junsha family should still help to divide the flow, so that the team is not too long. Regarding the assisting volunteers, the 4th Logistics Department should remember to organize a simple training again, so that there will be no mistakes, and the mistakes of last year should not be repeated. Then the 3rd Logistics Department, the main restaurant, the secondary restaurant and the banquet hall should do a good job to provide the best protection for the players. In terms of the entrance of the audience, it is necessary to do a good job of security review, and do not let those evil people take advantage of the opportunity to enter. Damalanki explained everything in detail according to the report. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner, and the heads of each department also responded one by one. This is an inevitable link every year. The Alliance Conference has many meanings. For example, it is the best way to show the backward power of a region. Not only people in this region, but also many people in other regions will pay attention. After all, not all conferences overlap in time. Even if some overlap, people have always been very happy to watch high-level battles. In a conference, whether there are enough young talents, and whether the trainers who get the top 4 seats are strong enough are one of the standards for many people to measure the strength of a region. For example, this is a process for the regional alliance to show its soft power, just like the Olympics in Tetsuya's previous life. The success or failure of a regional conference will largely affect whether people from other regions will come here to travel. This is an indispensable part of boosting the regional economy, especially for groups such as the Silla family. Even if the business has been done in other regions, this is its base camp. It is very much hoping that more people will come here to consume. The stronger the Kanto region is, the more obvious the benefits will be to it. The words of the old man kept echoing in the spacious conference room. Although he is very old, his spirit is still so good. Then, this part of the discussion has come to an end. As his summary words fell, some people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This kind of repetitive work every year is still very daunting. This is the 140th time, and there is actually not much to discuss. Including President Damaranchi, everyone unconsciously adjusted their stiff bodies. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. The publicity team can go to the press conference. The old man took off his glasses and instructed the person who was taking notes. Yes. The person next to him quickly closed his notebook, bowed slightly, and left the meeting room. Du picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. So, should I start first? He looked at Kikuko. Kikuko nodded indifferently. I don't have anything to say. Du didn't care. This year, the number of Kanto Alliance investigator missions completed was 267, which was 6% less than last year. The overall trend is good. Among them, there were 125 missions caused by foreign trainers, 137 missions caused by local trainers, and 5 missions caused by dark organizations. They can be mainly divided into the following categories. Do read the report in his hand verbatim. With the start of the annual Quartz conference, the senior leaders of the alliance also have to start their performance reports one by one. After all, everyone is very busy. It's not easy to get together. It's better to complete all the tasks at once. At the same time, the Kanto Alliance Prosecutors Branch has added a new system, the Talent Reserve System. The first round of talents included are as follows: Kibayuizo, Konarako, Hibamuniki, Sasaki Seiichiro, and Tamaki Tetsuya, a total of 16 young trainers. The specific system rules have been sent to you along with the report. However, this time was different from the past. Do really propose something new? Well, the last system has been approved by the Alliance. If you have any dissatisfaction with the candidates, you can raise it. Damaranki wiped his reading glasses with a tissue and put them on again. I wonder who this Tamaki Tetsuya is? The dozen or so representatives sitting in the back looked at each other and still raised their own questions. The other 15 people were either relatives of the 4 Heavenly Kings or descendants of large families. The only one, Tamaki Tetsuya, although they had heard of him and seemed to have some fame, he should not be admitted. It's not that they are stupid and are looking for trouble to question Do and the Alliance. The main reason is that with such an opportunity in front of them, it is difficult not to fight for the opportunity for their own people. This talent reserve mechanism is not the first time to appear, and everyone knows what it means. To exaggerate, it is the reserve of the pillars of the Alliance. He is the extra 16th person I personally recommended, and I have also sought the opinion of Professor Oak. Do replied lightly, without much explanation, but the implication is very clear. Don't talk. The representatives laughed awkwardly and didn't dare to say another word. If you have nothing to do, I will be the next one. Kona, who has a queen figure and a queen voice, spoke. More than one man looked at her and swallowed secretly. As the king of ice, Kona has a very cold temperament, and her strength and charm are sought after by countless people. Regarding the recent vibration problem of Gemini Island, Kona's first sentence made many people subconsciously pick up the report in front of them that they had never seen before. Thank you for being a cat and rewarding the character Pockets for 233 starting coins. The various relationships between the two regions are the conclusions I got after searching for materials for a long time and combining them with games plus animations. The logic should be self-consistent. Kanto and Kanto are the same concept, and Kanto is not split into Kanto and Johto. There are some minor problems with the transliteration of Japanese, and this is the translator's fault. Also, I didn't write because I was not feeling well in the morning, so I will write more in the evening, but it will be a bit late. Chapter 225 Twin Island Incident. Gemini Island. Two islands on the number 20 waterway. These two islands are exactly the same in appearance, like a pair of twins, so they are called Gemini Island. Its biggest feature is that the interior is incredibly cold. People don't even know when it started to look like this. A long time ago, according to records, Gemini Island was still a habitable island with a pleasant climate, and many passers-by on the sea used it as their resting point. The specific location is probably in the sea area in the southern part of the Kanto region, with Bjorn Island to the west. Below is Kona's hometown, the Seven Islands. Going further south, you will reach the new island in the Orange Islands. This is not the point. For everyone present, even if the Bjorn Island volcano erupted, it would not be a big deal, not to mention the Gemini Islands, where few people survive. The key is that according to rumors, there are Articuno living on Gemini Island. Of course, that is for ordinary people. Everyone present is a senior member of the Alliance, and they know that this is not a rumor, but a fact. And the first person to discover the existence of Articuno was King Kona, who was reporting on the situation. It is said that she has a particularly close relationship with Articuno, but this is really just a rumor. Anyway, so far, no one has actually seen Kona and Articuno fighting side by side. But this is enough to make many people envious. Even if you have the status and strength of the people present, the opportunity to see a mythical beast in your life is very rare. Even if you see it, it is a fantasy to get their recognition. And Kona at least has a good relationship with a mythical beast. If you think about it in a broader way, maybe you can subdue it, which is really exciting. Although Articuno is not so ranked in the classification of mythical beasts, it is still a mythical beast. Even if it is said that its strength is not as strong as that of the Orange Islands, which has a special function and controls the weather in the area, it should not be underestimated. You know, the mythical beasts in the elf world are not just a simple name. This means that, whether it is talent, qualifications, or abilities, they are far beyond ordinary elves. Because the energy fluctuations were too frequent and huge, the scientific video did not record the situation at the time. According to the oral accounts of the nearby fishermen, they saw that the sky suddenly became dim and light snow fell. At the same time, a strong wind blew on the sea, and whirlpools suddenly appeared on the water surface. The twin islands shook violently with the naked eye. Kona was still narrating. In short, according to the investigation, the conclusion is that this incident is related to Team Rocket. Her resounding conclusion made everyone whisper and discuss. Let me talk about it. Zybo, who was wearing a flowered shirt, raised his hand, and people's discussions consciously lowered. The day after the incident, I led the gym's guards there. After all, it was within my jurisdiction anyway. At that time, I met Team Rocket who was retreating. But they had almost evacuated by then, and considering many factors, I did not chase them. Fortunately, I did not alert the enemy. Judging from their appearance, their goal should not have been achieved. After all, Articuno is still very powerful. But according to my, Kona's and the Alliance's speculation, Team Rocket will definitely come back again. This is their style. Zybo said very seriously with sunglasses on. What does Team Rocket want to do? Judging from the harsh environment of the Twin Islands, a large amount of manpower and material resources are completely not worth the cost. One person frowned and expressed his opinion. The idea of attacking Articuno in its home ground is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Unless Team Rocket is desperate, it is difficult for him to think of a suitable reason. Indeed, the temperature alone can dissuade many elves. Even if some high-tech weapons are used, it is estimated that it will hardly work under the power of the beast. Another person also agreed with the former's opinion. HMPH, no matter what they think, it's definitely not a good idea to cause trouble at this time. Someone else snorted and expressed his own opinion. President Damaranshi spoke up. Yes, although we don't know what Team Rocket is going to do, as a dark organization, we must stop them from doing what they are going to do. What's more, it involves the legendary elf Articuno, which makes it even more impossible for them to succeed. Kona, Shiba, let the two of you take charge of this matter and make sure it is resolved before the official start of the conference. Kona, who was wearing his daily uniform, and Shiba, who was shirtless, nodded in tacit understanding. Du said, "This is perfect. Why not let the first batch of 16 talents included in the plan go and hone their skills first?" Although it was a question, the implicit meaning was that it could not be refused. Kona nodded. "Okay, we are short of manpower, and these people are quite strong." Shiba sat there without saying a word, neither sad nor happy. Du knew that he had acquiesced. "Well, I'll go back and inform them." The 3 Elite Four solved the problem very quickly. The report continued. "By the way, isn't Gym Master Sakaki here?" Everyone spoke in order. When it was the Gym Master's turn to speak, they found that Gym Master Sakaki of Viridian City was not there. The representative of Sulaf said with a smile, "I know a little about this." After Gym Master Sakaki felt the power of Viridian, he seemed to have discovered a strange Pokémon and went to subdue it, so he was delayed. "Strange Pokémon?" Grandma Kakuko asked with interest. Representative Sulaf nodded. "Yes, he didn't say much, just said it was very strange." "Forget it, since he didn't come, it's okay. There's not much to do in Viridian City this year. Let's talk about it later." Everyone expressed understanding for Sakaki's behavior. Everyone is a trainer, and it's inevitable to get excited when they meet Pokémon. The Cerulean Cape Impact incident has been resolved. The main reason was that a group of trainers and Pokémon strayed into the area during training. The Vermilion City Gyarados incident has been resolved. The main reason was a special sound wave from Team Rocket. The Crimson City Hunting Zone incident has been resolved. The main responsible person, the park manager, has been investigated. The Dark City Dasher Valley incident is ongoing. We plan to use the ancient Pokémon's natural reserve as a reserve. One thing after another was said by the gym leaders, but none of them was not properly resolved. The sun set. Soon, before we knew it, it was time for dinner. "Okay, thank you all for your hard work this year." President Damalanshi closed his notebook, took off his glasses, rubbed his nose, and announced the good news. For a moment, the conference room was filled with the sound of relaxed exhalations. Hey, let's go have a drink." No, my wife urged me to go back and eat." Same. My son needs me to go to help him with his homework today." "Wow, Lygia, your skin is so good. Is it because you always use high-end perfume?" "Hey, can you stop delaying the last transaction list? Do you have procrastination?" Family representatives and gym leaders walked out of the meeting room one after another. Several familiar people talked very familiarly. "Hey, Wuneng, what's the matter with that Tamaki Tetsuya? Isn't he invested by Unabi?" A middle-aged man asked Wuneng, arm in arm with the gym leader. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that children have a wide range of friends, which is good. He told me a long time ago. Wu Neng answered nonchalantly. I envy you. How can you always find such good seedlings? Well, generally, it's just that my eldest son is a bit silly, so I can get some results. Wu Neng looked at his friend with his nose and answered his question without any pride. On the other side, Du, Kona, and Shiba formed a vacuum field. Well, that's enough. With these people, Junsha and the others don't have to spend a lot of effort to guard. Kona took the detailed information Dee gave her and looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Be careful, I always feel that Team Rocket is planning something recently. It has withdrawn its hands in many places in the Kanto region. Du said solemnly. Shiba and Kona nodded. They naturally understood this principle. A person's hand is temporarily withdrawn, not to give up, but to attack better next time. By the way, what is your relationship with Articuno? Finally, the question that Du had endured for more than a dozen times was finally triggered by this incident. There was no way. If Kona could really subdue Articuno, let alone other things, he would probably have no chance of becoming the champion of Kanto in this life. Kona smiled charmingly. Why? Want to know? I won't tell you. Anyway, you can't beat me. What's the use of knowing? After saying that, she twisted her hips and left the scene in a charming manner. Du stood there helplessly inside. Ziba patted his shoulder silently. The two looked at each other and confirmed that she was a woman who could not be offended. Work that night. ZHE also received a message from the official league. When he saw the title, his heart was shocked. Isn't this the hot post he just saw on the forum? The result came out so quickly, ZHE couldn't wait to click on the message. After reading it, his excitement eased a little. It turned out that they just found out that the Rockets would take action and asked him to go there in advance to serve as a guard. TSK, it's not impossible. He muttered and decisively accepted the task. He was good at this job. This was not a mandatory task, and there were no restrictions on his status as a reserve talent, but the benefits of the league were really good. ZHE also wished that every employer of his was as generous as the league. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, gather at the following location, and a special vehicle will come to pick you up. The next moment, his watch received a message with a location. When he saw the sender, it was an unknown number. ZHE was also stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. I will continue writing after I get up today. Since I didn't write enough on the 30th, I will make up for it today and tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.